Bingo. Good on you.
We're not doing this.
No, we are not doing rules today. The House will come back to order. Representative Williams,
Privilege, Mr. Speaker.
please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we welcome the Level Up educators, teachers from around our great state who are District Teachers of the Year, award-winning Milken educators, and our 2026 State Teacher of the Year, Michelle Roundy. Thank you for all that you do, and welcome to the People's House.
Welcome to the House. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all your efforts on our young minds for our country and our state. I know with a lot of the discussion out there in the ether about education and recalibration, all that, I do hope all of you recognize and realize that you're some of the most invaluable people that we have in this state, and your impact is appreciated and valued. And it's not an easy thing to try to balance all of these things together, but I'll say this, until you're better paid, thank you very, very much. Please don't give up on what you're doing, and we thank you for all of your efforts. With that, today we have the privilege of welcoming Wyoming's 2026 Teacher of the Year, Michelle Roundy, a 10th and 12th grade English language arts teacher at Jackson Hole High School. Ms. Roundy is a national board certified teacher with 18 years of experience and a dedicated advocate for illiteracy, student-centered instruction, and professional growth. She mentors fellow educators and leads her district's new teacher program. Fellow representatives, please help me in recognizing and celebrating the exceptional contributions of Michelle Roundy. Please stand.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House. Okay, here we go. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, thank you for the privilege of being here today. It is an honor. I want to begin with an invitation. In Wyoming, we often talk about education in terms of policies, budgets, and outcomes. These conversations matter deeply, but today, I want to imagine something simpler and more human, a table. We are being called to sit at this table. Students and families, teachers, administrators, support staff, legislators, and community members. And when we come to this table, we come to sit together, to look at the same challenges and to ask the same question: how do we best support Wyoming's kids? As the Wyoming State Teacher of the Year, I have the honor of representing educators across the state. Professionals who show up every day believing deeply in the potential of the students in front of them. Wyoming teachers are doing exceptional work. In fact, our students consistently perform among the highest in the nation. Wyoming has held a top 5 spot in national rankings since 2015. Woo! We are one of the only 9 states testing 100% of our students on the ACT, and we still rank among the highest. That does not happen by accident. It happens because of committed teachers, strong communities, and a shared belief that education matters here in Wyoming. I want to tell a brief story from my classroom, one that reminds me why this table matters so much. Last semester, a former student stopped by my room. I taught him last year when he was a sophomore. He had struggled with writing, but I always saw something in him: leadership, grit, and a voice. So I gave him a book that I was reading, The 15 Commitments of a Conscious Leader, and I invited him to stop by and talk to me about it. Toward the end of the semester, he came back. He asked if he could read me an essay he had written for his English class. The essay was about a shift in his thinking, his what ifs. Where they used to be, what if I fail? What if I get a D? They had become, what if I get a B? What if I can do this? When he finished reading, he looked up and he said, I guess this essay brought me closer to myself. That moment, that is what teachers hope for. Not just higher grades, but students who claim their learning, who develop agency, who begin to see themselves as capable and control of their own paths. That kind of growth happens at this table. When students are supported by teachers who know them, communities who believe in them, and leaders who take the time to see what learning really looks like. So my invitation to you today is this: come sit at this table with us. Visit classrooms, talk to teachers, watch students wrestle with ideas, take risks, and grow. See firsthand what your decisions make possible. When we all take our seats at the table, Wyoming students are the ones who benefit most. In a state that values independence, responsibility, choice, and taking care of one another, public education is one of our greatest acts of stewardship. It is how we invest, not just in today's students, but in Wyoming's future, its communities, its workforce, and its leaders yet to come. Thank you for all that you do for this state and for helping ensure that every Wyoming student has the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to choose their own path forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roundy, for being here and joining us today, and we wish you continued success in your teaching career and the lives that you will impact. Representative Yin,
Mr. Speaker, quick privilege.
please.
Mr. Speaker, so Ms. Roundy, she was here, as you all know, on Monday, but this is why she's the Teacher of the Year. She drove back to North Lincoln County where she lives so she could teach again this week and then drive all the way back down here. She deserves every bit of praise that she gets, so thank her one more time.
Representative Larson,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor, please.
please.
So, members of the House, please join me in welcoming faith leaders from across the state who came here today to participate in a press conference this afternoon to encourage us in our work. These faith leaders represent a variety of traditions and are vital partners in caring for Wyoming's people and hope to encourage us to care for our neighbors as we make difficult decisions. We really appreciate you all's effort. Thank you. Please join me.
Thank you for being here. Welcome to the House. Appreciate your efforts. Keeping us spiritually strong is, to me, the most critical thing that we do then every day of our lives. So thank you for being here. Appreciate what you do. We are at that order. Let's see, I don't have anybody else stand on the microphone. Don't want to miss someone. Okay, we are at the order of, let's see, reading clerk. Do you want to? Reading clerk, standing committee reports, please.
House Bill 22, sponsored by Representative Heiner. Recall of elected municipal officers and act relating to cities and towns. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business and Economic Development, to whom is referred House Bill 22, recall of elected municipal officers. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Riggins, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Noes, Representative Lawley. Representative Heiner, Chairman. House Bill 29, sponsored by Representative Davis. Trapping licenses, non-resident reciprocal licenses, an act relating to game and fish. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 29. Trapping licenses, non-resident reciprocal licenses. Respect the report. Same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Davis, Fornstrom, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Representative Winter, Chairman. House Bill 41, sponsored by Representative Webb. WHP, DCI, and Warden Retirement Benefits Amendments, an act relating to compensation and benefits. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 41, WHP, DCI, and Warden Retirement Benefits Amendments. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation to do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Brown, Campbell, Lean, Locke, Lucas, Riggins, Stivar, Wharf. Excused, Representative Storer. Representative Locke, Chairman. House Bill 52, sponsored by corporations. Elections, hand counting for recounts, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 52, Elections, hand counting for recounts. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Pendergraft, Vice Chairman. House Bill 61, sponsored by Representative Strzok, Cultivated Meat Prohibition, an act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 61, Cultivated Meat Prohibition. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Fornstrom, Johnson, Ottman, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Noes, Representatives Davis and Provenza. Representative Winter, Chairman. House Bill 75, sponsored by Representative Clauston, Virtual Currency Kiosks, an act relating to trade and commerce. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 75, Virtual Currency Kiosks. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Brown, Campbell, Lean, Locke, Lucas, Riggins, Stivar, Wharf. Excused, Representative Storer. Representative Locke, Chairman. House Bill 87, sponsored by Water. Omnibus Water Bill Planning, an act relating to water development projects. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 87, Omnibus Water Bill Planning. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Davis, Fornstrom, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Representative Winter, Chairman. House Bill 90, sponsored by Representative Strzok, State Engineer, Consumptive Water Use Study, an act relating to water. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 90, State Engineer, Consumptive Water Use Study. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Fornstrom, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Noes, Representative Davis. Representative Winter, Chairman. House Bill 98, sponsored by Representative Haroldson. Prohibit Red Flag Gun Seizure Act, Penalties Amendments, an act relating to protection of constitutional rights. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 98, Prohibit Red Flag Gun Seizure Act, Penalty Amendments. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Brown, Campbell, Lean, Locke, Lucas, Riggins, Stivar, Wharf. Excused, Representative Storer. Representative Locke, Chairman. House Bill 112, sponsored by Appropriations. Riverton State Office Task Force and Sunset, an act relating to state-funded capital construction. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 112, Riverton State Office Task Force, Sunset, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Pendergraft, Vice Chairman. House Bill 122, sponsored by Appropriations. Wyoming Rural Health Transformation Program, an act relating to the Federal Rural Health Transformation Program funds. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 122, Wyoming Rural Health Transformation Program, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Pendergraft, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Before we move on here, Representative Larson, you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in our West Gallery members, we have some students from some community colleges across the state and they've been given an award from Wyoming Association of Community College Trustees, the Shaping Wyoming's Future Student Awards. I'm going to list 3 of their names and then we'll applaud at the end. So we have Emma Hunsaker from Western Wyoming Community College, majoring in health science. Brenna Call, Gillette College, industrial, electrical, and English. And then Bailey Whittle, Casper College, elementary education. Please welcome them to the House.
Thank you for being here and welcome to the House. Okay, we have a couple of re-referrals. Vice Chairman Banks, Ag, number 5.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to re-refer House Bill 87 and House Bill 90 to Committee number 2 Appropriations.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, if you look up, it might be hard to see them because they're in camo. If you look up, joining Representative Jarvis and joining Representative Haroldson and anyone else that wore camo today are a bunch of other folks from our state wearing camo for Camo at the Capitol today, where they come and learn the legislative process, came to the wonderful House TRW committee, and are here to talk to you as constituents of all of ours. So with that, give the wonderful group, and I think it's 9th year, a great round of applause from the Wyoming House. Welcome members from Camo at the Capitol.
Welcome to the House. Haven't seen that much camouflage since my September 1st bow hunters showed up, and they're really hard to see. So welcome to the House. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being willing to engage with your legislature and wanting to learn more about this process so that we can be more effective working together than we can trying to work apart. So thank you very much for being here. appreciate you. Okay, let's see. Next thing here. We are going to be going on to, we're not going to be doing first reading yes, I'm sorry, just trying to move ahead here. Representative Thayer,
Thank
What's
you,
up?
Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the House.
please.
We have our esteemed county treasurer in the North Gallery, Miss Lindsay West. We want to thank her for coming down and working with us.
Thank you for being here, Treasurer West. Appreciate you being in the chamber today. Okay. We are at that order of business of bills on second reading. The first bill for our consideration is House Bill 3. Reading clerk.
House Bill 3, sponsored by Labor, Wyoming Pregnancy Centers, Autonomy and Rights, an act relating to public health and safety.
Having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next,
Not on that
not
one.
on that one. Unless they just come in because it's not on my sheet. Number 3. There are amendments. Okay, yep, no, there are amendments.
Mr. Speaker, it's been ordered. I'm happy to run that amendment on third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh,
So I'll withdraw it for second.
all right. Thank you, Representative. We will do that. John? Okay, next bill for our consideration is House Bill 4. Reading clerk.
House Bill 4, sponsored by Labor, Birthing Centers, Medicaid Coverage, an act relating to medical assistance and services.
House Bill 4, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 5.
House Bill 5, sponsored by Minerals, Oil and Gas Bonding Pool, Investment and Earnings, an act relating to oil and gas.
Having been read two separate times, House Bill number 5. Question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 8.
House Bill 8, sponsored by Judiciary, Stalking of Minors, an act relating to crimes and offenses.
House Bill 8, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill number 9.
House Bill 9, sponsored by Judiciary, Grooming of Children, Offenses and Amendments, an act relating to crimes and offenses.
We have amendments. Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed. Amendment number 1, House Bill number 9.
I move second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill number 9 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is just a cleanup that will also include the electronic portion on page 2, line 7, and to make it all encompassing of the paragraph before it. Ask for your aye vote, please.
Thank you, Representative. Any discussion? Representative Wiley.
Mr. Speaker, I just need to thank Representative Lean for being on top of the ball there because it was actually my amendment, but she took good care of it. It's just conforming language. It opens it up. It helps protect the kids. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Representative. Any other members to discussion? Seeing no discussion, waiting for the question. Question being called. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill number 9, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. House Bill number 9, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 32.
House Bill 32, sponsored by Transportation, English Proficiency of Commercial Motor Vehicle Drivers, an act relating to motor vehicles.
House Bill 32, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 34.
House Bill 34, sponsored by Appropriations, Firefighters, Retirement Plans, an act relating to compensation and benefits.
Having House Bill 34, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 35.
House Bill 35, sponsored by Appropriations, Firefighters, Paid Leave and Hazard Pay, an act relating to the Office of State Lands and Investments.
House Bill 35, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 36.
House Bill 36, sponsored by Appropriations, Forestry Conservation Program, Wildland Fire Module, an act relating to state forestry.
We have amendments. Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask that you give me favorable consideration on this amendment.
We'll need to move this second reading amendment.
I'll move the second reading to amend House Bill 36
Thank you.
Okay.
Please proceed. You're
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
So what this does is after working for a number of years with the fire departments and going on fires and with our fire seasons the way they've been lately, I bring this amendment to, instead of having one module that's in the bill right now, to amend that to a second fire module. And the reason I do this is because being able to have two fire modules instead of one really will give the state forestry a better opportunity to show how these fire modules are going to work. The appropriations in the bill, so the amendment would say, so delete 12 and insert 24, line 1, or page 1, line 11, page 1, line 13, delete 2 and insert 4, page 1, line 14, after consisting of, delete, and then A, and page 1, line 15, delete manager and insert managers, delete leader, insert leaders, delete 2 and insert 4. Page 1, line 16 is delete 8. And then page 2, line 1, the 8, and insert 16. Everything is just doubled of what the original bill brings. Line 7, delete 2 million and add 2,500,000, and then delete lines through page 2, line 8. Delete line through the 2,057,000 and insert $5,141,000. And then page 2, line 10, after 4, delete A and insert 2, and then delete module and insert modules. Page 2, line 14, after supervising, delete A and insert 2. And then same page, line 15, delete team and insert teams. Page 2, line 23, delete 500. Page 3, line 1, delete 500,000 and insert 1 million. And so what this does is just take those numbers for a single module and double it. The idea is if you have the two modules, you can have one on the east. The idea is to have one on the eastern side of the state, one on the western side of the state. That way they'll be able to respond better, faster, and it'll just give the state forestry folks and all of our firefighters a little better response time and a heads up on their responses. So I would ask you to please consider this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Conley. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I would resist this amendment. Your joint appropriations team took this on as a interim topic. We had been requested in the last session, and a bill was run that didn't make it through to do a task force. And so we took on the duty of being a task force this summer and worked very hard at this and came up with this plan. Now, one of the things I would say is that we're trying to walk before we run. We're going from zero to our first module. And there will be time if this works and if we have a lot of fires. If we don't have a lot of fires, this team will not be useful. But if we walk before we run, we will be wise with our money and with our resources. So let's find out if we can manage this one, manage it well, and then we'll look at it again.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. Thank you to the good representative that brought it. She beat me to it. And fortunately for all of us, she gave a much more thorough explanation of the amendment than you would have had from me. So thank you for that. This is a conversation that we've had on my side of the state also, and like we just heard Our state is a big piece of real estate, and to expect one module to cover it all is a big lift, and I just appreciate your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, the good bringer of the amendment came and talked to me about this. The conversation has started at 4. 2 is in the governor's rec in the budget, and we'll talk about that a little later. We did say, let's walk before we run. We put in 1. What does this mean? This means $3,072,000 increase is what this means fiscally. It would give us a second module. Right now, our assets module-wise is 1 of this new design module, as well as our smoke buster crew. Smoke buster crew can't quite do what modules do. The other thing that you need to be aware of is that fuel management is a portion of these modules' jobs. And so that would be something else that goes in. So at the end of the day, my challenge would be is ask the question, are we wanting to put another $3 million in? Is it worth it to have another module? And is this something we want to move forward, or do we want to do a single module right now to see how that works? Again, this really ultimately is just a policy decision. If you think 2 modules or 1, in testimony we did hear that basically with being a single module design right now, they're looking more towards center of the state to place this one. So there's just some information on it, and I'm not going to try sway you one way or the other on this one, because I kind of was the fire guy this year when it came to this. So I've got my own opinions on it, but I wanted you guys just to know the numbers.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in favor of this amendment, folks, some of you may know this, some of you may not, but I spent some time on a fire this year up by where the tallest mountain in our state exists. It was a very large fire called the Dollar Fire, and I was a local resource called to it. If we had 1 module, or if we had 2, and one might have been on the northeast side of the state or the southeast side of the state, we would have had to wait longer. We never did get a module for that fire. Our local resources got pulled from multiple counties for 2 days, not 2 hours, not 6 hours, not 10 hours. Walk before we can run. When you're so far behind in the race against wildland firefighting, you need to be sprinting at this stage. This is something, it was beautiful to look outside earlier today, half hour ago, and see the rain coming down. It's a start, right? It is a start. But right now, we have had multiple fires break out in this part of the state. In central Wyoming, there's just a few grass fires. These modules are really important. If we want to really invest in this, we'd go way deep into aviation. This is a really good start to adopt this amendment, to support our firefighting crews. And yeah, they might not work. They might have a season where they have light work. That's the nature of wildland fire. It's unpredictable. It's unpredictable. So on and for this amendment, I would really encourage you for your communities to vote aye.
Any other members, first time on the amendment? No others? Second time. Representative Bear.
Just want to remind the body that we have 0 right now. We have gone through these fire seasons that have been somewhat extreme in the last couple of years. We don't know if we're going to have 0 fire. Well, we won't have 0, but a lot less fires. But we also doubled our air assets last year. So we are answering the call. The other thing to think about is we have to hire these people. It's much better to hire 1 set this time, and then you find out who you can get, how many you can get, how well it's going to be managed, and then you know whether it's worthy of a second module. If we try to hire 2 modules all at once, I would argue that the quality that we're going to get is going to go down. Besides the fact that we're competing with those very agencies that provide us the help now while we have 0. So we're going to be taking them away from the BLM, from all these other, U.S. Forestry, all these other entities that provide firefighting help for us right now. On and against.
Any other members for their second time on the amendment?
Does
Seeing
that
none?
mean me, Mr. Speaker?
This is you. You're going to bring it home, Representative Conley.
I just need to say this. It sounds like a big piece of money, but when you have a fire like we've had in the past, you can save this money in 2 days. Because when you have to bring an outside type 2 or type 1 team into your community to help fight this fire, it is at least, the last number I had was you can figure $1 million a day. So this will help the state. It could save the state money, actually. And as far as not being able to use them when there isn't a fire, the whole structure of this is to use these folks in state forestry to do mitigation, to do other fire suppression activities, which will in turn save money as well. So I think this is a really good thing to do. I think the state organization that handles our trees and fires can put these teams together it won't take all that much time, is from what I can understand. So please consider voting for this amendment.
Members, you are voting on second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 36, but this is an appropriation, so this will be a roll call vote. So Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, repeat, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Byler, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, repeat, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, excused, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 29 aye, 31 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 36. House Bill 36 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 45.
House Bill 45, sponsored by Revenue, long-term homeowners tax exemption revisions, an act relating to taxation.
House Bill 45 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 85.
House Bill 85, sponsored by Management Audit, post-election audit procedures, an act relating to elections.
House Bill 85 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 86.
House Bill 86, sponsored by Management Audit, removal of county officers, election code violations, an act relating to county officers.
House Bill 86 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 105.
House Bill 105, sponsored by Appropriations, K through 12 School Facilities Appropriations 2, An act relating to school buildings and facilities.
House Bill 105, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 106.
House Bill 106, sponsored by Appropriations. Smoke Buster Module Leaders. An act relating to the state forester.
House Bill 106, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 107.
House Bill 107, sponsored by Appropriations. Local government distributions. An act relating to local government funding.
We have amendments. House Bill number 6, Representative Larson, JT, number 1. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 107 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, I distributed to you a document earlier before second reading that shows the current way that the bill sits at 5.6%. What I'd like to do is bring it up to 8%. What that does is it's effectively making it 74.41 million per year, so roughly 150 million for the biennium. The last few years for local distributions, we've been right around this range for giving the local distribution to our local governments. And given that we've kind of tied their hands with property tax and other measures, I think this is really a reasonable approach to making sure we continue to support our local governments. And I encourage an aye vote on this, and I stand for questions.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Any others? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and this will apply to the next one as well. I just want to give a little bit of history here. This distribution started 2005, 2006 timeframe, and what was happening in that time is this body was debating whether they were going to eliminate the grocery tax, which would have impacted all of these communities tremendously. And so once this it was established, they could see that that was going to pass eventually, then they went ahead and moved into providing this replacement for that tax. I don't think that this was intended to be a long-term thing. It has become a long-term thing. I think it was intended to soften the blow of removing that tax. So here we are, almost 20 years later, and we're still doing this. So why did I say it was a win-win yesterday? I said it was a win-win because, as we discussed, those communities aren't having to come to this body and hope that they can increase it or they can get something. There is a risk that this body becomes more fiscally conservative and decides we're not going to give anything at all. And so this particular measure, as it was brought to you from JAC, actually finds a good middle ground. This $105 million per biennium is what the most common biennial award in this system has been in the direct distribution. So it's closer to common. But I will tell you this, because we're no longer just making a distribution from the general fund, and this is tied to sales tax, this particular number is going to always be, well, I shouldn't say always, we could have a real downturn, but history will tell you it's going to be increasing. It's going to be inflation adjusted, because as the price of products go up, the amount of sales tax collected goes up. So this is basically the starting point for this biennium, and every biennium from here on out. This body probably won't touch this because it'll be in statute, and it will be automatically inflation adjusted for our community. So this is a real win-win the way we started out. So I would resist this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harshman, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question, really, I think for us to think about is, so in 2005, when we took the sales tax off groceries, I was on revenue then. I was a deciding vote on a 5-4 vote in committee to put that on the floor. And this is when we started local government distribution, and the amount has stayed about the same. It's about 40-50 million bucks a year that local governments lose out on not having sales tax on groceries. So that's why we've kind of, that 105's been the base. But I will tell you, when we have had $100 oil and $10 gas, and we're doing 500 million tons of coal, you know, we had it as high as 250 million. So we were sharing the wealth when we were doing that. I think the issue I think we need to think about really is that property tax issue. And I don't know if this is a perfect answer for that. I don't know. I'm still kind of sitting in my chair wondering how I'm going to vote on this. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's another, 22 million a year, but the locals have to live with what we decide. And so, but that's a little history on the thing. But I look forward to hearing more discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Harshman. Representative Heiner, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the short amount of time that I've been here in this body, I've seen this direct distribution go up and down and all around side to side. It's one of the most debated issues that we have every year. By taking this and making it back tied to sales tax again, that will take us out of the equation, and the counties and revenue and the municipalities will have a stable revenue that they don't have to lobby so heavily for. I just want to remind this body that our chief executive officer has recommended 105 this year. That is what is in this bill. It's the chief executive officer's recommendation. So I just wanted to point that out. And I oppose both these amendments. I think we should stick with the original bill.
Thank you, Representative Heiner. Representative Davis, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I would propose to you members out here with the property tax reductions that our communities are not in such a different situation than when we were removing the food tax. You know, things may be even a little bit worse at this time. And so I think this is a good thing to have for our communities. And I would like to see it back up there to the 8%. And I would like to see it a little flexible so we can take advantages of our good years and our poor years. Keep that ebb and flow going for our communities. And I think they would understand this as we were going forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. I've enjoyed the conversation here, and the point's been made about inflation, adjustment for inflation. But when we think about the inflation since this direct distribution was put into place, the buying power of our small towns here in our state has definitely decreased. And like we've heard, our direct distribution is a little unpredictable for them. And so I do like this bill now that I understand it a little better. And I certainly support this amendment to bring small towns direct distribution back to where it's been the last few years, and rather than cut it back to 105 million or 5.8%. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, and let me just throw out, we talk about the property tax hit. Keep in mind, that's a property tax hit to your people too. And let's just talk about numbers in 2019. $386 million taken from our folks for residential property tax. Last year, roughly $530 million. Significant increase in property tax in spite of the fact we gave some relief. I'd like you all to take that into consideration. In addition, as most of you know, the 25%, which was a big hit on that, actually is going to decrease because now it's owner occupied. So I understand that we definitely have to worry about government operating. Keep in mind, we need our families operating too. And so on and against this amendment, I think we need to consider both in this process. And that includes our people at home and in our budgets and other things we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment. I represent 2 hardship counties, one of which is significantly under the hardship standard. So I speak out for those people and how these tax cuts had affected them not only in our counties, but our municipalities and the special districts. They're in dire straits in some cases. So this is an important issue for us. And so I support the 8% because it will help us deal with what's come out of Cheyenne on the property taxes, which has helped many people. And there are people in my district that are thankful for that relief. There are many that are saying, I don't need it. Please keep it. I'm not going to file the form. I'm not going to, do all that because I see that what's happening to our local services, the degrading of those services. So as a person from a hardship county and with strictly these special districts, but the counties and municipalities as well, this is important for us. And I think this baseline at 8 is good. But if you don't like it, I have another amendment coming up.
Representative Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question. I think I've heard two different dollar amounts of what this increase from 5.6 to 8 is going to result in, how much that total amount is. If I could get some clarification, please.
Representative Yin. First time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So I think this is a time where it's good that we recognize that we're not just representatives of our community, but we're also representatives of the entire state. So that means all of the communities in Wyoming. I know that a lot of the sales tax money comes out of my neck of the woods. I get that. I understand. So maybe I could care more about having more of that sales tax come back. But what I actually care more about is making sure that law enforcement officer in Carbon County doesn't have to run an ultra marathon to pay for his tools or his staff, to make sure that folks in Natrona County can do something without having to raise a new tax levy. We cut their funding. And so the question is, they're going to try to find new ways, and they're frankly going to be worse ways because their options are super limited on how they can raise revenue, right? Because we don't give them that many options on how they can raise revenue. The ways that they're going to raise revenue are frankly going to be worse than the property tax revenue method that we cut from them. I think this is a good way to at least make sure that those counties can maintain some of the services that they know that they're going to cut this year and next year. So 1 and 4. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I kind of see this amendment as the balance here. I certainly supported the tax relief we gave. That was much needed. But now we've got also the opportunity, especially to take care of our hardship counties, of which I represent, and the ability to do that and to keep them at a stable level. The past couple of years, we've given about 146 million, which is up from the 105 million. And with this amendment, it'll allow us to stay at that level so there's not continued those drastic cuts in those services to our counties and municipalities. I just see that going back to 105 million and having that be stable, it is just going to be too much of a drastic change the opposite direction. I certainly support and am grateful the inflation adjustments were put into the bill. I think that's great, so that our direct distribution accounts for inflation over the years. I just believe that set in statute going forward, we need to be maintained at the same level we have for the past years, and set that number as the standard going forward. So on and forth. Thank you.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From a very large county, lots of municipalities and a lot of miles, as we heard from another speaker, having our sheriff do some fun things. I want to talk about our legacy industries. We have legacy industries that we all support and we're known for in this state, cannot recruit because their employees or potential employees are saying, well, what about those roads? What about those services? So I want you guys to all think about how that affects our legacy industries.
Representative Filer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I didn't realize I was next. But anyways, folks, I think while we're talking about this, on in support of the amendment, 2005, we eliminated well, not this body, maybe one in this body, but decided to eliminate those sales tax on foods. So here we are trying to recapture. Sorry about throwing you out there, buddy. But in 2005, between $700 and $1,000 a month was your average food bill for a family of 4. Okay. So that's the average family would spend $700 to $1,000 a month. Today, $1,600. So when we talk about that inflation hike, so when we talk about this direct distribution and trying to make them whole from this tax cut that they could no longer collect, we got to look at that inflation number. It's not the fact that they're losing money from the 2005 numbers. They're losing money as these products go up in price and that inflation, because your tax rate is based on what that product is that you're paying for. So we take that into consideration, but there's got to be some way that we got to be able to try to keep them whole, because as we know, everything else just keeps going up and going up in price. So on in favor of this, and I think we need to keep certain things like that in mind.
Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I knew you'd see me over here eventually. I think we need to on in favor for this amendment. I've been struggling with the bill prior, because I think we might be selling our county short a little bit here. Because when you set that ceiling in the green books and the statute, I know they don't have to come back and ask for anything more, but also if we have really hard turn down years, it's going to put them in a tough situation. Might be good now, but we could be having the same conversation that we just had about food sales tax later on. The idea that we're going to be able to track inflation with these consumptive taxation that we're talking about, I don't think that works. You can't keep up with it, and we've seen that since 2019, right? Just go buy a set of tires. Everybody can look at that and see just the exponential, just see the amount of growth that has happened there in that cost. If we're not careful and we continue to do relief and not reform and move these taxation around here and there and try to put this burden to where it doesn't leave Wyomingites behind, we might be leaving Wyomingites behind by not thinking it fully through. And we might be not talking about a few hundred or $1,000 of property tax at the end of the year, but eventually maybe a percentage of what you're earning. And I don't want to be a part of that. I think we need to be very careful going in that direction. But as for this amendment, on and for.
Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in favor of this amendment. And I might look at it a little different than everybody else in the room, but when we talk, and we talk a lot about how to take care of the people in our communities and their needs. And by adding this 8%, it's good, because what it'll do is it's like giving that back to the people in our communities. Because when we can provide services that we might not otherwise be able to do without the distribution, that might mean, it could even mean an ambulance at your house. It could mean your local city fire department could be having problems, your city law. So really and truly, by putting this 8% out there, we're actually, opposed to the 5.6 or whatever it is, we're actually helping our residents and the people that we're caring so much about and giving back so that they can have what they need. So I'm in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of thoughts as we consider that, because we all love our constituents and they all look to us for guidance. And I think the testimony that I've heard here today is really sheds some light and historic background on what happens when we diminish a county's ability to generate taxation. So out of goodness of our hearts, sometime in 2005, we done away with food tax. And so our locals no longer had that. So they looked to us to take from the state general fund that we fund the general operations of state government, meaning that all goes out to our communities and to our people for all of these other services. But now they're saying, that's fine, it's going to the communities, but we had to provide for local government. So we start funding that. And I remember when it was 90 million, 100 million, 110 million, then as the good former speaker noted, it went up.
then it kind of comes down. We've always tried to help the local distributions. Again, by virtue of our actions over the last few years, as we've been trying to help families, as we've seen a property tax spike, we've reduced again the ability for communities to generate revenue to support their local governments. What recourse do they have? They come to us and they say, well, we've got to increase that to adjust because we don't have this ability to generate revenue. And so then as we adjust to do that from 108 million to 170 or 140 million, then where do we cut on the general operations of state government? Whose services do we cut? And I think the problem that we get into when we erode the established system set by our forefathers, when we encroach upon how that's worked really well, we can't help but then to see it become very complicated. So I'm opposed to this. I think the counties and the locals certainly have an argument here. I don't have a problem with them coming and asking whatever. You know, we've got a number of appropriations committees here. We've always responded to them, and I don't think that that's a bad way to do things, frankly, because our revenue adjusts up and down, and so I think you've all raised good points, but I just, we kind of put ourselves here and would just want to provide a little opinion and historic perspective there, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any others for the first time? Representative Lean, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind the body that in our last session, we did give the municipalities and counties the ability to invest. So that can generate a little bit of revenue for them. And I just want to say that this is a floor, it's not a ceiling, and appropriations can always add money to them in their budget. Thank you.
Any others for the first time on the amendment? Seeing none, second time. Here's who I have. Bear, Harshman, Heiner, Davis, Williams, Locke, Lawley, Washut, Yin, Banks, Thayer, Filer, Wiley, Conley, Larson, Lloyd, and Lean. Representative Davis for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we were talking and I was listening to everybody here, it reminded me that as I was traveling through House District 47, several of my constituents said property tax is the issue. So why don't we just rename that to community service tax? That's where all these dollars go to, is to our communities. So maybe we ought to shy away from property tax and call it community service tax. That's what our forefathers put in there for our streets, our waters, our sewers, our trash collectors. These are the things that we as society deem that we need. But now we're taking away the funding source of it. So I think by adding to this direct distribution, we will help our communities in their struggle, because they are struggling right now. You can see that in every one of my communities, and they are all rural communities. And so I am in favor of this.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their second time on that list? I can read back through it, but I trust that you know who you are. Representative Bear, second time.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate what the good representative from the Windy City stated, and that is that in the good times, it was mentioned that, we want to be able to flex up, and we can always do that. We have this formula in this bill, pretty simple to add money if we have a large surplus and we want to help out those smaller communities anytime. Urge a no vote.
Anyone else? Second time. Seeing no one rushing them. Well, Representative Harshman, second time.
Thank you. Just quickly, I got a little more information. I voted against this bill on introduction. I just thought we ought to debate this and have it a budget item every budget session. And then I'm sitting there listening to debate, and this is what debate will do to you, I think, as you keep working it. And I appreciate the appropriations bringing this bill to maybe it's best to just have this and we know what we got and they expect. But then I think the good representative from Bighorn County, when he talked about the last biennium, was 145 million, which is basically this amendment. And then I went and looked at some more bienniums, and the biennium before that was 145 million. And so I just think if we don't pass this, we're going to basically give a funding cut to our locals. What we have. It'll be the lowest in 4 years. So that thing kind of working in my head. So I'm kind of warming up to this thing a little bit. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Wiley, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, a couple of years ago when I took office and had the privilege to come here and serve on this floor, I didn't hear hardship counties. And I know you've all been having these conversations at home and having people reach out to you as well. A lot of our communities right now are either working off of reserves to keep the quality of life that our constituents, expect and deserve. Or, those counties, unfortunately, some of them are already upside down. We really need to think about this, and we don't want to sell them short. On and for, this is important.
Thank you, Representative. Any others? Second time? Representative Larson? Lloyd?
Mr. Speaker, these guys are tough. I think they've got me. I think the comments that have kind of been proposed, and I'm thinking about my county and lost revenue from not just property tax, but oil and gas production and stuff. I think I've got to reconsider that vote too, and be more supportive of my locals but it's going to impact what we do with our state general fund. We just have to accept that.
Any others for the second time? Seeing no one else rushing? Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to kind of address some of the comments I heard in debate, and I appreciate all the debate, and I do hope you end up voting aye on this amendment. If you could convince me that this body would allow an additional one-time appropriation in the budget, I wouldn't be standing here arguing for this right now. And so there's that. And then my argument too is that there's not a direct correlation to product inflation and sales tax rising. I know we've seen increased sales tax rising, but also product inflation means people buy less of certain items. They don't replace things that are broken as much. They try to fix and do with what they have. So you could see a decrease if there's a certain product that sees a huge inflation, such as even a vehicle. You're not going to have people buying as many vehicles because inflation has impacted it too much. And so they have to go and fix it rather than purchase a new one. And then I disagree with the notion that we're following the governor's rec, because it doesn't seem like we're doing that anywhere else, or we're cutting it in half or messing with it in other places. So I don't agree with that argument. And I think really at the end of the day is you'd rather see, if you vote no on this, you'd rather see the taxpayer dollars that they're paying in sales tax at the grocery store stay at the state level, than rather than go back to their communities and reinvest it in their communities. And with that, I please ask for your aye vote. If we vote to keep the current percentage that's in here right now, this will be a funding cut, yet another one that we're putting on our local government. So please vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. And our governor is the chief executive. Okay, body, you are voting on second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill number 107. All those in favor signify, second reading amendment number 1. Oh, then I turned the page. Second reading amendment number 1. House Bill, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has not been adopted. Division haven't been called. All those in favor, please stand. Thank you. You may be seated. All those opposed? Okay, yeah, you may be seated. The amendment has not been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration to House Bill 107, second reading amendment number 2. Representative, we've got Lawley and Banks here on this one. Lawley, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 107 and ask for your favorable consideration. I won't go through all of what I've already said, but I will continue to talk about hardship counties, and that's who I represent. And I know this body tried to do something about backfill, some partial backfill, but we didn't end up with any backfill. And so I come to you from a county that, Washakie County, for example, first of all, let me start with what is the definition of a hardship county? A hardship county is any county where one mill raises $300,000 or less. Washakie County's one mill raises somewhere in the neighborhood of about $65,000, well below the $300,000. Just for comparison, my good friends in Campbell County, they get one mill that raises somewhere between $3 and $4 million. So when we talk about hardship counties, that's what we're talking about. And so what has happened with the cuts with no backfill is we are in need. And this is another haircut at the number it's at in this bill. Another haircut on top of the property taxes with no backfill at all. So that's why I'm continuing to advocate. And I'm asking that we substitute the current percentage that's in there, which is 5.6, and we put it at 7%. And that will help us maintain our ability to operate in our hardship counties and quite frankly, in every county, special districts. I mean, every one of you has special districts that you know are struggling. Where here's the thing. Many of those special districts are fee-based in some cases, and they are going to have to raise fees to keep the doors open. Landfill in Washakie County, for example. And so one way or another, we're going to get squeezed again, the taxpayers of Washakie County. So again, I urge you to consider this percentage because it does begin to respond to not only the county, the municipalities, but the special districts, which is something we all share, is the struggle for special districts because they rely more heavily on the property tax income than any other entity. So again, I would ask you to consider this seriously. And I just want to say something. Maybe there's good times somewhere, but I can guarantee you in hardship counties as it concerns local government and special districts, we aren't having a good time. We're not. And right now we're posting a surplus. We're going to have a surplus according to what we see in the numbers. And we need to do something. We need to do something. And the 5.6 is just simply not enough. It's not a good base. I've heard all the arguments, but I also agree with those that have pointed out that, look, we're depending on a future legislature to act in good faith, to even understand, again, about hardship counties and things like that. So we need to do it now because we could also adjust this number later if we needed to. But we've taken a lot. The hardship counties have taken the largest hit, the largest impact, force of these changes. And again, I'm glad that citizens had some cuts. But we no longer live in last year's reality of percentages and projections. My people are living in a reality of today's world, of the world that was created by the decisions made in our last session and before. So I just urge you to please consider that. And I think this is a reasonable accommodation and compromise on this issue. So I really ask you to really give it some thought at 7% there and ask for your support for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time? Representative Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So body said that 8% wasn't the right number. Well, 7%, here we go. It's the perfect number. 7%, we don't quite get there, but we're going to have a little bit of a cushion there. But we still got to close that gap between what we currently get with 146 and the proposed 105. This still gets us better. And there was a little bit of angst about the 8%, but here we go. We can all feel good about the 7% now. So I urge and I vote on this one.
Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm opposed to this. I was opposed to the previous one. Anytime a percentage is applied, in this case, the richer counties are going to benefit more than the poorer counties.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe it's been explained very well. I'd just like for you to consider the situation that we are in small town Wyoming, in Hardship County. The issues have not been exaggerated. Very real. We are not in a good place. Thank you for your consideration.
Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for senior centers, Meals on Wheels. You know, that's first thing. At home we're discussing and deciding which community center and civic centers we're going to shut down or tear down because we can't afford. And I come from a fairly large county, we do okay. But times are tough, belt's tight, and we keep tightening it more. We're making our own cliff here, and we've walked up to the edge of it. We have a surplus, and we're going to continue to take away from our communities. Because we have to? No, just because we are. All of you I know are having these conversations, and we're going to leave Wyomingites behind. And it might not be this year, next year, that we start talking about essential services, but we already are, aren't we? We've already had several pieces of legislation move that deal with that. More mills, more districts, right? We're just shifting it around. Let's use some forethought here. Let's not leave our communities behind, because that's what we're doing.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just the numbers on this, so I do my little math on my phone. So we've gone from about, in the last proposed amendment, 22 million more a year, which would keep the same appropriation that we've done for the last two biennia. This would reduce it to about 13 million more a year, 12.8, somewhere in there, million more a year. But I want to correct something. So we know, and we talked about it briefly, but it's named the Madden formula. And Dr. Madden was from Buffalo, still from Buffalo. He served honorably in this body and was the revenue chairman through some of the toughest revenue streaks we've had in our state's history. And if you serve long enough, you'll have $2 gas and $25 oil. And the coal's already dropped from 500 to 225 million tons. And you're talking about how you're going to try to keep nursing homes open. You're doing all this stuff. It gets really tough. But the Madden formula was based on helping those poorer counties. It's not the rich counties getting any more, like the good representative from the southwest part of the state. It's actually, most of this is generated in the richest county in the world, which is located in Wyoming, and then it's distributed to our poorest counties and cities. So like my city in the center of the state gets less than what it actually generates. It's a loss to us. So just so we're clear on that, this is under the Madden formula. So it really helps out of our 99 municipalities. It really helps the poorest ones, no doubt about it. So thank you. I'm going to vote for this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Baer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm going to ask that you resist this amendment. You know, we studied this over the summer. It was one of our interim topics. And we really looked at, you know, what is the best number? And this is the number that we came up with. But I will say this, that we've talked about what do we do in the good times? Well, we help our communities out. What do we do in the bad times? This could go away if we kept it on the 2-year path. So we're trying to find a number that will allow the state, as it was mentioned earlier by the prior vice chairman of appropriations, you know, what are we going to do as a state as we give up more and more of a percentage of our revenue that we use to fund things at this level? So right now, before this bill exists, 30% of sales tax, that 4 cents that we collect on every dollar, comes to the state. 30% of that goes out back to the communities. All right. And we're making that now 36%. And we're using the Madden formula to spread it out. So we're already increasing from 30% to 36% roughly. So this is a good number, and I ask you to resist the amendment.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've talked and we've all talked about the different things. I want to talk about safety. You know, we're in a large county here, and I-80 runs directly through it. We're talking about drugs, we're talking about human trafficking, and we don't even, with all these cuts, have coverage with law enforcement through the evening. And that's scary to our communities. And so I want you guys to think about these additional cuts. That affects our safety. And that is one thing that we talk about in our Constitution. Thank you. On and for this bill, or this amendment.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, I'd like to call Rule 12-4, call for the ayes and noes. I think I just need 2 members to second it.
So you got Representatives Yin, Angelos, Haroldson. You're good? Okay. Thank you. So this will be a roll call.
And then, Mr. Speaker, I
Yes,
would like to speak on the bill as well.
we're not into the second time yet, are we? We're still on first. So have you spoken yet? No, you have not. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just on and for this amendment, I think, we didn't get what we wanted in the last amendment, but 7% is a reasonable compromise to meet in the middle, and encourage you to vote for your communities, vote for your fire departments, vote for your senior centers and local services. Those are the people you're impacting. And, I think if we're not careful, we're going to go down the road where our local governments can't afford to provide emergency services, as the previous speaker said. And if there are no fire services in our local communities, that increases home insurance. People can't even get home insurance. Then they can't get a loan on their house. You compound 10 times more problems when we continue to cut our local agencies and they cannot meet the standards that they have to in order for people to have home insurance and all these other things that we don't think about because all we're thinking about is cutting. So thank you.
Representative Farnstrom, welcome to the podium.
Thank you,
Please.
Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make 2 quick points. First of all, many times all of us in here are probably accused of calling a failure to appropriate more money for somebody a cut, and that is absolutely not the case in this situation. I mean, this is an actual reduction in the prior 2 years' budget. So this is a legitimate cut if we don't fund it at a higher level. And then the other thing is the citizens aren't saving any money here. The money saved by staying at 5.6% versus 7 will stay at the state, be used for something else. It's unlikely that it's going to fund local services.
Thank you, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I represent a rural district, House District 47, and it is comprised of many, many communities. And the other thing that we don't consider here is these dollars go for our services in our rural communities in Wyoming, which is the EMS, the recreation, the special districts, the medical. One of the largest things that I see in my rural communities with the lack of these funds is we do not have law enforcement. Why do we not have that? We don't have the dollars to pay for protection in our communities. With the reduction in the community service taxes, these things come in to help our community stay afloat and going. And the other thing that we are looking at is deferred maintenance. Without these dollars, we can't keep up our infrastructure in these small communities. This is a huge thing. These dollars need to go back to these small communities so we can keep rural Wyoming, part of Wyoming.
Any other representative for the first time? Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So let's say I am a young person growing up in small town Wyoming. And, I do plan on going to college, but I want to come back. But it's 4 years later, we've cut half the services that we had even from the time I left for college. Do I want to come back? How do we make sure that small town Wyoming stays alive? I mean, it's definitely not cutting their revenue, right? Again, we heard from the representative from Natrona County, heard from myself. This isn't about supporting those counties that have the revenue. It's about making sure that small town Wyoming still survives. So vote aye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Alleman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we raised fire from 3 mills to 10. If ambulances need a raise or any other special service, they come to us. Then we will give them a raise if they vote for it. What we are trying to stop is $3 million flower pots, cities owning ski lodges, and a statue on every corner, a bronze statue on every corner. That's what we don't need. That's what we're trying to save. But if these people and these companies or cities and counties need special services, they come to us like they did yesterday, and we gave them 3 times what they already had. Thank you.
Representative Rick Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to clear something up. The bronze statues on every corner, say here in the capital city, are not funded by public dollars. I'm not sure where we're talking about those kinds of improvements. That's not what these funds go to. This is to help out communities, and this is not a tax increase. This is actually replacing funds that they've previously gotten. So I'd urge an aye vote on this.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? Representative Ottman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to talk on this, I have a lot of rural in my district. And one of the things that we talked about was this distribution and how if it was put into effect and consistent, that would make all the difference in the world. None of my people asked for another percentage. They were glad to get this. And they said, if we just knew that this would be available each year that we could budget, that would make all the difference in the world. As we're in a budget session, to be making a lot of extra payments here, there, and everywhere before we even go through the budget, I see is a little before the fact. Shouldn't we do our budget and work it through there? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time?
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
P.S. Vote no.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? Any others? Seeing none, second time. Speaking on the amendment. Seeing none, Representative Lawley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start with a comment that our newest representative made, which was very insightful, that this is actually a cut to our towns and cities and counties. And I did have LSO run some numbers. So at 7%, which is proposed in this amendment, we will still be losing from what we received in the 2025-2026 biennium, $48,725. So we're still taking a haircut at 7%. It was actually 8% that sort of equalized to what we were already been getting. So that is a cut to the counties. On top of property taxes, which were not backfilled for hardship counties, rising inflation that our counties, cities, and special districts face just like we all do, And again, putting our citizens, as it concerns special districts, at risk for raising fees on our citizens. So we're really putting them in the position to have to do that. So please support this amendment. And I would also say, and one of my good friends whispered in my ear, you need to say, and he was so right, if you voted for the backfill for hardship counties or any backfill, you should vote for the 7%. We are still taking a haircut. We are still getting less. We always seem to be getting less in our local governments lately. When right now, our state will have, as we develop this budget, somewhere between $500 and $750 million in excess, somewhere in there. We don't know where. But I just don't understand the attitude that it is small government that must suffer here the most, that must make the most sacrifices. So I urge you to vote for this reasonable compromise at 7%. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you are voting on second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 107. Reading clerk, please take the roll. Chief Clerk.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, excused, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Heiner? No. To aye. Further changes? Brady? No. To aye. Further changes? Campbell Kevin? No. To aye. Further changes? Schmid? No. To aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 38 aye, 22 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen to adopt second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 107. House Bill 107 having been read 2 separate times, the question, excuse me, House Bill number 2 having been read 2 separate times, question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Seeing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration is House Joint Resolution number 2.
House Joint Resolution number 2, sponsored by Select Federal Natural Resource Management. Federal mineral royalties, state share. A joint resolution requesting Congress to introduce a bill to enact a law to increase the state of Wyoming share of federal mineral royalties from 50% to 87.5%.
House Joint Resolution number 2, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. All right, that clears our second readings. Well, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, introductions, so we will go. I've got to go back here. Where did it go? Hang tight, ladies and gentlemen, trying to get some things put away here. No, where's it at? There it is. Okay. All right. Oh. Okay, we are at that point of, in the process of bills on introduction. First bill for introduction is House Bill number 1.
House Bill 1, sponsored by Appropriations.
First reading of the bill.
General Government Appropriations 2.
Pursuant to Rule 14-1, number 2, House Bill number 1 is referred to the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. No, dude, this is gonna happen. Motion is passed. Let's see, I believe we have Representative JT Larson will be our chairman of the Committee of the Whole.
The Committee of the Whole will please come to order. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1, sponsored by Appropriations. General Government Appropriations 2, an act to make appropriations for the fiscal biennium commencing July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2028.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, the budget bill is unusual in many ways. For example, it is not subject to the 2/3 introduction vote during a budget session. It is not referred to as a standing committee upon introduction. And in accordance with Rule 14-1 M Romanet 1, it shall be out of order to propose an amendment to a mirror budget bill during the Committee of the Whole. The primary purpose of the Committee of the Whole on the budget bill over the next 2 days is to present and offer an explanation of the action taken by the Joint Appropriations Committee over the past few months. Stepping back to this fall, pursuant to Wyoming Statute 9-2-1013A, the Chief Executive submitted his biennial budget recommendations to the Legislature by the third Monday of November. The Legislature received this year's budget recommendation on November 17th, 2025. The Joint Appropriations Committee met on December 1st through December 12th and January 5th through the 16th of 2026 to receive testimony from each state agency, board, and commission to receive and examine their budget priorities and requests, the Chief Executive's recommendations, and obtain public comment. The committee members then marked up the budget bill before you today. Just for a high-level look at what we've done, in the Chief Executive's initial recommendations in November, $11.1 billion in appropriations was recommended across all funds for the executive branch. Of this amount, $3.3 billion was from the general fund, $2.6 billion from federal funds, and $5.2 billion was from all other funds. The judicial branch submits its own budget recommendations for court operations and capital construction. Wyoming's budget process allows for amendment and addition to the original recommendations by the Chief Executive, the courts, and other statewide elected officials. These amendments are typically referred to as executive letters. The budget bill incorporates the committee's actions on letters, inclusive of both the executive and judicial branches. The recommended appropriations for spending total 11.4 billion across all funds. Of this amount, 3.6 billion is recommended from general funds, 2.6 billion from federal funds, and 5.2 billion is from all other funds. This year, the Joint Appropriations Committee received letters from the Chief Executive on the following topics: permanent savings to the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund and the Common School Permanent Land Fund. A field veterinarian full-time employee and animal health funding, local government funding, which we just debated, Asia-Pacific trade efforts, Project Blue Moon for a National Museum and Hall of Fame, a Public Service Commission attorney, employee firearms training, and in support of the Wyoming Business Council. The judiciary forwarded a letter in court on court security grants. The Superintendent of Public Instruction forwarded 3 letters regarding the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Act, Education School Finance, and a $25,000 unit reduction. Finally, the State Treasurer forwarded a letter to pay off a capital construction loan at the University of Wyoming as required by 2023 session law. Article 3, Section 34 of the Wyoming Constitution provides that the budget bill is limited to ordinary expenses of the state, interest on the public debt, and support of public schools. From year to year, the legislature determines whether to fund K through 12 school district capital construction in the budget bill or in a standalone legislation. Your Joint Appropriations Committee has chosen not to include several appropriations in the budget bill, consistent with LSO guidance, and moved a total of 1.1 billion across all funds to the state capital construction bill, which we heard on introduction, K through 12 facilities bill, which we've now passed beyond committee of the whole, rural health transformation program, which we have introduced, and direct distribution for local governments, which we just debated. This session separate bills will be introduced to provide for state capital construction appropriations. JAC moved 212.7 million, 99.1 million in general funds, 47 million in federal funds, and 7.3 in special revenue, and 59.2 million in other funds for state-funded capital construction, and 233 million general fund for state major maintenance. K through 12 capital construction, JAC moved 152.6 million from the school foundation program for K through 12 school facilities capital construction, and 237.9 million from school foundation for K through 12 facilities major maintenance. JAC moved the chief executive's recommendation of 344 million federal funds for the rural health transformation program into its own bill, which we have introduced and will be, and we got past committee of the whole today. Direct state funding distribution to cities, towns, and counties, JAC moved 105 million of the governor's recommendation to general fund. After moving these requests to other bills, the chief executive and court's recommendations equate to 3.46 billion in general funds, 2.2 billion in federal funds, and 4.48 billion in other funds, combined to a total of 10.13 billion. This total excludes $250 million in savings that the governor recommended we put in permanent funds, which is important to point out because it is not an appropriation for spending, it is actually savings. It also excludes a $30 million request by the Superintendent of Public Instruction for Steamboat Legacy scholarships that was denied by the Chief Executive. And your JAC went along with the Chief on that, and that is because that is currently tied up in the courts. The budget bill before you contains net appropriations excluding transfers of 9.65 billion, of which 3.14 billion is general funds, 2.16 billion is federal funds, and 4.36 billion is all other funds combined. Here are the major actions that we took in JAC. Some of the larger changes made by the committee include the chief executive recommended the addition of 56 full-time positions, 8 additional AWEC, and a reduction of 16 part-time positions for 48 net positions. The Joint Appropriations Committee reduced the chief executive's request by 21 full-time employees and 10 at-will employee contracts. The committee also swapped 14 at-will employee contracts for an equal number of part-time employees. The changes to full-time employees cross several agencies and will be detailed as we go through the bill. The changes to part-time and at-will contract employees were all in the Office of State Lands and Investments for the Fire Division, and that has to do with the debate we've already been having on the fire module. The JAC made these modifications since part-time positions are more suitable for the firefighter modules. At-will employee contract employees are not appropriated in the tables in the budget bill, but they are at times authorized through footnotes or supporting documentation. The Chief Justice did not request any additional positions, but did reorganize positions among the divisions. JAC made an across-the-board motion to reduce all technology replacement program requests. These are your computers, software, monitors, I guess I should say mice, but anyway, all of your technology improvements. We have a plan where we replace these things on a regular basis. Inclusive of the replacement hardware, computers, and such, this action applied to all agencies across all funds. So we'll describe that action before we get started, and you'll see the individual actions throughout the bill as we traverse it. TRP is the short term for those technology replacement programs. Those TRP requests associated with new employees were retained. So we basically said we're going to pay for 1 year of TRP. And if we have a new employee, we're going to pay for the full 2 years. If we denied an employee, there was 0 years of TRP. It was completely excluded. So the total appropriation was reduced by $4 million, $3.3 million in general funds, $182,000 in federal funds, and $609,000 in other funds. JAC denied the chief executive's request to deposit $250 million in permanent savings, half to the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund and half to the Common School Permanent Land Fund. JAC did deposit $44 million into the LSRA, the Rainy Day Fund, or the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. And just briefly, the reason it's 44 rather than 250 has to do with House Bill 33, which failed introduction. So right now there's the difference between this amount and what the governor recommended putting into the permanent savings is sitting in the SIPA account. JAC denied $111,789 and $670 in general funds and proportional amounts of federal and other funds to bring all state and higher education employees up to the 2024 market pay tables. JAC reverted unexpended, unencumbered funds previously appropriated for the Business Ready Communities program. This amounts to an estimated $54.9 million that will revert to the general fund. JAC reduced the University of Wyoming standard budget, and this is this and the one I just mentioned are the only two that actually go into the standard budget or whatever was approved in 2024 plus inflation. And that was reduced by $40 million in general funds. JAC reverted an estimated $54.3 million that was made available to the Department of Correction from the State Penitentiary Capital Construction account as a result of the line item veto exercises on the 2024 Senate File 169. Again, this is back to the SIPA repeal bill last year. After the legislature concluded the 2025 general session. JAC denied all exception requests and reduced the standard budget of the Wyoming Business Council, leaving $2 million in general funds to administer outstanding loans, grants, equity investments, and other programs. This action resulted in a reduction of $50.3 million in general funds, $315,000 in federal funds, and $1.98 million in other funds. JAC denied $11.2 million in general funds and $16.4 million in federal funds for the Community Choices Waiver and $10.2 million for the external cost adjustment for preschool services for children with developmental disabilities. JAC also denied $10 million of $29.4 million in the general funds requested by the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust for restoring grass, hay, and other vegetation destroyed by wildfires on private and state lands. In terms of major additions, JAC added 17.3 million in general funds and reduced a like amount of funds from Water Development Account 1 to replace all Water Development Account funding with general funds in the State Engineer's Office. So action was taken a few years back to pay for the engineering on these water projects out of the Water Fund, which took money away from our ability to fund different projects. We reversed that, so it's a expenditure of 17.3 million, and that will allow that amount to be expended on water projects. 9.95 million in general funds and a similar amount of federal matching funds for the wait list and provider rates for the provision of services to the people with developmental disabilities. Folks, these are the most vulnerable amongst us. These people need the help the most, and the state has decided to step up and reduce our waiting list. But not only that, to pay additional funds to those who provide those services, so we didn't create a bottleneck as we take them off the waiting list. We want to make sure there's plenty of people available to take care of them. 7.5 million was added in general funds for career technical education at the Wyoming community colleges, 1.9 million in general funds, and 5 million in highway funds for compensation increases for highway patrol troopers, that's level 1, 2, and 3, highway maintenance personnel, in other words, our snowplow drivers, and nurses at one state facility. We'll explain this further, but in the world we live in today, we deal with a lot of traveling nurses. We'd like to try to save some money by hiring nurses, but it's very difficult to do. So we're going to try a pilot program at one of our state hospitals where we increase the pay for our nurses significantly to see if we are able to hire away from traveling nurses. $5 million were added in general funds for county detention centers as recommended by the Joint Judiciary Interim Committee. State penitentiary, $3 million was added in general funds for state support of county and prosecuting attorneys' compensation, and $3 million to bolster efforts by the Internet Crimes Against Children team. So what was the reason for these actions? In general, we wanted to slow the growth of government. If you look at this budget, almost all of the denials were in exception requests, which means increases in spending. So if you go back and look at the request for budgeting that comes from the department, in those requests, and you can find these online, the first column is a description of what the spending is in their budget. The second column is called their base budget, and that is what we had appropriated back in the previous biennial budget. And then when we go to the standard budget, that's our starting point, we do two things. To that base budget, we remove all of the one-time spending that we had back in that previous budget, because that was one-time spending. It shouldn't go into the next budget. But we also account for inflation. So that standard budget is basically what it would cost to operate exactly like we did the previous 2 years, accounting for inflation and other cost increases. So we, most of our actions came in the next column, which is the exceptions, where the department and the executive wanted to add funding above and beyond what was authorized in the previous budget. There are two exceptions. I mentioned them just a moment ago, the University of Wyoming, and we'll have a robust debate about that, as well as the Wyoming Business Council. And with that, I'll go on and we'll talk about the next few days. As an indication of our anticipated work schedule, we intend to work through at least Agency 67 today. That's the University of Wyoming. And tomorrow, February 13th, we will finish all of the remaining agencies, and we'll get into those 300 sections and wrap those up before we finish this committee of the whole or first reading. The narrative at the end of the bill with special conditions, application to the enterprise of state government, or other appropriations requiring additional narrative. I do want to say this, that as we go through this, we welcome questions. We want to try to get answers for you. If we don't have them right now, we will get those answers for you. And the reason is this bill will need to be amended on Tuesday when we go through our second reading. And your amendments that you want on that second reading amendment for Tuesday need to be submitted by the close of the day on Friday. That's tomorrow. So you need to be thinking about what amendments you want to draft, and we welcome those. We welcome the debate. You know, your Joint Appropriations Committee is 7 people from the House and 5 from our colleagues down the hall. This product, when we finish it, is a product of all 93 of us. So we want your input on this bill, and you'll need to start by getting your amendments in by close of business tomorrow, however late we go tomorrow. And so then when we go to second reading on Tuesday, you'll be able to bring those amendments. We'll debate them. When we complete all of those amendments, at that point, you'll need to have any amendments that you want to have for third reading, which will be Thursday of next week, 1 week from today. So you can be thinking of these things, but as we do a reading, when we're going to finish a reading, you have to have your amendments done by the time we finish that reading. All right. All right, we're going to talk about things that we're going to aid you as we go through this bill. And we did this last year, and so I'm going to turn this over to Speaker Pro Tem to give you where you can go to get these aids. If you don't have them on your desk and paper, there's other places you can get them on your computer. And we want to really help you and the public to follow along. So I'll turn it over, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, to the Speaker Pro Tem.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, guys, everyone take a deep breath. Let it out. So it's already been a long day. I get it. And we're going to go talk about the most exciting thing of this entire session, the budget. And so first thing I want you guys to do is, look, there's going to be 2 different types of documents on your desk that's been given to you by our amazing staff. Number 1 is going to be this. It's on 8.5 by 11. It's your budget bill. So your budget bill will be referenced throughout the rest of this process. And the second is the bill status report. It's this one right here. So this is kind of the cheat sheet on the budget. It's giving direct indications of actions taken by the governor, as well as actions taken by us as JAC. And so those 2, I'll talk a little bit more about them. But first, I want to talk about on the digital side, how we find them. So to the great citizens of the state of Wyoming and everyone else watching that are wanting to follow us in this budget process, you need to go to wyoleg.gov. So the WyoLeg website. And what you're going to see up top is the logo up in the upper left-hand corner, the legislative logo. Below that, you're going to see state statutes and constitution. Right next to that, you're going to see state finances. I want you to click on that. It's going to drop down. There's a number of options. The first thing we're going to look at is the bottom line, data visualizations. Click on that. It's going to drop down and you're going to see some amazing, awesome reports that have been put together and some pie charts and some data. The first one I want you to look at as you go down, you're going to see on the bottom 1 of 9 in historic appropriations by funds, excluding transfers. And you get to see from 1993 through 2025, 2026, biennium, the spending in the state of Wyoming. And you can see over on that left-hand side, federal funds, general funds, other funds. If you click on deselect all, and then you could click on just federal funds, you see how much federal funds. You can click out of that into general funds, okay? You can go through 1, 2, pie chart, where's that money going? What's the biggest spends all the way through? And you can play with all these, but I want you to click on number 6. Slide over to number 6. So we're going to be on historical appropriations by category or agency category or fund. And if you click on the top, you can go and you can deselect all, and then you can select a single agency, and you can see how they're funded: federal funds, general funds, other funds, what their historical funding is. This is a phenomenal tool offered by our fiscal side of LSO staff. Use it. This gives you really good ideas of what their growth curves have been. So this is a tool to be used, and then you can continue to go through, and there's other options. You can see how many employees we have. Great tool. Yep, I'll go through it one more time. Okay, because this is vitally important. So go back, click in the upper left-hand corner on that logo. You go back to your home page. Click on State Finances. It drops down. Data Visualizations, bottom line. Then if you just stay on that page under Appropriations tab, give it a second, it's gonna load up and you're gonna see a bar chart. Number 1, all the way through number 9, you can play with those, learn those. Number 6 is gonna be your bread and butter line. That's where you're gonna find a lot of the information that you wanna find. Okay, have fun with that, play with that. To our constituents at home, this gives you a lot of data on what's going on. And I see a prior appropriator going up to add a little bit of context.
Representative Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I hope you've all found this. We'll go around. This is so powerful. And Mr. Speaker, for us who are kind of colorblind, they're actually colored, right? It's kind of red, white, and blue is what I call it. Maybe you can explain that. And then the only caveat I'd add, this is not adjusted for inflation, right? So when you look at these dollars, it's changed a lot in the last 20 years. It's a really incredible tool. So thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely. So the comment, this isn't adjusted for inflation. These are actual numbers that apply. The different colors, if you deselect all on that left-hand side and you click on other funds, that'll come into the red bar. General funds are going to be almost that tannish sandstone color, off-white, and then federal funds are blue. So that's how those charts line out. Go back up and click on state finances again at the top, and then go to state budgeting. So back to the top, you go to state finances, state budgeting. Everyone following me? Okay. Now over on your left-hand side under appropriations bill, you're going to see 2026 budget bill status report. This is really important to all those that are watching via YouTube. This is a way you can follow along with what we're doing. So you're going to hear 2 page numbers. You're going to hear page number for the status report and page number for your actual budget bill. So if you click on that 2026 budget bill status report, again, you're in the top line, state finances, drop down, you go to budget, state budgeting, and then you'll click in that kind of midline on the of the page on the left, 2026 budget bill status report. And then there you go, that pops up. This is what it'll look like right here. So there's your digital way of finding it, especially to the amazing folks that are watching us online. This is a way you can follow along, and we'll give that page number on both this as well as the budget bill. So the other thing that you can also find as you click on that, on those top bars, we have appropriation bills, then you're gonna have budget process, then you're gonna have fiscal profile. So this is giving us an idea of the fiscal profile, and you're going to see the long-term profile as well as the fiscal profile 25-26. We have an amazing, amazing group of men and women that help kind of steer the direction of the state fiscally through this fiscal profile. You've heard about this fiscal profile. We talk about it. This is kind of the roadmap to how we budget in the state and the funds that we're going to have available for us. And so I would challenge, get used to this. The whole entire budgeting process, it's easy to get lost in it, but I would challenge you, if at any moment that you feel like you're getting lost in this process, just go to a mic and say, hey, help us figure this out. Because you guys, you might be like, oh, I'm in my freshman term. It will not be long before you're going to be the one having to make these decisions on how these budgets are built. So learn now, ask the questions now. There's not trust me, I've asked plenty of stupid questions, and they've been incredibly generous with me as we've done that. So as we look at this, please ask the questions. So you've also been given physical copies of the data book. There's just a lot of content out there. But I would just challenge you to look at the status report, the budget bill, and then also those bar graphs, those pie charts. They give us the information on the state, where we've been, where we're going, and how this is going to look. So if there's any questions, ask the questions. We have time to do that. If you can follow along. And the other thing that I would challenge is it's easy to zone out as you hear numbers upon numbers upon numbers. So if that means you got to stand up, if you got to pay attention, you got to get involved, I would just please, your guys' input is incredibly valuable in this process as we build the budget. The budget you're getting is JAC's budget. And in the next week, it's going to become all of our budgets. And you're going to see us, JAC, try to defend this thing and do our level best to hold our line. But at the end of the day, we're all as the body, this is our document from this point forward. And so you need to be a part of that process. So I'll reiterate what the good chairman said. Friday evening is going to be our cutoff line on amendments for second reading. If you're like, could I do this? Can I not do this? Ask the questions. Find someone who can ask that. Jump over here to the bullpen and get the answers. Is this something we can do? And let's start making this budget our budget. Representative Sherwood will be taking the next jump on this as she explains a little bit on how to read these documents.
Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am so excited to get this process started. And I'm excited to learn along with you. Just wanted to reiterate that I've been doing this a few years now, but I learn something new every hour. So please be inquisitive and ask questions. All right, so I'm going to run you guys through the status report. So that is your legal documentation here that is printed on your desk. Thank you to Representative Haroldson for helping the public to access this digitally. So if you've got this pulled up in front of you, you're going to see first a disclaimer. This document doesn't carry legal authority. This is our roadmap, but it is the budget bill that is the legal document that we are creating. All right, so when you look at this, on the far top left, you're going to see a column that says Governor and Court's recommendation. So this is a summary of how the budget came out with the governor or the court's recommendation or approval. And then there is a middle column titled JAC changes. This summarizes the changes either increased, decreased, or approved that your JAC made during markup. The third column shows the result of the process. So the governor's budget, JAC changes, and then where the budget bill stands today. Know that this is not, this is a point in time. As we go through amendments, this will change. All right. When you're trying to understand where things change, this is a quick side-by-side. So the first page is Office of the Governor. So you can see in red, those are where we had reductions. The numbers in black on the far right here that say budget bill are the total results of that. Each agency is self-contained. So say you're looking for a specific agency that matters to you, know that you can look that up by agency name or number and flip to that page and see a summary of this. And then on the, I'm directionally challenged. I'm like, what direction is this for you guys here? When you, on the top left here, you'll see the section. So that is the agency. And then below that, you'll see authorized employees. And that is a summary of how many full or part-time state employees work within that agency. You'll also see on here the funding source, and we'll get into that in a second in terms of, let's see, what's an example? So on the Office of the Governor, you'll see this SR. Like, what is that? What is SR? It is special revenue. So you'll see here and in the budget bill, there are abbreviations for general funds, federal funds, special revenue, or there's a revenue account that the number will be referenced. And again, I'll go through that here in a second. All right, difference between, you're going to hear us talk a lot about notes and footnotes. When we say notes, we're referring to the status report and the notes that you see printed in this instance, 1 through 17. So it helps summarize the actions. The notes in black were things that were adopted by JAC. The notes in this reddish orange color were things that were denied or changed. So it's a quick way to see what we did for each agency. When we refer to footnotes, that's a note in the budget bill. So note is your status report. A footnote is in the budget bill. And we'll make sure again to help with page numbers as we go through this. So a reminder again that this document is static. It's up to date as of this moment, but on Tuesday when we start making amendments, it will change. So I recommend taking notes on it if you do that on paper, and grab your favorite highlighters along the way. So that is my comment on the status report. Onto the budget bill. So you'll see here, this is a hefty document. At the front of the bill, section 1 contains the definitions and general provisions. This section doesn't appropriate money, but instead it defines the language that is used in the bill. This is where you'll find those abbreviated fund names. So things like on page 2 of the document, you'll see PR. PR means private funds. FF means federal funds. So there's a little definition for you that will help you navigate where those funds are coming from on pages 2 and 3 of the bill. So I would encourage you to bookmark that as well. So then as you move through the bill, when we get into the agency sections, so again, we'll use the governor, office of the governor as an example. You're going to find that on page 5. You'll see that this is presented in a table. So each section begins with a table listing the programs and funding sources. And then you'll see below that the authorized employee counts. And then right below that is the footnotes. And again, those footnotes give you more detail in terms of changes made or legislative intent. On the tables, you're going to see how much money is appropriated and then from which funds those are coming from. Tomorrow, we're going to get into section 300 of the bill. So agencies have tables. Section 300 is a narrative. So just know that tomorrow at the end of the day, that's going to switch a little bit. And then finally, the very 2 last sections of the bill repeal prior law and establish effective dates. And so these confirm what prior law is being undone or changed, and then what takes effect immediately and what begins on July 1st. So in short, I do like this breathing exercise. Members should view the budget bill as a structure made up of 3 different parts. So the front of the bill establishes language and rules and definitions. The middle section appropriates the money agency by agency in those tables. And then the back of the bill in the section 300 governs how the entire system operates and adjusts over time. So with that, I think that it's time for us to move into agency presentations.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin briefly by thanking the LSO staff that helped us out. 6 of the 7 House appropriators are brand new to this, and that staff was phenomenal. Yeah. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention several former appropriators, many of them in this side and many on the other side of this building. Many, many hours spent outside of our official time in bringing us up to speed. And thank you to all of you that did that as well. I want to kind of draw a picture for you of what we had to go through. It's almost 6,000 pages of requests. When you add on the letters from various agencies and other things that were in there, well over 12 reams of paper, and we had to go through page by page and try to grasp it. And then grasp it well enough that we could project that to you. And that is so critical. This is your budget. This is the state's budget. You represent all of the taxpayers. You need to understand what you're doing. And we will do everything in our power. So my suggestion is, if you have any question, no matter how dumb it is no dumber than any question that I've already asked 2 or 3 times. Grab one of us if we're not speaking. Grab a former appropriator. Get your questions answered so that you understand what we're doing. That is critical. And I can't stress that enough, and I've said enough on there. So my task at hand right now is not necessarily to introduce an agency. Virtually every agency across the enterprise has computers, they have monitors, they have other technology, they have software, which usually comes by subscription or whatever, and all those things have to be regularly updated. And so in order to save time, what we did was go through every agency and pull out their requests for new computers, new monitors, technological things, paying for programs, and we put it into one request. That way we can have one discussion about what we did and how we handled that, and we don't have to 60, 70, 80 times every time we go through an agency discuss those same things. So we have basically a global TRP request. TRP stands for a global technology program. I missed the R in there. Whatever it stands, it means we're buying computers. Replacement, yes, technology replacement program. Thank you, folks. See, we still don't have it all perfect. I heard a lot of talk today about we have a current surplus, and yes, we do. But I believe that there are storm clouds on the horizon, and why do I believe those? We look forward with uncertainty because we don't know what's going to happen with recalibration. We've seen some interesting things happen in this chamber the last few days. We don't know how that's going to end up. We don't know what it's going to cost. Additionally, we pay the LSO to try to project and look into the future and tell us what they see. And consistently, they have been like a check engine light. They have been putting up a light that says if we don't start changing what we're doing and change our spending, we're going to be hundreds of millions of dollars upside down within 3 to 5 years. And so we're looking at that. So we've got the recalibration, we've got that. And so like a family that says, we've got a bill coming, we don't know how much it's going to be. Maybe you had to have a big portion of your home fixed, whatever. We're being cautious. We're looking toward the future so that we're not caught in a situation like this body was in 2016, 2017, when they had to make some very painful cuts right off the bat. We would rather take it cautiously, not overextend ourselves so that we can weather whatever storm comes. So that was the thinking that went into this when we looked at the TRP request. The TRP request across the enterprise is about $8 million for 2 years. So what we said we'd do, much like you might do in your family if you've got maybe a 6-year-old pickup and you're used to every 4 to 6 years buy another one. Maybe we're just going to push that for a year or two, just drive it a little bit farther, make sure that we're going to be okay to weather whatever storm may or may not come. What we've done by cutting in half is say we're going to finance 1 year. You go ahead and do there. And then when we come to the supplemental, we're going to take another look. We'll have a lot more of an understanding of where we're actually at and where we can go. So that's the thinking behind that. So we cut 1/2 of the TRP budget from virtually every agency across the enterprise. I suppose as we go through these agencies, we want to be able to open it up to questions. So if there are any questions, please bring those forward at this time.
Any questions, Representative Bear?
while we're waiting on people to get up to the mic, if they want to ask questions about TRP, I just want to add to my good vice chairman's comments, which were very thorough and very helpful, that we did give in the footnotes, the agency, the authorization, each agency could either spend all of their money in the first year, or they could treat it that they want to spread it out over 2 years. So if they feel like, man, I don't need to replace these monitors, they're working great, then they don't have to replace them in that first year. So giving some flexibility in the way they spend the money within the agency.
Is there any questions on this specific item?
We will, we'll cease with the TRP.
Absent any objection, the TRP program is closed. Our next section for explanation is going with Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee of the whole consider the following boards and commissions in block. So this is going to save us a lot of time. These boards and commissions can be found in your budget bill on pages 88 through 102. And if you're looking at your legal document, your legal size document, your status report on pages 55 through 66. The reason we're bringing these to you in block is that the following boards are funded exclusively with special revenue, mostly from fees that they generate, and they don't have an exception request beyond their standard budget. So this means that they're presenting us with a flat budget. These include sections for Agency 12, the Board of Architects and Landscape Architects, Agency 17, Board of Radiologic Technologists and Examiners, sorry about my English there, the Board of Respiratory Care, the Board of Registry and Podiatry, the Board of Chiropractic Examiners, the Collection Agency Board, the Board of Dental Examiners, Board of Funeral Service Practitioners, Board of Midwifery, Dietitians Licensing Board, the Wyoming Combat Sports Commission, Board of Examiners in Optometry, Board of Speech Language Pathology and Audiology, maybe they could help me, Board of Certified Public Accountants, the Board of Physical Therapy, Board of Hearing Aid Specialties, maybe that's also one we need to call in, Board of Athletic Trainers, Board of Psychology, Mental Health Professionals Licensing Board, Board of Nursing Home Administrators, Board of Occupational Therapy, Board of Veterinarian Medicine, and Board of Acupuncture. And with that, I will take any questions.
Are there any questions on any of these sections, Chairman Bear?
I just want to add a comment and thank you to the good representative for presenting those boards. But this first one, basically, we just accepted the governor's recommendation, which was, I don't think we even had the governor make any changes to the departments and all these. So they're very straightforward. Whatever they were requesting, we went ahead and approved. But what's unique about these, remember I talked about the base budget is what we did back in 2024. The standard budget is the one that brings it to current day spending, which includes inflation, but not any one-time spending. And then the exceptions, these agencies, these boards and commissions did not have any requests to increase their funding. So pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Okay. Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If she could just once again tell me the range of the boards in there from 12 to whatever it was, I'd appreciate it.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you. Do you want me to go and list all the numbers? Is or do you
Representative
want the
Ottman.
page number?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, just the page numbers in the budget bill and in the long run.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, so in your budget bill, it's pages 88 through 102. In your status report, it's pages 55 through 66.
Any further questions or discussion on these sections? Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question on page 55. The Board of Barber Examiners. I'm just curious what the reasoning was behind decreasing the travel budget by $3,000. We're not there. We're not there. I'm sorry.
Any further discussion? Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on that same question, that was travel expenses. Their request was $6,000. You cut it in half. We're trying to understand because that's their own money and why, I think we're trying to figure out why we would cut their own money and what rationale you use to do that.
Chairman Baer.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and answer the question. We haven't gotten to that board yet. We were doing en bloc, all of the boards that had no changes. So we're getting ready to go over those with changes, but I will go ahead and answer the question. It's a good question. And the agency, when they came to us, said that this is what they anticipate for the future. And so we determined that we would like to look at this after a year and see if that's really where they needed to be. So we funded 1 year of what they anticipated, and we'll relook at this in the next supplemental budget if need be. Just trying to reduce the guesstimate, if you will.
Any further discussion or questions? All right. Seeing none, absent any objections, sections 12, 17, 22, 28, 30, 31, 34, 35, 36, 43, 46, 56, 58, 61, 62, 64, 65, 68, 78, 79, 83, 251, and 252 are closed. We are now moving on to the next, which is Representative Alamand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring to you a block of 10 agencies, starting with the Board of Barbers. That is Agency 016, can be found on your budget book, page 88, and your SR at page 55. We adopted an increase of postage for $300. And then we did reduce their traveling budget by $3,000. Today we have Zoom. And also this is an added request. This is not what they've had in the past. We also increased a professional contract of $240 for administration with the cosmetology. Real Estate Commission, Agency 018, can be found on page 89 of the budget book or 56 on the SR. There was no requests and no changes. Professional Teachers Standards Board, Agency 019, can be found on page 90 of the budget book and 57 of the SR. We approved funds for software license and position reclassification. The reclassification was for 2 positions. The Board of Cosmetology, 033 is found on page 92 of the budget book and 58 of the SR. There was no changes other than the TRP. The Wyoming Gaming Commission, Agency 038, can be found on page 93 of the budget book or 60 in your SR. We approved requests for licensing application, in and out of state travel, supplies, and so on. We also added a footnote to direct the proceeds of the Breeders' Award, as there is not clear authority to do that in statute. Board of Medicine, Agency 052, can be found on page 55 of your budget bill and on 61 of your SR. We adopted software for medical license and developed electronic signatures application for them. Board of Nursing can be found, Agency 054, can be found on page 95 of the budget and 61 of the SR. We approved annual subscriptions for software. Board of Pharmacy, Agency 059, can be found on page 97 of your budget book or 62 in the SR. There was only a correctional in funding sources, all we did there. Board of Outfitters and Guides, Agency 075. We denied funding, can be found on page 99 in your budget bill or 64 in the SR. We denied funding for overtime pay and made a technical correction that just moved the funds from the AG to the SR special reserve from the agency fund. Board of Professional Geologists, Agency 084, can be found on page 101 of the budget book and page 66 of your SR. We approved to move 2 FTEs to the Department of Administration and Information for purposes of fiscal administration, and our chief officer of the state asked us to do that. That is your 10 agencies. I will take questions.
Representative Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a suggestion that for you all, jumping from page on the SR and the page in the budget book is a simple thing because you're reading from a list. For those of us who are trying to flip pages in both the budget book and the SR, by the time we find the page, you've moved on to 2 other projects. So you might want to pause a little bit and give us a little time.
Representative Chestic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a kind of a policy question or a global question. I see that a lot of these cuts are intended to be one-year cuts, which I'm wondering if we're creating a trap for these agencies by doing that. This is supposed to be a biennial budget for 2 years, and we're giving these agencies the option to spend all of it in the first year and then come back to us for a supplemental. So a lot of these cuts are in the TRP, but there's others for travel and other kinds of things that we're only going to fund for 1 year. How is the agency director now going to decide, do I risk spending it all now and hope to get the supplemental next year? Because if you recall, during the general session, this body was not able to pass a supplemental budget. We had no supplemental budget. Are we creating a trap for these agencies and they're going to have to make some tough choices about whether to spend the money now or cut their activities in half?
Going to give them this list.
I'd like to go ahead and. I don't know.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Mr. Chairman.
So thank you. I'd like to
come back to the Board of Outfitters, if we may there, and if you could help me understand the conversation. They pay their fees, and so the Board of Outfitters are governed by their own money, and you're reducing, they made a request to pay overtime. You reduce that by 15,000.
Yeah.
Can you help us with the conversation? Was that a mistake that they had made and they just didn't determine they needed it anymore? Or help us out.
Representative Bear.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start with the good question from the representative coming from where our university is, that are we trapping the agencies by some of these things funding 1 year instead of 2 years? It's a good question. But when it comes to transportation in those requests, again, we did not cut into their standard budget that they're already spending. This was projections as to anticipated increases in spending over the next year. So if they have underestimated, they would come to us with a request anyway in the supplemental. If they over requested, they're going to have some carryover funds. If we've cut it, they're not going to have those carryover funds. So I think we're not going to trap them because they still have their base budget plus an increase. So that's hopefully the answer to you there, to your question there. I'm going to have to do some recollection on the other request for the former appropriator.
Thank you. And just for the body, if you can try, if you can, to refer to the agency and the agency number when you're talking about it, if you can, if quickly enough, just so that way everyone kind of knows which agency and they can reference it quicker. But I'll hand it over to Rep. Haraldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to answer the question about the overtime on the boards and outfitters, they had a large case that they, what was that? I'll get, just, yep. 1 second, you're gonna have to go through the chair.
Representative Bear.
Just to help you all out, while he's looking that up, I just want to point out that this is only the en blanc ones here at the beginning where we're moving around, where we've included several agencies just to try to reduce time. So bear with us as we move around here, but once we get started into the major agencies, we'll stick to one agency at a time. We won't be bouncing around. So bear with us on this short term with these boards and commissions.
Thank you. And members, if you have something to say, you can't shout it out. You have to go to Mike. Rep. Allemand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our amazing LSO is at this moment working on a sheet that will give us the page numbers for the budget and the SR. So we'll have that shortly.
Representative Haraldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So page 64 of your status report, your SR, the bottom one, section 075, Board of Outfitters and Guides. That's what we're talking about right now. So what we're talking about is a $15,000 overtime pay budget request. This case that they had been working on has come to a close and they're wrapping up. And so at this point, they're not going to need that type of an overtime moving forward as they're having that conversation. But they didn't know that when they got here. And so they have the funds to be able to balance that. If for some reason that changes, it'll come back as an exception request in the supplemental.
All right, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at the Wyoming Gaming Commission is section 38, page 60 of the SR. I'm just curious to know if in their TRP request, any talk was given during the conversation that monitors some of the restrictions that we have in the state for gaming, if that is a one-year request or if that has been funded in full, as well as with the increase in gaming locations around the state, do they have enough travel fund to be able to cover what they need to cover?
Representative Allemand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Gaming Commission was given what they asked.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know who to address this question to, but could I have a little more in depth of what TRP is? You said equipment, upgrades, monitors, things like that. Does this include the software upgrades, membership, dues, things like that? Is my question.
Representative Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. TRP is all of the above, what you mentioned. There were some agencies that are thriftier than others. So we had some agencies that said, you know what? We may just replace our towers and we'll keep our monitors because those don't go bad as often. There's other agencies that say they need new computers for everything, new employees, things like that. But then there were other agencies, such as like the Department of Corrections, some of their computers that they're still operating are almost 10 years old. And so there's a wide variety of how each agency handles their TRP.
Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what you said, these are physical things, not the software upgrades, the memberships, the dues to the programs and programming that we run through these physical things in order to talk to other agencies, et cetera.
Representative Bear?
So it's a great question, and I'll put it this way. Most of the TRP would be your that company that has our operating system and our word processor. Those types of things are included in TRP. We also have enterprise-wide funding, and those are going to be individually. They're not part of the TRP. I'll give you an example. On the first major agency we get to, we'll have the office of our chief executive, and the very first request is $100,000 for a new customer service software. And so that was a separate line. It's not part of the TRP. I think that's what you're getting at. Is this really these big software programs? And we'll have a plethora of those. Some were denied, some were approved, and they were either all the way or not at all on those types of increases or exception requests.
Representative Davis?
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. With today's society where we're having such a supply and demand issue, if we don't order this equipment now, are we, when we do need it, are we, instead of 6 months down the road, 2 years down the road? That would be my question for the updates there.
Representative Bear?
And another great question. So because we've pulled all this into ANI and ETS, we're no longer purchasing it by agency where they really have to worry about that kind of thing. We're ordering in large amounts and very much direct. We're not going through the middle guy. So we're getting it at a much lower cost. And we bring those in basically to a warehouse. And then as the need to replace it at the agency happens, this agency that we're talking about right now will go out and make that replacement.
Any further questions on this package of agencies? Oh, Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On section 16, back on page 55, the Board of Barber Examiners. I'm trying to remember if you said that the in-state travel request was cut because they can they zoom in to do their approvals for the barber to certify the barber shops? Because I know that that sometimes they have to wait until the examiner actually gets there in order to certify them, so their shop can continue to operate, I guess. But can they do that remotely now?
Representative Allamand.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. Remember, this is an add-on. This is what more money than what they asked for in the last biennium. Also, we think that they can Zoom. If they need to travel, they need to travel. And the biggest expense is the hotels. But cutting it in half, we thought that they could get along quite well. If they can't, they can come to the next session and say we can't do it. but we feel they can make it through the biennium with this amount of money. Because it is an add-on.
That's fine. I was just curious if they could actually.
Representative Bratton.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious if you knew if they could do their approvals by Zoom.
No, I don't know what they're.
Representative Alaman.
I'm sorry.
Representative Baer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the answer is no. They're not going to be doing those types of things other than how they have been where they travel. And there is an increase to cover some additional expenditures above and beyond inflation, which was taken care of when we moved from a base budget to a standard budget. So when we're talking about Zoom, we're talking about boards that do, we're paying for them to travel to a location to have a board meeting. When it comes to what you're describing, which you're doing inspections and approvals, that is not what we intended for them to use Zoom for.
Thank you very much.
Representative Alaman.
Thank you, sir. And that's another reason that we up their postage, because most of their licenses and stuff is done through the mail, and we up their postage.
Any further discussion? Representative Claston? No? Okay. Any further discussion on this package of agencies? Seeing none, absent any objection, sections 16, 18, 19, 33, 38, 52, 54, 59, 75, and 84 are closed. The next group will be presented by Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two more end blocks, and then we'll be moving right along. I bring, absent any objection, I bring 6 other additional independent agencies. So everything we've dealt with so far has been boards and commissions. These are independent agencies that had either no exception request or only had exception requests regarding the TRP. That the members of the House of Appropriations Committee would like to explain en bloc. So section 14, the Miners Hospital Board. So it's still says board in the name, but it's an independent agency, and that can be found on your bill, page 19. And then on the status report, page 10. So section 14, Miners Hospital Board, page 19 of the bill, and page 10 of the status report. This board, the only JAC action was solely related to TRP. The next one, or the following ones, have 0 exception request, 0 TRP. So no changes, just, governor's recommendation. So JAC went with the governor's recommendation, and so no changes whatsoever. So the next one is section 29, the Wyoming Water Development Office. Page 25 of the budget and page 17 of the status report. So section 29, the Wyoming Water Development Office, page 25 of the budget, and page 17 of the status report had no changes by JAC. The next agency would be section 44, Insurance Department. That is going to be found on page 30 of your budget bill and page 19 of the status report. So that again was section 44, the Insurance Department, page 30 of the budget bill, and page 19 of the status report. And JAC took governor's recommendation on that as well. The next one is section 63, the governor's residence. And you can find that on page 51 of the budget bill and page 30 of the status report. So once again, that is section 63, the governor's residence, page 51 of the budget bill, and page 30 of the status report. And one little update, if you check your emails, LSO has also given you a list that we have. So agencies, boards and commissions, and everything we're going through right now, page numbers and everything. So then you'll have a list of when we're finally going through numerical order, flipping through the rest of the budget. Why did I miss this one? Why aren't we talking about it? We're discussing it right now. So no changes. Okay, the final two, section 69 is going to be witchy, page 58 of the budget bill, and page 32 of the status report. So once again, that is section 69, witchy, page 58 of the budget bill, and page 32 of the status report. We took governor's recommendation on that. And the final one in this end block is section 90, the Wyoming Energy Authority, page 65 of the budget, and page 37 of the status report. So once again, that was section 90, Wyoming Energy Authority, page 65 of the budget bill, and page 37 of the status report. So all of these were governor's recommendation. Are there any questions?
Any questions regarding these agencies? Seeing none and without objection, sections 14, 29, 44, 63, 69, and 90 are closed. And now we are moving on to the next block that will be described by Representative Smith.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Absent objection, I bring the committee of the whole consider the 27 district courts in block. These 27 district courts can be found in your budget bills on pages 71 all the way through 82. So the district courts each have their own independent budget, can be found on the budget bill, pages 71 through 82. And then in your status report, pages 41 through 50. Each district court is considered an agency and is comprised of a judge and staff. The district courts are all generally funded and do not have any exception request beyond their standard budgets. And this motion would include, and I'm going to run through these rather quickly because you have the page numbers. Agency 120, Judicial District 1A, 121, Judicial District 1B, Agency 122, Judicial District 2A, Agency 123, Judicial District 2B, Agency 124, Judicial District 3B, Agency 125, Judicial District 3A, Agency 126, Judicial District 4A, Agency 127, Judicial District 5A, Agency 128, Judicial District 5B, Agency 129, Judicial District 6A, Agency 130, Judicial District 7A, Agency 131, Judicial District 7B. Agency 132, Judicial District 9A. Agency 133, Judicial District 8A. Agency 134, Judicial District 9B. Agency 135, Judicial District 6B. Agency 136, Judicial District 8B. Agency 137, Judicial District 1C. Agency 138, Judicial District 3C. Agency 139, Judicial District 7C. Agency 140, Judicial District 6C. Agency 141, Judicial District 9C. Agency 142, Judicial District 4B. Agency 143, Judicial District 1D. Agency 144, Judicial District 7D. Agency 145, Judicial District 3D. And Agency 146, Judicial District 6D. So once again, those are your 27 district courts that there were no changes on. The governor's recommendation, or well, no, it wouldn't be the governor's recommendation. It would be the judicial's recommendation. And once again, can be found on pages 71 through 82 in your budget bill, and then on your status report can be found on pages 41 through 50. And are there any questions on those 27 districts?
Any questions or comments? Seeing no one rushing to the mic, without objection, sections 120 through 146 are closed. The next section for our explanation is section 1, Office of the Governor, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I bring section 001, Governor's Office, on page 1 of your status report and page 5 of your budget. Big thick one. And do we need to stand up? Does everybody get the blood flowing? Why don't you take a minute, let's stand up. I sure appreciate it. I want to keep your attention. That was a hard part, getting through those en blanc agencies. Now it'll be more involved. You'll be able to see a lot more action by JAC and by the governor and by the agencies themselves. So glad to get the blood flowing, get those ears warmed up so you can hear real well. All right, let us begin. Okay, Governor's Office. I'll start with the governor's recommendations that we accepted. We adopted the governor's recommendation of $8,000 in general funds to remove funding for governor appointees to the blockchain task force from the standard budget. We also adopted the governor's recommendation to carry forward the unobligated balance of the 25-26 funds for wild horse and burrow management. We accepted the governor's recommendation to carry forward the unobligated balance from 25-26 disaster contingency account. JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of $600,000 in general funds one time for hazard mitigation planning. And this is for your local governments. They come and they get a grant to put their hazard mitigation planning together. And so we provide grants through this $600,000. JAC denied the governor's recommendation for $100,000 for general fund for the customer relationship management program. The good representative earlier was asking about software. This is one of those software programs where the governor's office is asking to purchase a new system.
Representative Bear, I'm going to recognize Representative Pendergraft just for a second. He wants to explain something really quick.
Thank you. I apologize, Chairman. I realize that we neglected to give you another piece of information, which I think will really help cut down on some questions as we go through this, or a question that you forget to ask now. If you're looking at your SR and you look at note number 1, JAC denied budget request, page 22 is the last item. There are a couple of places you can find those budget request books. Probably the easiest one is to go to the Wyoming State Budget homepage. You get on that homepage and you scroll down, and there's a picture of a man with his hand out, which I think is kind of appropriate. And that is the agency budget requests. When you click on that, you can scroll through and you can find all of the agency budget requests. That page number that is there, you can go look at that, and it will give you in detail, much more detail than we can do right now. So if there's one that in particularly stands out, you want to know more about it, that's the way to find out. You may answer your own question. And if you don't, come ask one of us. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, for that brief interlude there. That is important. If you want to know what the agency was thinking when they made the request, that's where you go. And that is in your notes on your status report. And that's basically what I'm going through right now are those notes. And we'll be prepared to answer any questions on this agency in just a moment. Okay. Also on this agency, and I'm going to just skip along here a little bit. The JAC denied the governor's recommendation of $46,702 in general funds for membership dues to the Commission on Uniform Laws. And then skipping down to note number 14, JAC denied the governor's recommendation of $108,190 general fund one time for the state and local cybersecurity grant program non-federal match requirement. JAC denied the governor's recommendation of $1 million in one-time general funds for the Federal Natural Resources Policy Account, FNRPA. And then JAC added footnote number 3 to specify that FNRPA funds may be used for litigation relating to federal land, water, air, mineral, and other natural resource policies, as well as treaties between the United States and federally recognized Indian tribe, which may affect the state of Wyoming and our counties. JAC adopted the governor's recommendation for $400,000 in general funds to support Wyoming's international trade efforts in the Asia-Pacific region and added footnote number 4 to make this appropriation one time and effective immediately. You will notice that that is in red, but that was also one of those governor's letters that came after the budget request. So if you recall, it was $11.1 billion that the governor offered us in November. We received letters in both December and January. This was one of those letters that we received in January, and we accepted the governor's recommendation and funded the Asia Pacific office. And with that, I'll stand for questions on this section.
Representative Claston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. The line 15 there denied, or 14, the 108,000 for the cybersecurity. It's my understanding that that money goes to our counties to help prevent cybersecurity issues. Like, you know, our local hospital in my county went through that, was devastating actually. So just wondering why that money had been eliminated.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this one here is an increase, and so we denied the increase.
Representative Davis.
Me? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question was on line item 15, the governor's request was denied at $1 million in general fund for the FNRPA. Okay, with the upcoming Colorado River Compact, the Rock Springs RMP still not being quite settled. I'm trying to understand the agency's request why we would not have our guns ready for battle, I guess is my question.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great question. One of the things you need to know is in the Attorney General's office, we did add attorneys for the water issue that you bring up. So we are funding, getting prepared for more litigation. And that's what this account really is for. It helps both the state and your counties with litigation. So this decision was more based on the health of the account. And there's two things. When we're in a situation where we have a very adverse administration in the nation's capital, the litigation goes up. But we do need to be able to still fund litigation when we have a friendly administration, because then it's outside agencies, NGOs, those types of things that can bring lawsuit. But we're looking at the health of the account. We believe that the account is going to be well-funded, and the federal government will be leading a lot of those battles. So we will be able to do it at a much lower cost as we tag along with the federal government under this current administration.
Representative Davis, follow-up.
Follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess this goes a little deeper than that. You know, our first line of defense are our cooperating agencies. A lot of times these are our municipalities, our conservation districts and things like that. There's still a large amount of things that they're making comments on. You know, I mean, the list can go on. I've looked at the federal registry out there, and it seems to me I'm just trying to figure out why we're shorting our first responders for lack of to these defenses.
Representative Bear.
I'll go ahead and collect more questions, but I'll answer this one right now. But in the future, let's just grab several and I'll go through a list of them. Great question again. You know, there's this, like I said, this goes out to our counties and those smaller subdivisions, giving them an opportunity to join lawsuits. Again, we were looking at the health of the fund over years. And if you want to look at the fund balance and what it's projected, you can go to the actual agency's request, which was just described by my vice chairman. You can go into that book and they will have the fund health, if you will. You'll be able to see biennium after biennium. It'll go back 3 bienniums. It'll have the current biennium, and it'll have projected 1 or 2 more bienniums out. And we believe that we're looking good on the account balance to take care of those subdivisions that you show concern for.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question comes in regard to note 17 with the 400,000 for the international trade efforts in the Asia Pacific market. In prior budgets, this was 250,000 and located under the Wyoming Business Council budget. And so I'm wondering, is the governor's office equipped to handle this? And do they need to do this right now, or can they wait until the biennium change in July?
Representative Chestek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question regarding note 7, the denial of $46,702 general fund for membership dues to the Commission on Uniform Laws. I may have a follow-up question depending on the answer. I'm just wondering what that cut is. Why is the Commission on Uniform Laws part of the governor's budget and not maybe part of our budget?
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the good chairman. I'm a little confused on a couple of the answers. As I've got this information, I tried to do some due diligence and ask the agencies what their request was really for. And so on the first one, on the customer relationship management, that's not the agencies tell me that is not a new system. That's an increase in their software maintenance budget that they have to maintain that software for that. And so can you verify which one is correct? Because if it's their maintenance agreement, I would kind of curious of how that went. Then on the cybersecurity component that was asked by my good colleague from up in Campbell, up in the land of coal, my understanding is that they at the end of that cybersecurity grant from the IIJA, they ended up getting more federal dollars than they had originally planned for. And what the state has done is provide the local match to do cybersecurity grants. And so this request was to provide the funding to be the local match for communities when they do cybersecurity projects. And so I think that this attempt was to better utilize that increase of funding that we got that we hadn't planned on. So if you could just verify if I'm misunderstanding that. The FNRPA program, my understanding, we've generally had about $4 million in there that goes out for these issues. And I think my recollection is in the previous biennium, we allowed for the governor's office through the FNRPA program to fund two positions, an attorney and another for the County Commission Association. That's an ongoing request of $850,000. And so when we talk about the health of this fund currently has $850,000 in it, which will take care of those two FTEs, but will not leave any money to do any FNRPA activities or the things that these attorneys would do. So I'm trying to understand the health of that balance. I would also, Mr. Chairman, if you could, we denied $3 million in the infrastructure protection project, and I would like to understand the conversation that went on there with the agency. My recollection is when we passed Senate File 77 last year, which was a bill that was strongly supported to make sure that we didn't have property being sold next to critical infrastructure, that we funneled most of that responsibility then back to Homeland Security to go through all of those various real estate actions and to determine what I think they, and then to sort out if they're close to critical infrastructure or not. And I think that they've done 268,000 since July of 2025, and they're requesting to use technology instead of increasing FTEs and to increase efficiency by doing that technology. And so I think we kind of expected that and was wondering what the conversation was in denying that. So if you could take a swing at a few of those and help me understand that better, that I'd appreciate it.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first of all, I'll take on the Asia Pacific office. The reason this is an increase from the 250,000 that we've seen in the past has to do with the fact that we are moving this office. Currently, it is in a country on an island that we are very friendly with, but we are getting a lot of visits from another island nation, which we fought against in a prior war, that is really looking to do a lot more business in the state of Wyoming based on energy needs. And so there is a high likelihood that this office will be moving to another country, and we will have to reman things up there. And it will be important for the development of gas actually on the west side of our state. And this nation is prepared to make a very large investment somewhere in the United States, and we're hoping that it will be here and buying natural gas from the state of Wyoming. So that's what that is about. Uniform law, I agree. That should be here in our budget, and I think we do pay for a membership there. I would argue that we don't need to really be looking at other states and trying to conform our laws to theirs. We should be looking for Wyoming solutions for Wyoming problems. And when it comes to the, I'll kind of work backwards from the prior appropriators' comments. The Senate File 77 issue, we looked at it, and it's kind of one of those policy decisions. Do we want to buy new software, and will it be more efficient? Right now, they're doing it with the personnel and the software that they have. We think that it's probably sufficient right now. Could a $3 million investment make it better? That's debatable. Sometimes you spend more time learning the new software than you actually do of getting the job you were getting done before. Will it lead to FTEs? We didn't have a request for FTEs this time, so I don't think that's where we're headed, but it could be if the volume of work increases by property conveyances increasing throughout the state. I think one of the things that initially had to happen in that agency, they really had to narrow down what were those critical infrastructure items. And now that that's been established, it's really more about maintaining and looking for conveyances around those. And so hopefully that workload will actually reduce, but we don't know that for certain. For NERPA, yes, we do have 2 employees in the association that represents your counties, and that is correct, as it was stated. But we do actually have $2.5 million in that account right now, so it's more than the $850,000 that is needed for those 2 positions. So we believe that the account's looking pretty good right now. Certainly, an argument could be made that we want to get more money in there, but like I said earlier, we believe that the amount of money needed to address these lawsuits is probably going to go down because the federal government's going to take the lead on a lot more of them. Thank you.
Representative Connolly.
Thank you. I have a question on number 9, where it says JAC denied governor's request $12,609 for overtime on-call funding for employees serving as duty officers. And that duty officer is for Homeland Security. And that's an important position. And they do, when they're on duty for this position, then they're 24 hours a day. And these are the folks that when you have an emergency, whether it's a hazmat spill or whatever it might be, you need to call Homeland Security. Well, that could be at midnight. It can be 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, but they need these folks to be available for that duty officer position. And so I'm just curious why, if you could help me, of why you felt like that wasn't necessary.
Representative Chestek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a follow-up on note number 7, the cut to the Commission on Uniform Laws. First, I would just comment that uniform laws are not us looking at other states look to come up with laws that we should have. It's trying to conform our laws to what other states are doing for interstate commerce, interstate things where laws ought to be uniform across state lines. But my question is, the amount is pretty specific, 46,702, which is, if my math's correct, not quite 1/3, but very close to 1/3 cut from the original governor's request. Is that specific number just an arbitrary number? Is there a specific program that we're cutting? And what services are we going to lose if we make this cut?
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the overtime or the funding of the duty officer, it's our contention that in today's day and age with cell phones and electronics, we can usually these duty officers, when they're doing their 24-hour duty, they can be accessed. They can access through broadband and internet. A lot of the work is pretty simplified and doesn't need to have more personnel and more funding for personnel. And then on the uniform code, I don't disagree with the bringer of the question about the reasons we do it. Now, this specific amount, if I recall correctly, this was for funding for travel and for membership of individuals that would go to basically symposiums on these uniform laws.
Representative Pendergraft.
Just a quick comment that kind of goes with what we had done before. I pulled up the Office of the Governor's request, and on page 54 of that, you can find the details And I think some of that will help you to understand what was in the minds of them. And then certainly we're welcome to answer that. What it says is approval of the request will create an overtime on-call fund for employees serving as the agency duty officer. The duty officer is on call 24/7 for a week at a time. We rotate this responsibility among all employees in the agency. That was their request.
Any further discussion on section 1? Questions? Seeing no one rush to the mic, without objection, section 1 is closed. Oh, I just called it. So next we will move on to section 2, Secretary of State, Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you section 2, Secretary of State, page 2 of your status report and page 8 of the budget bill. All right. The JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of $13,433 of special revenue for a Thomson Reuters Clear subscription. This is software that allows for efficiency, and I believe this was on the side of investigating the agencies that are applying for a limited liability corporation or basically filing as a business in the state of Wyoming. JAC denied the governor's recommendation to not add $125,000 a one-time for ballot initiative publication for the 2026 general election and footnote number 1. So in this case, the governor said no to this $125,000, but this is for the notification, and this is a statutorily required function of the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State did ask LSO before they came with their request how this should be done, because we haven't done a ballot initiative brought by the people for a long time. And so our staff said that this is the proper way to do it. He put that into his recommendation as an exception request, and the governor denied it. We feel like it's a requirement of statute, so we funded that. JAC decreased the governor's recommendation of $520,254 general fund, of which $330 general fund is one time, and we did that by $168,326 in general fund, bringing it to $351,928 general fund, of which $220 is one time, and decreased the 3 full-time equivalent positions by 1 full-time position. And these are personnel that are working in the business registration portion of the office. So the office holder, our number 2 executive, asked for 3, and we granted 2. These are of the higher level positions that he requested. And so they are going to be more flexible to move anywhere throughout the process of dealing with business filings. JAC denied the governor's recommendation of $57,470 in general funds for 400 series enterprise technology services increases. And JAC denied the governor's recommendation of $15,000 in general fund for 200 series support services increases. JAC decreased the governor's recommendation of $11,850 in general fund, of which $9,270 general fund is one time, by $3,950 in general fund, of which $3,090 general fund is one time, leaving $7,900 general fund, of which $6,180 general fund is one time for information technology hardware. That's the TRP, sorry. We will try not to read those off to you in the future. Okay? And I'll stand for questions on Secretary of State Agency number 2.
Questions on agency number 2? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if you could refresh my memory on number one. I believe last election cycle we went through, we had a voters initiative on property tax. How did we handle that one different from what is being proposed here is my question, please.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you for the question, and it was done almost exactly the same. But I will remind you that that was not a ballot initiative. That was one brought by this body, so a little different, but similar system. And that was approved by both the executive and the agency.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding is that that money was taken out of the existing budget in the past and not exemption like it was here.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to kind of piggyback on that number one, what is the $125,000 going to be used for? I want to make sure that we have an impartial situation when this comes to the vote of the people, that it's not pushed one way or the other. And so putting $125,000 out there on top of something, I mean, to me, it seems like when we did do something out of this body, it went through just fine, didn't need $125,000 to do it. I remember watching the hearing and it sounded like it was going to be for educational purposes, trying to figure out what those educational purposes are going to look like and if those discussions were had.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, it's not for educational purposes. This is actually for notice and it's statutorily required. And it was statutorily required in the previous one where we, as a body, we approved it. It did, I do believe you are correct that it did come out of their standard budget at that time. But this is a little different because we actually, and this body actually approved an additional $125,000 at that time. So did you have something to add?
Any further questions on Agency 2? Any questions? Not seeing anyone rush to the mic. Seeing no further discussion, absent any objection, Section 2 is closed. Moving on to Section 3, State Auditor, Chairman Bear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Moving on, Mr. Chairman, I bring you Section 3, State Auditor, and you will find this on page 2 again of your status report and page 9 of your budget. Page 2 of the status report and page 9. Your JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of $1.54 million in general funds for contract cost savings. And the governor, we denied the governor's recommendation of $2.075 million in one-time funds for game and fish license revenue recoupment. We also denied governor's recommendation of $2.188 million for retiree health insurance contributions and moved this appropriation to Section 304B, so basically an accounting cleanup. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions on Section 3, State Auditor? I'm not seeing anyone rush to the mic. Without objection, Section 3 is closed. Moving on to Section 4, State Treasurer, Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I will bring you Section 4, State Treasurer, and you will find this on page 3 of your status report. So change your page over and still on page 9 of their budget bill. And much of the work here has to do with moving employees from one type of investor to another. So I'll try to go quickly, but just in a general explanation, there was a lot of movement of employees within the agency to make sure that they were available and properly assigned to get the wages that they needed to for hiring them, and they could do the job that they were recruited for. So JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of reduction of $197,000 in general funds and decreased one full-time equivalent. And then you'll see on each of these, there will be a difference somewhere down below here, and it won't be an equal amount. So some of these were increased in their incomes. And then you'll see JAC adopted governor's recommendation of $28,222,147 in special revenue and decreased 3 full-time equivalents positions and 2 at-will employee contracts, AWACS, for a net zero transfer from Unit 601 to Unit 901. JAC adopted governor's recommendation of $7,191,621 special revenue and decrease of 7 full-time equivalent employees for a net zero transfer from Unit 602 to Unit 903. I'm going to just skip down here a little bit. JAC adopted on footnote or note number 9, JAC adopted the governor's recommendation, $1,903 special revenue, of which $1,585 special revenue is one time for information technology hardware. We covered all those earlier. Number 13, JAC adopted governor's recommendation, $28,222,147 in special revenue, 3 full-time equivalent positions and 2 at-will employee contracts, AWAC positions for a net to zero transfer from Unit 601 to Unit 901. JAC adopted on note 18, the governor's recommendation of $197,020 in special revenue and 1 full-time equivalent position for net to zero transfer from Unit 101 to Unit 905. JAC adopted the governor's recommendation on note 23 of $128,652 in general fund for county reimbursements of Native American property tax exemptions in 27 and 28 biennium. And that's page 105 in the budget request if you'd like to take a look at that. JAC decreased the governor's recommendation of $9,764 general fund, of which $7,220 general fund is one time, by half, leaving $4,882. Again, that's a TRP. JAC decreased the governor's recommendation. Again, number 10 is a TRP. Number 12, JAC denied the governor's recommendation of $320,000 special revenue for investment manager due diligence. And I'll just give a brief explanation of why we did that. Currently, we have a contract with our advisors, and they go out and they do inspections on investments that we're getting ready to do. And we get 3 of those a year, and this was asking for payment for 1 more. We haven't gone beyond that 3 yet, and we can go beyond that 3. Sometimes they'll even include it in the contract that we already have. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions on section 4? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. Our treasuries, they're managing a $32 million portfolio. Is this where we really want to cheapen up on the equipment that we're dealing with here? That's my question.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is about the unclaimed property attorney. Does this increase the people in that office, or is that keep it the same, giving them a raise? Thank you.
Chairman Bear.
It does increase the personnel in that office, but with the net transfers, they end up at the same position. So this is an important position because what's happening, we've got a large sum of money that we've gotten from this new technology, this Bitcoin technology. And this is stuff that we're dealing with people from all over the world. We've had to buy software to deal with the language barriers that we would have. But we also have to vet these people before we can give them the money. And having this attorney is pretty important to make sure that we can get that done, get it done quickly.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, if you could maybe walk me through again on page 3 of the cheat sheet, item 12, where we denied the $320,000 of the treasurer's own money to be able to do some investment manager due diligence. As I read their budget, it sounds like from time to time they encounter some private equity investments that require some intensive due diligence. It seems like that this would be a reasonable request for, in light of the magnitude of the investments he plays with and the results that he's generated on behalf of the state. So little explanation there would be beneficial.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll repeat, but it's going to sound the same, but it is a legitimate question, whether we should go ahead and present more money for this particular activity. We're already under a contract with a company that does this for us. They do these due diligence, and we're able to call them up and ask them to do a due diligence on a new purchase that we're getting ready to do. There's a certain volume that we have included in our contract. This amount of money is so that they can call and quickly drop a new one if they get a new opportunity that comes. But the company itself said that they can at times do that. They may not always be able to do that, but at times they can drop what they're doing, do that due diligence on a quick deal. And sometimes if they can do that, it'll be included in the contract amount as we have it today.
Any further questions on section 4? Seeing no one rushing to the mic. Oh. All right. Without objection, section 4 is closed. Moving on to section 6, administration and information, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I bring you section number 6, the administration and information, and you will find this on page 4 and 5 of your status report and on page 11 of your budget bill. So we have 53 notes on this that we're going to be talking about. So buckle up. A lot of them are TRP requests. So we're going to get started and dive in. So the beginning of this, you're going to see in lines 1, 2, and 3 where we adopted the governor's rec. For first one is 1 full-time FTE position for the Office of Guardium Ad Litem. The second one is 1 FTE for the Wyoming State Geological Survey. And then the third line is roughly $19,618 general funds for maintenance fee increases for the billing system software, changes in that. One thing you're going to find as we talk about TRP, as we talk about all of this, we are seeing a shift towards service-based or a subscription-based program. So that's where a lot of this is coming in as we're having that conversation. Line number 4 on the status report, page 4, you're going to see that JAC denied the governor's rec of $350,000 of general funds. This is for 1 at-will employee or AWAC position for the Capitol building staying open for Saturdays or extended weekend hours. Instead, what you saw is we authorized the department to carry forward the unobligated balance of the 25-26 funds, which comes out to being $207,000. And gives that the opportunity to keep it open as we currently have been doing. Line number 5, the JAC adopted the governor's rec of $63,840, of which $52,500 is general funds. And this is for a billing system software upgrade. And you'll see that in the budget request, page 30. The line 6 is going to be TRP. 7 would be a JAC adopted the governor's rec of $421,972, a special revenue and 2 full-time FTE positions to transfer for transfer of positions from the Board of Professional Geologists. So that would be, again, a position transfer. You look at number 8, the JAC denied the governor's rec of 29,836 of special revenues for 400 series enterprise technology service increases. This is, again, continuing into that ETS and that TRP design system, but we did not continue forward with that number 8 due to the fact that this is continuing to see if this is the time to do that change over to this new system or not. And then 9, 10, and 11 are all TRP requests. Moving on to line 13, we saw extra $4 million of general funds into the risk pool. We adopted the governor's rec for that. 14 and 15 are TRP increases. 16, we decreased the governor's rec from 9,709,000 to 9,709,000 to 4.5 million. And to 5.209 million, and added footnote 1 for motor vehicle pool replacement for the first year of the biennium. This is a situation they were saying, we estimate this is the amount of money we're going to need for motor pool increase, but it was not a direct. So as we looked at that motor pool increase, we turned around and we decreased that slightly as there was not a definite number for what they knew that was. They did not have the quotes on that yet. Number 17 would be another TRP request. Number 18, we have JAC adopted the governor's rec of 267,377 of general funds and 1 full-time equivalent position to transfer of a position from the Economic Analysis Division to the General Service Division. So this is a transfer of an FTE. Number 19, we see the JAC denied the governor's rec of 60,000 general funds for AV system maintenance in executive meeting rooms in the Capitol and the Thyra Thompson building. Again, this is basically routine maintenance, but with where we were at and the conversations we had, we did not feel that it was a must yet. It is not something that had broken, but they were just trying to roll that into a routine maintenance design. Line 20, JAC adopted the governor's rec of 2.551 thousand of general funds for facility for software modules, an upgrade to those software modules. And then 21, adopted governor's rec of $4,386 of general funds for an AutoCAD software license. Line 22 is a TRP again. 23, we saw a declining of the governor's rec for 362,704 of general funds and 3 full-time equivalent positions. And this is facility maintenance for the newly acquired state-owned properties in Cheyenne. We are currently contracting those, and we chose to continue it in that contract design instead of bringing in those full-time equivalents for these positions, as we're still and have heard the frustrations of trying to hire for these. Will continue to contract at this time. Number 24, we see JAC denied the governor's rec of 3,034 general funds, of which 1,534 general funds is one time for safety training. That was something that we felt could just be absorbed as they had budget funds for that. Number 25, JAC adopted the governor's rec of 103,182, one time for grounds equipment replacement. This was mowers and trailers and snow equipment. 26, we see JAC denied the governor's rec of 1,460 general funds one time for information technology, hardware and software associated with the new positions. Though that right there actually applies up into line 23 for those 3 full-time equivalents that we did not okay. So this eliminates line 26. 27, TRP request. 28, JAC decreased the governor's rec 1,012,233 general funds by 500,000 of general funds bringing the new total to 512,233. And this is for trade management compensation adjustment. And then we added a footnote 2 into the budget request for that as well. 29, JAC adopted the governor's rec of 512,615 of general funds, of which 61,261 general funds is a one-time appropriation. And then that is 2 full-time equivalent positions for trade management for newly acquired state-owned property in Cheyenne. And then we look at line 30, the JAC denied the governor's rec of 204,113 of general funds, of which 140,310 of general funds is one time for key management software. Going 31, we see the JAC adopted the governor's rec of 29,086 general funds for security card access software. This is to update the majority of the buildings in the downtown area that we're finding some issues that the technology that we use for our key cards is becoming problematic, that we're trying to get more buildings on the same designed key card. 32, we see a 23,603 general funds, of which 15,497 of general funds is one time. And this is for safety training and equipment. Then we go into line 33, JAC adopted the governor's rec of 10,758 general funds for facility for software modules. Then we go 34, JAC adopted the governor's rec of 15,580 of general funds for Douglas property taxes. 35, we saw JAC adopted the governor's rec of 4,060 one time for information technology, hardware, and software associated with the new positions. And that would be the new positions up on 29. 36 is TRP. 37 is the governor's rec of 204,692 of general funds for utility costs at newly acquired state-owned properties in Cheyenne. That's just an update to those utility costs with what we're seeing the increase. Line 38, we denied governor's rec of 182,617, of which 36,524 of general funds was one time. This was for the Cheyenne stormwater fees. The city of Cheyenne has not yet assessed the stormwater fee structure. And so we did not feel, since it had not yet been assessed, that it needed to be placed into the budget. If that is something truly that the city of Cheyenne assesses on the state facilities, that we would then address it. Moving into 39, JAC denied the governor's rec of 111,789,670 general funds to transfer all employees currently on the 2022 pay tables to the 2024 market pay tables. There is a little bit of a caveat to this, and we'll talk about it a little more on some of these, but plow drivers, nurses, and troopers 1, 2s, and 3s were added into that new 2024 to try to offset some pay tables that we are seeing being problematic for retention of personnel. There's also in this, we did a 50% of that 2024 market pay table increase to carpenters, plumbers, and electrical personnel, as we saw that was an area as well that we were struggling to maintain people. So the idea to not go from 2022 to 2024 pay tables also applies in the simple fact of the 20% increase that they received. It would have been one budget back, 2 budgets back 4 years ago. And that was what helped make that decision, or helped us as we made that decision. Line 40, JAC adopted a governor's rec of 150,913 of general funds for maintenance fee increase for the NeoGov, the Human Resources Management System. 41, JAC adopted governor's rec of 12,636 general funds for the reclassification database. 42, JAC adopted governor's rec of net zero, and it's 71,302 generals, 71,302 federal funds to change the funding source to remaining federal funds in the Human Resource Division budget due to consolidation of federal funds and general funds. This is just to help balance. Then we got 43 is TRP. 44, JAC adopted governor's rec letter number 7 of 400,000 general funds one time to support employee firearm training. It was a request with the new bill that was passed last year for the elimination of concealed carry or the elimination of gun-free zones in the state. There was a request for us to be able to turn around and to,
At the risk of
Yeah.
harming your flow, I would just like to make an announcement.
Yep,
There
go
he
ahead,
is.
Mr.
In fact,
Speaker.
Yeah, look at him, gathered a breath and put his hand on his hip. He's doing a good job. Supper's on. So if you, ladies and gentlemen, would like to go back here while it's hot and to be able to just filter out and get something, come back in, whatever you want to do, however you guys want to do it. But I just don't want you to know that this stuff's going to turn into a monolithic stuff back here without you guys having a chance to eat it while it's still warm. So supper's here if you want it.
You can continue on, Harrison.
we'll finish this. Yep. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if you guys are okay with it, we are right about to the end. We will finish the presentation portion of this and then give people the opportunity to go get some food. So with that being said, I believe that, were we at 46, guys? Okay, 46, JAC adopted Governor's Rec of 1.5 million for increases of life insurance spending authority. JAC adopted the Governor's Rec of 95 million for health insurance claim increases. JAC adopted Governor's Rec of 5.2 million for dental insurance claim increases. 49 is JAC adopted Governor's Rec of 3 million for increased voluntary insurance spending authority. Line 50, JAC adopted Governor's Rec of 267,377 and decreased one full-time equivalent position to transfer the position from Economic Analysis Division to the General Service Division. So that's a transfer of one full-time equivalent position. And then we have line 51, JAC adopted Governor's Rec of 3,000 general funds for natural gas pricing subscription increases. Again, just utility increases. And then the last two, 52 and 53, are TRP requests. And with that, I will stand for questions.
All right, Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have a question on line 16 on the, I think it's the motor pool. So you said that they didn't have the estimates. So I guess I'm going to play a newbie question. So we don't have those amounts, but then when they come in, then what's the action to, if we have vehicles that are not running? How does that work? Can you explain that to me?
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So the concept that we had is, as they were looking at the full biennium, we were asking questions like, well, what vehicles are we getting? Do we know what those will cost? Do we have an idea? Is this $9,709,000 fully covering what we're buying? And they said, well, it's not for sure of all the vehicles we're going to get rid of, all the vehicles we're going to get. This is just an increase we feel we need because we've seen increases in prices of vehicles. And so then we said, okay, well, since we already have a base budget built in for this, it's not completely a half, but we're going to lower that increase and have conversations about how that's going to look as we move forward.
Okay. And Mr. Speaker, another question. On number 23, on the full-time employees that are cleaning, I think full-time equivalent facility management, that we are going to contract employees, then where, since we're decreasing on that, where is the amount for the decrease, to pay for the contract employees? Mr. Speaker.
Representative Harrelson?
Well, let's grab a couple more.
My apologies, folks. Representative Larson?
Mr. Chairman, I think Representative had just posed a question.
What? Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Thayer?
Mr. Chairman, maybe you can get us squared around here. I thought that she had the floor.
Representative Thayer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Chairman of Appropriation answered my question. Thank you.
Representative Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry I was a little confused, which is not unusual. On 23, where it talks about denying the 3 positions for facility management of the newly acquired building, which is the old bank building here in Cheyenne, where the department that handles environmental quality is housed. We had this conversation last year in the supplemental budget. And my understanding from the director and the agency is that it would be cost efficient to hire the people to clean that, because we don't have the staff now from all of the other facilities that they can go down there. So can you give me a little understanding of why that was denied? Do you want multiple questions? Let's take that in first, please.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So asking the question of, is it cost effective to continue to move people in there to do that cleaning, as well as, and they're also using some contract employees in that position. As we asked about that, and as they were talking about that, we asked, currently you're using contracts. Can you continue to use contracts? What about the FTE? One of the concerns that we heard as we were talking with them was that they were struggling to find people. And so the contracts were working currently. They do believe that maybe it could be more cost effective to go to the FTEs, but right now, with the contracts being in place, that they could continue to do that as they were cleaning and maintaining those buildings, as well as using people from their other facilities to cover those positions.
So follow up, if I may. So would it be reasonable then to fund those 3 FTEs, and as they come available, they could augment their contract employees with FTEs? Was that conversation ever considered?
Chairman Baird.
Yes, it was. It was part of the discussion. And if we could find these people and hire them, it would be less expensive to have the FTEs. The problem is just that right now we're in competition with data centers, which are really eating up all of the trades, including the janitorial trades. So they're struggling to find people anyway. So we felt it would just continue for this biennium as we're going right now.
Thank you. Then, Mr. Chairman and
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So then maybe we ought to go into the conversation on pay increases, which might address part of that overall. So we denied the 11 million, and it's in what I've heard in the budget hearings is some of these folks got a 20% increase on the last pay raise. That seems significant. It was brought up here, but those that received a 20% increase were still not even brought up to the 2022 levels. And since 2022, we've had inflation of 47%.
Chairman Baird.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, Mr. Chairman, please. I was just waiting. He was distracted, and I just wanted to make sure he was talking there. And so we deny this overall, but then we go into a couple of agencies. We go into 045 and we give a pay increase to highway patrol and snowplow drivers. And so I would like an explanation on why we selected them specifically when we didn't include our prison guards or penitentiary guards, those essential services in other parts of our state facilities. We talk about nurses. Did we decide where that facility is that they're going to do the pilot project? And if the pilot project doesn't work, do we then take that wage increase back? And what about those direct service employees that are really essential to work alongside them? It seems like it gets real wonky when we start picking winners and choosers.
Chairman Baird.
Thank you for the question. So I'll start with the trades that we were starting this discussion about. And the trades are a similar situation to the traveling nurses. Because of the situation with data centers, it's not what we're seeing in the 24 pay tables getting us even close enough to hire these people. because this is a new industry coming in. It's really high demand. It's actually pulling people from other states. So it's almost impossible to hire somebody right now in those trades. That is the thing we're trying to experiment with on the traveling nurses, because that traveling nurse raise is well beyond the answer to your question about which hospital. We have left this up to the agency, and we funded it based on where the hospital had the most nurses was at. So they can choose any of the hospitals that they think that the pilot program would be most successful. We're a little skeptical. Some of the members of the committee have been in that industry, and we don't know. But the agency wants to give this a try. We want to let them give it a try in one hospital. So in response to the rest of the enterprise versus just picking particular positions, we were under the impression coming into the governor's recommendation that this was going to be a select type of raise where we're picking where we need to do raises to really get the enterprise working smoothly. That's not what we saw. This is across the board. The 111 million is much like the ones we did in 24 and in 22. So we're getting across the board raises that are, really significant compared to what the taxpayers back home are experiencing.
Representative Davis.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was kind of amazed by that because 1 in 4 employees in Wyoming are state employees. So that was kind of boggling what you were saying there at the end. But mine are pretty easy here. It's number 4. I was doing mental math here, I know. You refused 350,000 and said you transferred 207,000 of unappropriated funds back in, correct? On 9-4. So that, doing my math, that's 143,000 still short of what the ask is. I was just trying to follow the math and how that would work.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this was just a carry forward of what was already placed in the budget to keep the capital open on the weekends and the holidays. And then what it would be a situation of is after we go through that amount, we would then see if it's something we want to permanently do. So we're still not saying we're permanently going to keep it open, but it is funded to continue to keep it open, but it is not a permanent. So they're not going to hire new employees specifically to keep it open on weekends and holidays. So this is just a carry forward of the funding like we have been doing to continue to keep the capital open in those situations. But it is not hiring new employees to actually permanently make that reality. And the other, just to go back and to answer a question on the pay increases, one of the ways we as we were making those decisions about plow drivers and officers and nurses, why we didn't, I mean, at the end of the day, we could go through all the lists and pick all the things, but these are the ones that were specifically, we were told retention's a serious concern. And so that was where that came in. And if you look in 2022 biennium, they got all employees got a 7.9% raise. In the 23-24 biennium, they got a 9.8% raise. And then the 24-25 biennium, they got a 2.08% raise, which is where we get that 20% raise number.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to get really specific about your last question there. So we appropriated $350,000 for that weekend, keeping the capital open on the weekends, and they didn't use all that. They used $143,000 of that. So they believe that this 207 million is going to take them through the next biennium, more than. And, we felt it was important to keep it open, especially this year with the 250th anniversary of our nation. So hopefully that math helps a little bit.
That makes my math a little more real. Thank you. Okay, my
Okay,
second
Representative
question,
Davis.
Mr. Chairman. On number 19, could you tell me what an AV system is, number one? And then by deferring the maintenance on that or the upkeep, or would that be similar to not changing the oil on my truck until I ran out of oil? Or I guess preventive maintenance should be cheaper than deferred maintenance.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. AV stands for audio and visual. So it'd be mics and projectors and that type of stuff. And the concept here is replacement on equipment that has not yet failed in case it does fail. Now, there are some things that we want that to be very, very much a situation like, say, computer towers, right? If you were to have a crash and lose data, that's very much a concern. Granted, with backup on cloud now, that's different a little bit, but still a concern. If a mic goes out, we replace a mic, and that's how we viewed it when we were looking at that. So if a projector goes out, we replace a projector. Worst case scenario is maybe a downtime on a day or something, but this is equipment that is not key to the function and structure of the operation. It's something that if it were to go out, we could continue and get that replaced at that time. And we didn't feel that it was something that needed to be replaced just on that rolling calendar concept because of the nature of the equipment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Davis.
My final one then would be on number 39. Okay. Or 38, excuse me. So with this stormwater deal, I understand that. Is this similar to what the city of Laramie is battling with the state of Wyoming? I mean, that big house over the hill.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yes, there is a conversation that has gone forward in both the city over the hill as well as the city we're currently in of basically bringing a stormwater fee into basically charging the businesses, the entities, the residents a stormwater fee. Neither municipality has assessed this yet, but it's in conversation mode. And since it has not been assessed, we did not at this point choose to fund it. It is not a guarantee that that is something that will be assessed.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add one more thing. It's actually under litigation right now. So rather than fund it, we want to see how the litigation comes out before we fund that.
Any further questions on section 6? Seeing nobody rush to the mic, without objection, section 6 is closed. Our next section for consideration is section 7, Military Department. Representative, hold on one sec. I think we'll just let the body stand at ease for about 5 minutes and move on to sections here in a few minutes. All right, we're going to come back here in a couple minutes and get started again. Want to keep us moving forward. So a couple more minutes, but come on back in as soon as you can. Committee of the whole will please come to order. If I could get members that are finished eating or have your food come back onto the floor, and we're going to get started up again. Yep. All right. So next section for our consideration is Section 7, Military Department, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you Section 7, which means that we are 6 down and 61 to go to reach our goal. You will find Section 7 on page 13 of your budget bill and on page 6 of the SR, the cheat sheet as we like to call it. I'll just run through the notes very quickly, and I won't necessarily run through them in order because they're kind of come in blocks. So the first two, we adopted the governor's rec. I would mention on number 1, this money is for a new fire truck. It's a off-road fire truck, very well equipped, interesting piece of equipment, but it helps them get into places that are a little bit difficult to go, and it's already equipped, so they don't have to modify a military vehicle, and that's what that's about. Items 3 and 4 concern FTEs that are federally funded. So if and when those federal funds arrive, they are authorized to fill those positions. And then when the federal funds are depleted, those positions go away. If you have specific questions on that, you can look at the agency's budget request, page 37 and page 51. These prompted us to put notes. One is the bottom note number 1. Footnote number 1 is on the bottom of page 13 in your budget bill. And footnote number 2 on the top of page 14 explains basically what I have just said. Items 5, 7, and 9, notes 5, 7, and 9 on page 6 of your SR. We agreed with the governor's rec and left that alone. The remaining items, note 6, note 8, 10, 11, and 12 are all TRP. Are there any further questions?
Any questions on Agency 7? Seeing no one rushing to the mic on Agency 7, without objection, Section 7 is closed. Our next section for our consideration is Section 8, Office of the Public Defender. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you. And Body, I hope we're all feeling a little bit better with something in our stomachs. Mr. Chairman, for an explanation of Agency 8, please refer to page 7 on your status report, your summary sheet, or page 15 of your budget bill. The Office of the State Public Defender fulfills the constitutional right to counsel for indigent defendants pursuant to the Sixth Amendment. This agency has 13 field offices that provide representation to over 90% of all criminal defendants faced with potential incarceration. When the death penalty is sought by the state, the public defender handles these capital murder cases. I'm going to start giving you a little bit about the agency so that you have that window to get to the page that you want to be on. In addition to the TRP reduction, your JAC adopted the governor's rec to allow this agency the ability to move funds from the 100 series, which is how we pay our state employees, 100 series, to the 900 series, which is how we pay contract employees. So that's something you're going to hear frequently in terms of having the flexibility to move from 100 series to 900 series. And the reason we're providing this flexibility is because we currently have a shortage of attorneys in our state. And so when the public defender has to fulfill their constitutional obligation, they don't have enough folks always on staff. They currently have 7 open positions. So they need the flexibility to move to that 900 series to contract with those attorneys. So recognizing that shortage, we're giving them the flexibility to do that. You can see this language on page 15 of your budget bill. It's footnote number 1. This is a continuation of past practices, as this is not a new challenge for our public defender. Mr. Chairman, unless there are other questions, this concludes Section 8.
Any questions on Section 8? Seeing no one rush to the microphone, and without objection, Section 8 is closed. Moving on to Section 10, Department of Ag. Hold momentarily. Representative Alamand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you Section 10, Agriculture. Page 8 on your summary sheet and page 16 on your budget bill. Again, that's page 8, summary sheet, and 10 on your budget. Number 1 and number 2 deal with TRP. Number 3, we gave $300,000 in additional funding for Ag in the Classroom. Number 4, we denied the governor's rec of $168,326 general funds for 1 full-time EFT or FET, FTE, it's late. That is at the fair, state fair. Number 5 is we denied the governor's rec of $123,058 and 1 full-time equivalent FTE position for maintenance and operation support position, again at state fair. We also denied $4,554, which would be for their TRP. We decreased the governor's rec 31,161, to which 2,500, 825 general funds is one time. That's also TRP, I'm sorry. We added footnote 2 to specify that of existing agency funds, $50,000 shall be for wolf management. We added footnote 3 to specify that of existing agency appropriations, 1,600,000 is for special projects related to predator control. And with that, I'll take questions.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I found that you're on the cheat sheet on page 8, items 8 and 9 on, looks like JAC action to require the agency within their existing budget to do the 50,000 for wolf management and the 1.6 million for special projects out of their existing budget. Did they indicate, was that a request they made, is to be able to use this money for those two purposes? If so, I get it. If it wasn't, do they have those funds available in their existing budget to do such a thing?
It was a request, yes, sir.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on 4 and 5. What's the conversation behind that? Did we sell off some of the state fairgrounds? Why do we short 2 positions? I guess, what is the Department of Ag's position on this? Why we would release those positions is my question.
Sir, it's noisy back there. I'm having trouble hearing you. Could you repeat that, please?
Representative Davis.
Bill, what was the conversation between the Department of Ag and these fairground positions that we're looking at here?
Representative Allen.
The reason that these 2 positions were not filled is because it is our opinion that 60% of the use of the fairgrounds is local between Douglas, Glen Rock, and Converse County. We feel that they ought to pay their fair share.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to add on to that, we recommended that they get an MOU going with the local community, which is using, that facility for 60% of the time. That's what the 2 personnel were for, was set up and tear down of events, for 60% of the time being local events. Their current crew could probably handle it if they didn't have local events. So we felt they should probably seek an MOU for this.
Okay.
Representative Davis, do you have any other questions? No. Representative Chestik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to just follow up on a question that was asked by the good representative from the Wind River area on footnotes 8 and 9. If the agency requested these funds to be used for those purposes, why do we need a budget footnote? Can't they just spend the money directly without the footnote?
Representative Alamand.
I don't know why we needed a footnote, but I do know that they are looking very strongly for that we're not going to be forced with invasive animals who are coming and going to be looked at as endangered. And then also we're looking at trying the predator part of this is we're having a lot of problems with predation in our wildlife. And to answer your question of why we need a footnote, I'm not sure.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you explain the 2 footnotes since they're not written here for us?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harrelson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. So the footnote number 3 is a continuation of a footnote that we had in our last budget. This is just, the footnotes are clarifying of what the intention is with these funds. And so footnote number 2 is the same. So we lowered the amount for the wolf management down because historically we were not using those funds to that extent. So we lowered that down to 50, put that in that footnote number 2, and then the 1.6 for special projects related to predator control and footnote number 3 was a continuation of a footnote that's been there. And that's just clarification as we're talking about predator control and that 1.6 million for predator control.
Further questions on section 10? Seeing nobody rush to the mic, without objection, section 10 is closed. Moving on to section 11, Department of Revenue, Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, I bring you section number 11, Department of Revenue. You will find this on page 9 of your status report, page 18 of House Bill number 1, the budget. So Department of Revenue, we've got 19 notes here. Note number 1, number 2 are both TRP requests. The note number 3 and 4 are adoptions of the governor's rec for 100,000 of general funds for 900 series contract services, 121,045 of general funds for 400 series ETS services. Then 5 and 6 are again TRP requests. 7 adoption of the governor's rec for 831, 137 for computer assisted mass appraisal, or the CAMA system. This is the system we use to work on and figure out property tax. Also 8 is a 35,966 one-time for computer assisted mass appraisal. Again, CAMA servers. The line 9 is 65,000 general funds one time for the SAN storage array replacement. So we actually, the CAMA system is still old school server based, and we are replacing a server and doing an array for those servers. And that's the funding for that. Line number 10 would be $1,200 of general funds for 400 series ETS services. Line 11 is once again TRP request. Line 12, we adopted the governor's rec for $12,067,000 one time for 1 year of funding for the property tax refund program. So this is going back to what we did in our legislation for the property tax refund, and this is us agreeing with the governor, funding it, putting a note in there with clarifications of how that will be funded and how that's supposed to look. And so the Department of Revenue felt confident that this would be enough for any applications coming in for that refund. Line 13, JAC adopted governor's rec of $89,015 for 400 series enterprise technology service hosting charges. Again, that's going back to the cloud-based servers. 14 would be the adoption of the rec for $29,426 to reclassify a senior business project management analysis from FIPU 09 to BAPM 10, so that's a reclassification. And then we've got line 15 would be $103,900 one time for farm and shop equipment. And then we see number 16 would be we'd adopted governor's rec for $13,845 one time for liquor division for information technology hardware replacements. Now 17 is another TRP request. 18 and 19. Let me explain this one just a little bit real quick. So 18, if you're looking at it, we adopted the governor's rec to reduce the liquor sales and purchase division's standard budget by $275 million. Now you might sit there and go, oh my goodness, why are we doing that? Because this is the money that goes in and out in liquor sales. So this would be your gross sales of liquor in the state of Wyoming. We're going to just do it real quick because some people may not be aware of this, more to constituents, maybe even some of us here on the floor. But hard liquor is purchased and distributed by the state of Wyoming, by our Department of Revenue. We have a warehouse here. We use bulk freight to ship it. So we are the distributor of hard liquor in the state of Wyoming to the tune of $275 million. Line 19, $42 million is the net profit off of that liquor. And so this here is just showing that in and out for both gross profit and net profit. And with that, I would stand for any questions on Section 11, Department of Revenue.
Any questions on Section 11? Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to add a little color to that last part there. Why would we take these purchases and expenditures and revenue off of the budget? This is something that we've not done in the past. We've always had this on the budget. But this is not the normal operating cost of business or of government. It is the normal operating cost of buying and selling liquor, which is, you could argue, but we've decided that this is really not what we normally do as a business or as a government, I mean. And so we decided to take that off. We're going to still have the revenue coming in from the profit. We still will show that. And this does not include the employees and the general operations of that part of government. So this is just the buying of alcohol and the selling of alcohol that we've removed from the budget. Simplifies the budget, makes it more clear, and you can compare us to other states in a better way that way.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess it's more of a comment, but maybe a question too. How are we going to communicate this to the public? Because it would be easy for someone to say, look how much we cut from the budget. But we really, I do really understand the point of why I've always tried to explain this to constituents about the liquor sales, that it's like more than a double entry. There's the, what goes out, then what comes in, and it's a big number, but it does distort things. And I agree. And the same with the rural health transformation that we've kind of taken it out, which I agree with that too. But I do want us to be really fair with the public, and I'm not suggesting anyone wouldn't, but it's easy to do that and then say, look at this top line number, what a great job we did. I just want it to be really transparent where we move those things to and why. And I'm not sure how to do it, but it's important to me that we do that. So I don't know if you have a thought about that.
Chairman Bear.
Yes, I do. And thank you for that comment, because I've gone through the same thing trying to explain the alcohol issue. And I think that's part of our motivation, is to get it off of there to where we don't have to explain it any further. When it comes to the rural health transformation, capital construction, my belief is that we're being more transparent if we bring it before this body and have a debate about those things in a more three-reading, clearly delineated effort. So it's more about transparency in my mind, but it also goes back to that constitutional requirement that I mentioned in my opening statement, that this budget really needs to be about the normal operating costs of doing business as a government. And so I don't feel like that alcohol is, and we're trying to clean that up. Hopefully it will be easier in the future for our constituents to understand.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that explanation. I think we're in total agreement. I think one of the things I'm wanting to be clear about is when we are done with this process at the end of this session, that we will walk through with the people of Wyoming what we did shift to other places and why, but also that, we're not saying, look how much we cut of the original budget, that we were given from the governor, and not mention that some of that just got moved somewhere else. I just don't want any of us to have to work through that. I don't think it's good for Wyoming. I think we need to work together to get the best we can. And then we provide clear and concise explanations of what we did, even after the fact. Certainly this process is transparent, but I imagine a few people have maybe even gotten ready for bed by now. And, but that's really important to me, that we kind of all can make our arguments about whether we should have done more or less, or we did the best we could, but we are all talking from the same sheet of paper, and we're not letting any confusion happen, because I do agree with the way these are being kind of taken out. I do. There's not a disagreement about that. It's about really being clear at the end that we communicate as a body this was what we did and why. So thank you, Chairman.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the comments. I agree that we need to do a better job of communicating all the things that we do in this body. My efforts have always been to try to make it more transparent. You will see when we get into the 300 section, there's some bills that, not bills, but there's some actions that we took last year to try to clean up how things look in the data book. And so we're always looking for a more transparent way of doing this. And this budget, because for the first time, we're going a different direction as far as the JAC. There has been a lot of hyperbole out there in the media. And even the chief executive said that we had cut $1 billion from this budget. I think in my opening statement, I made it pretty clear. We really didn't cut $1 billion. All of our reductions were applied to increases with two exceptions, and that's the University of Wyoming and the Wyoming Business Council. So this is really a slowing down of growth rather than a cut. I don't think your JAC is looking for headlines that say cut. We certainly got a lot of headlines that said that, but the reality is our effort was more of a measured approach, and we hope that you will agree that that's a good way of doing it. How the media portrays that to the public, it's going to be difficult for us to control that, but we'll do our best. But thank you for those comments. They're very, very helpful.
Any further questions on section 11? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that cost to do business, and we're moving now those costs out, where do we find those? Is there another book we look for these in, or is there another? Yeah, I mean, it's still cost to do business. So that's my question.
Any further questions on section 11? Seeing nobody rush to the mic, without objection, section 11 is closed. Moving on to section 15, Attorney General. Representative Smith will be explaining that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are we having fun yet? Okay, great. Glad to hear it. I bring you section number 015, the Attorney General. You can find it on page 11 and 10 on your status report, or page 20 and 21 in your budget bill. With the Attorney General, that office has a lot of different functions, and I'll just share some of them with you because as we go through these notes, it will make more sense of the functions of the AG office. They have their law office, which most people would be familiar with. They also have their criminal investigations, the Law Enforcement Academy, the Peace Officer Standards and Training, Victim Services Division, and the Governor Council on Developmental Disabilities. So this agency has a wide variety of things to accomplish. If you look at note number 1, JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of $5 million one time for the protection and adjudication of interstate water rights. And so this is an opportunity where Wyoming engages with the federal overreach to defend Wyoming's priority interests and the way of life when it comes to our natural resources, such as wildlife, but primarily water. And this is extra funds to advocate for downstream states and users' rights under the existing river compacts. The next few are TRP, jumping down to note number 9. JAC added footnote number 1 to provide authorization for the agency to expend up to $43,000 for employer-paid bar dues for the Office of the Attorney General. There are some, we were just trying to bring consistency enterprise-wide. Some agencies pay these fees and other agencies don't. And so we sided with, if they're primarily attorneys, we should pay some of their fees. JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of 386,000 general funds for increased use of Wyoming motor vehicle management systems services and added footnote number 2 to make 167,000 general funds of this appropriation effective immediately. And basically, the Division of Criminal Investigation uses the motor pool vehicle fleet to travel around the state for crime scenes and investigations. They have had an increase of requests from local agencies by 28% over the last 4 years. So they are working very hard to keep Wyoming safe. Then there's quite a few of them that are, JAC adopted the governor's recommendation, and many of those are the computer systems that the DCI uses to communicate with YDOT or communicate with the FBI or even other states between criminal history records or when you get pulled over, there's allow for wanted and missing persons. So JAC accepted those. JAC number 15 denied the governor's recommendation of $500,000 of general funds, one time for a program system for disaster recovery. Then 16, we adopted the governor's recommendation of 143,000 general fund, which a portion of that is one time for server replacements. And going along with that is number 17, $30,000 of general funds for the message switch maintenance cost increase. And what that is specifically is YDOT got some new technology, and we have been moving from a stored data to the cloud base from the old mainframes. And so this just helps when officers are looking up driving records and all that kind of stuff. Then number 19, JAC adopted the governor's recommendation, 42,000 general funds, which a portion of that is one time for internet crimes against children, forensic tools, including software subscriptions and hardware. 21, JAC added $3 million general fund for the internet crimes against children. And the rest of them are an adoption of the governor's recommendation. Many of them are for the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy, like number 25. When one agency consolidated all of the IT help, this community where the Law Enforcement Academy is housed lost their IT. And so the Law Enforcement Academy wants to house one IT person that will be housed, but they will share that individual with other state agencies that are located in that same town. Then more technology type stuff, hardware and software. Note number 26, basically that's a credit card reader for the Law Enforcement Academy, but it's to be in compliance with ETS's security requirements. Number 27, with the adoption, it is a cloud-based training records for the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy records for their graduates. And finally, number 29, JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of a reduction of $6,269,000 of federal funds for Victims of Crime Act Assistance Grant Reductions. So basically, there was a decrease in federal funds, and the numbers you see were just showing spending authority and what they anticipate on spending. Any questions?
Any questions on section 15? Representative Chestek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question on note 2 on page 10 of the status report. I note that the agency requested 2 new positions to deal with the federal natural resources policy litigation. And you've cut that in half and are allowing the 1 new position. I was curious, when you met with the agency, did they give you some indication that they could get by with just 1, or is this part of the just a general attempt to decrease the rate of growth of the government?
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The answer is yes and yes. So 1, it's to reduce government, but some of these things we would like to potentially hire outside counsel. So that's what that footnote above is, $5 million. And so they would have the authority to, if need be, use those funds for also litigation.
Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm a little confused by that because I thought we were talking about interstate water rights for that first footnote, whereas we're talking about defending our natural resources against federal attacks and environmental organizations and things like that. And so I'm a little concerned that we don't have enough with the number of cases that have been increasing over the years. I'm wondering, are we going to be able to handle that with just 1 additional?
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and great questions. And this really is a policy decision, whether we go ahead and hire more or not. At this point, it is an important thing. We obviously felt it was important enough to grant at least 1 attorney. But when we had the conversation with the chief attorney for this agency, the conversation was about the difficulty finding attorneys. We had a conversation earlier about public defender and how difficult it is to find attorneys, period. And so even though we fund 2, they may not find 2. And it is a policy question, do we fund them? But I would say this, some years ago, we had 5 in this particular department, and we went down to 0. And so now we're going to reinstitute this unit, if you will. And I think the comment was earlier that we need to sprint. I don't disagree with that comment, but when it comes to hiring attorneys versus hiring outside firms to help defend the state in some of these water rights and these other mineral rights issues, sometimes hiring that outside help may be better when we struggle just to hire an attorney. So that was our thinking, was that we'll try to hire 1, and we'll continue to use outside help for that. We've made sure we had funding for outside help, but certainly a policy decision. Do we hire 2 now, or do we go all the way to 5, which is what it used to be? And our thoughts were, let's get 1 on board. Let's get this little group started and being able to defend our rights, especially on the bigger rivers that leave this state where we're the headwaters. We agree wholeheartedly that this is something we need to invest in, and we feel like we've done that, but somewhat in a measured way.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question about footnote number 11. Just curious what the agency had to say about why they were contracting firearm casework rather than handling it in-house, if there was, if you had that discussion at all.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you. And so my question then would just be on page 11 there on item 15, where you denied the systems disaster recovery that's required by the FBI on their security policy, knowing that, well, I'm assuming we all know that statutorily, DCI is required to be able to have access to that, but the FBI won't let them have access to it if we don't get the disaster recovery piece in place. And so could you help me understanding the conversation for denying that with those ramifications?
Chairman Bear.
Sorry, Representative, I'll just jump in here real quick. So we did have that conversation on that, and the director of budget, the budget department, has also set up the new grants management office. And we have a high level of confidence that we're going to find some federal grants for that very issue that you just brought up. So going over to the prior question, now I'm drawing a blank. Oh, firearms, yes. Why are we contracting out? They've done a cost analysis, and they're actually less expensive doing this than having our own lab. They've done this a couple of different times, looked at whether they could save money, and the turnaround time and the cost is lower sending these out.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to preface this by a statement that I think this is super important, but on internet crimes against children, I'm just trying to see where the dollars are coming on line 21. I actually went through their budget book, their request, and it didn't say that there was any exceptions, but I'm coming up with 1.6 million. I'm trying to see why there was an addition of 3 million. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the firearms lab conversation, so with that outside contract work being done, are the original positions still being funded?
Representative Bear.
My recollection is from our conversation was that those positions were moved to another part of the department. So yes, they're being funded, but they're not in the lab any longer. They're using them elsewhere. And as far as the $3 million, that question is, this was a ad by your JAC to put extra emphasis on this issue of children, internet crimes against children. We heard a lot of testimony that this is an ever-growing concern, and they can't get enough technology, they can't get enough help, and it's something that is pervasive. So we decided to make an investment here. And if you had to know where the funds are coming from, they're coming from general funds, but we're augmenting what the agency's request was.
Any further questions on section 15? Seeing nobody rush to the mic, without objection, section 15 is closed. Moving on to section 20, Department of Environmental Quality. That will be presented by Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Davis, did you have a question on the previous one?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I've already called it closed, so if
Maybe-
you have questions, you'll have to get with one of the JAC members privately. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is different.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for an explanation of Agency 20, Department of Environmental Quality, please refer to page 12 on your status report and page 21 on your budget bill. And with that, I'll go ahead and give an explanation of the actions that we took. Your JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of $801,524 in general funds and 5 full-time equivalent positions for administration support restructuring. By restructuring, we mean these are being moved over to Agency 006. This is an ongoing effort to consolidate those personnel. AJAC adopted governor's recommendation of 25,775 general fund for subscription service increase. JAC adopted governor's rec for $250,000 one time for Americans with Disabilities Act compliance. And you'll see that throughout the enterprise. And that is another area I mentioned earlier that the Grants Management Office is looking for opportunity to help us out there, but we went ahead and funded most all of those. JAC adopted governor's rec of $259,413, of which $6,000 general fund is one time and one full-time equivalent position for Class 6 program. These are your Class 6 wells, which are very deep wells that we're drilling a lot of times for carbon sequestration and that type of thing, that type of activity. JAC adopted governor's recommendation of $148,762. Some of those in federal funds, and decreased one full-time equivalent position for administrative support restructuring. And again, that's dealing with agency number 6 that we talked about earlier. JAC adopted governor's recommendation of reduction of $333,548, $240,158 of general fund, $93,390 of federal funds, and decreased of 2 full-time employee positions for administrative support and restructuring. JAC adopted governor's rec of $196,892, general fund $78,000 in federal funds, and decreased 1 full-time equivalent position for administration support as well. 14, JAC adopted governor's rec of $122,322, $33,027 in general funds, $55,045 in federal funds, and $34,250 in special revenue, and decreased 1 full-time equivalent position for administrative support restructuring. Number 15, JAC adopted governor's recommendation of $110,000 special revenue for additional uranium recovery program compensation. So this is a program that's expanding, and we're bringing on more funding there. Number 16, JAC adopted governor's recommendation to reduce $30 million of federal funds from Department of Environmental Quality standard budget in anticipation of reduced AML funding. The last two, 17 and 18, are identical, and this is where we are converting AWEX to full-time equivalents in the agency. Now, on reductions, the first one is number 2 is a TRP, number 5 is a TRP. Let's see, number 9, JAC adopted the agency's request to withdraw its request for $75,000 one time. This is a 4-wheel drive vehicle. They were able to fill that need within their current vehicle inventory. And number 13, JAC denied governor's rec of $1.1 million general fund to change the funding source for certain personnel services, support services, and contract services. So this is one you might come and talk to me about. It's a pretty complicated deal. 4 years ago, the agency was looking for funding during COVID, found some federal funding, used that to fill a position, and now that funding is no longer there. They're looking, I mean, the simplest way to say it is that now they're looking to use general funds to replace that. We denied that, and this is a policy question. Do we want to replace disappearing federal funds with general funds? So if it is denied, what the agency will have to do, they'll have to do the same thing they've been doing for the last 3 years and move money around to keep this particular person in that position. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions on section 20 DEQ? Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I only caught the last half of that last note that you was talking about. And I believe that if I'm understanding that correctly, and would appreciate you to verify that, it appears that some years ago on some of the grants, understanding how those federal funds could be used in the various units, they had elected to use some for the Series 100. Found out, and when they discovered that error, they'd been covering that cost with vacancy savings. as we've done pay increases and been able to fill those vacancies, we no longer have vacancy savings that they can use to cover that. And so this request was to fund that Series 100 appropriately moving forward, now that they understood where all the problems was. Do I have that accurate?
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is pretty close. It is very complicated. I have a whole memo on it. I've studied it a couple of times. I'm still struggling with it, but it is similar to what you've described because there's a variation of the amount that can be general fund, federal fund, other funds, and yeah, they have been covering it with vacancies up until this point. They'd like to fix it. We think they can still cover it with funds from the agency.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. And my inquiry was that it was pretty tough and that we just exasperate the problem if we don't get it. My next question is on the denial on the air quality on that. I apologize, it's priority 3 where they had asked for $500,000 to be able to do more sophisticated modeling when the requirements were more than they had in-house. And that's to protect our air primacy. And again, that's with non-general funds. Those are user fees that industry pays knowing that they can be in compliance. Just curious on that conversation regarding the denial.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a great question. And we did have a conversation about this. This is kind of forward-looking, things that they feel like they're going to need. We know that they have the B11 capability to get these funds if they need to. So we felt like this is kind of a wild guess, and we decided we'd see how the B11s go, and then we'll make a more determined decision when we give that spending authority.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson.
But I thought we had been working really hard to avoid B11s. And if they have the authority to use that money and don't, it just reverts back into that fund anyway. Is that not correct?
Chairman Bear.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes, it is. And we do continue the efforts from our predecessors trying to reduce those B11s. We don't believe there's really going to be a need for the B11s. That's why we denied it.
Any further questions on section 20? Any further questions? Not seeing anybody rush to the mic. Without objection, section 20 is closed. Moving on to section 21, Department of Audit, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you section number 021, Department of Audit, page 13 on your status report and page 22 on your budget bill. Just to list a few departments with this agency: administration, banking, public funds, mineral, and excise. Moving down to note number 2, JAC to deny the governor's recommendation by $546,000 of special revenue, which is the equivalent of 3 full-time positions for the bank examiners. This request was primarily for an anticipation in growth in chartered financial institutions like trust companies. But it isn't here yet, and also the FDIC does audits. Then as far as note number 4, JAC adopted the governor's recommendation, which is an annual statewide audit. This is a contract bid for a 4-year term state audit to basically keep our federal government happy. And then jumping down to number 6, JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of $3,801 for Caseware Idea audit software. This particular one is for the Public Funds Division. Because we have been a longtime customer and their rates have increased greatly, they have guaranteed the state for only a 10% increase for their legacy clients, which is still way cheaper than what they charge new clients. And this software achieves a high level of efficiency. It converts various data formats basically to uncover fraud and track trends. And then footnote number 9 is just like number 7, but for the excise tax division. Any questions?
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I read on page 33 of the Department of Audit's budget book where they made the request for the 3 bank examiners. I guess I just read that differently. I read that there was a need now and that there was concern. I would just share that I've heard from the banking community as a whole. They fund this. They pay for all the expenses in the bank examiners, and they want these examiners, and they their request of me was to figure out why that was denied. So my understanding from your explanation is you didn't see an immediate need. Is there a problem if they had them? It's not general funds. So is it this concern on growth of government? Help me here.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is correct. Slowing down the growth of government, and yes, it is special revenue, but don't think it's a need at the moment.
Any further questions on section 21? Seeing nobody rush to the mic. Without objection, section 21 is closed. Moving on to section 23, Public Service Commission, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you section number 23, Public Service Commission, or the PSC. So I'll take a deep breath again, guys. We're getting there. It is 7:42. We are doing good. Thank you guys for being alert and asking great questions. So here we're going to look at 10 notes on the PSC, or the Public Service Commission. Note number 1 is the only really actionable note, and that was we denied the governor's rec of $600,000 special revenue, which were $400,000 special revenue one times, and this was the replacement of a docket management system. Really, the conversation in question was, is now the time to replace this system? It is not currently broken, but they're just looking at upgrading. And the question we asked is this needed at this point? Is the old system not working? And after having those conversations with the PSC, we felt that that was the case where we could wait at this time to make this docket management system reality. Going on to 2, these are, we adopted Governor's Rec, $49,000 federal funds for training and travel. Number 3, adopted Governor's Rec of $5,300 for the GIS platform licensing. Number 4, we adopted Governor's Rec of $30,000 for the underground damage prevention enforcement and one-call grant system. And that was the budget request in 21. Number 5, we had Governor's Rec of $1,500 one time to process credit card payments for filing fees. Then 5 would be the adoption of Governor's, 6 would be adoption of Governor's Rec to reduce 1 full-time FTE position and transfer this unfunded position to the state engineer's office. Again, just a position transfer. 7, and you'll see that on the state engineer's office. Number 7, JAC adopted Governor's Letter 6 for $482,128, 1 full-time equivalent position, an attorney to support Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the FERC-related proceedings and regional matters. This is something, as we are continuing to see more and more conversations on government regulations of our electrical grids, NERC and FERC, this attorney was needed, and we felt it was a very good move going forward as we continue to have these battles coming forward. Number 8, we adopted governor's rec of 144,196 of special revenues to reclassify an attorney position from an ATP A01 to an A04. This is 144,000 extra in this position because what we were finding is we have had this position open trying to hire an attorney and we can't get one. And so we are trying to make it where we can get the attorney at the level we need to be able to continue to process these cases that the PSC sees in regards to our rate increases and other aspects. And then number 9, we accepted governor's rec of 65,164 to reclassify an analyst position. Same conversation, trying to be able to hire these positions. I believe if I remember right, the analyst position is currently hired, but we're trying to increase because we are finding ourselves continually losing these positions as they can find much better money elsewhere in their field. And then finally, we adopted governor's rec of 1.5 million to reduce Wyoming's Universal Service Fund payment in accordance with state statute. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Chairman Bear. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to add a general note here for this agency, and we've had some conversation about special revenue. This is one of those agencies that actually can increase their mill levy if they need to within their limits that we've given them. And so we were very careful with agencies like this to add any new expenditures where it's going to end up with a mill increase, which the ratepayers will then have an increase. So we're trying to accommodate both the agency. As you can see, we had many of their very important requests that were approved, but we're also trying to look out for the ratepayer and just want the body to keep that in mind, that even though these things are special revenue, sometimes they do affect those people who are paying the fees and the rates. Many times, as has been mentioned here tonight, they're asking, the people who pay the fees are asking for increases in government spending or services that we provide. So there's a balance there. We try to look at both sides of that. Just wanted the body to understand that.
Representative Fornstrom.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You pretty much answered my questions, other than the fact that my understanding from both the agency and the people who use these computer systems is they're not, serviceable. They have their end of life. They have no support left. And so understandably, your answer was a good one, but about the long-term effects, but it is a special assessment that would pay for this. And the people who use it the most are the ones that are paying the special assessment and the ones that probably complain the loudest about this system. So that's all I have.
Representative Connolly.
Thank you. On this number 1, I just wondered if there was a consideration or a conversation about what happens if this docket system does go down. We're saying right now that it's workable, that sort of thing, but has there been any discussion about if it craters, is there any mechanism to get that up and running again as fast as possible, or how's that work?
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when we're talking about this, it's software based instead of hardware based. So what we've heard about this management and what we just heard from the good representative that spoke before you is it is getting close to its end of life, but that doesn't, it isn't like the crashing of a tower type concept where you could have like it blips out. More, it's a situation where it's not doing everything they want it to, and there are better products out there. And so this is just a decision of, is this the time to get to that better product out there that's going to meet the needs better?
Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just, I guess it's a follow-up kind of question. What is the plan then? Is there a time frame for when that will happen? Are we talking a year, 2 years, anything like that? What's the life expectancy that you're trying to reach in order to get there?
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too have questions about this docket system. I encourage all of you in your little bit of downtime that you may have to try and navigate their system. It's quite the feat. I have the opportunity to visit with some of the folks in the PSC and they help me navigate it. I also have a question about the employee raise that you're offering. I want to know how many months was that position open for?
Representative Chairman or Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the good son of our former chief executive, the answer to your question, I think I answered at the beginning when we were talking about TRP. And I said, we're proceeding with caution because we have some storm clouds, I mentioned, on the horizon. We have the entire recalibration effort. We have no idea what that's going to cost us. So we're operating on a, let's just kind of freeze as much as we think we can. Let's proceed with caution. And then after that, those things settle out, we'll have a much better idea of where we stand and what we can afford to do. And so that it's with that caution in mind that if it isn't essential, as the governor, as the chief executive requests, we're going to kind of take it easy.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to address the conversation about the attorney position that we're doing the increase to. Out of the last 4 years, it's been filled 24 months out of the last 4 years by 2 different people. And they currently have not been able to find one. We could not find right off how many months this time it is, but from what I remember, it was over 12. And they are currently not getting any applications even for the position. So the reclassification of this position was something that the chief executive as well as the PSC and our crew as well felt was probably a need if we're going to continue to try to fill this position.
Chairman Bear, did you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to address our newest member and the member from the middle of the state on their concerns about the software. Just generally, I would say that every time they upgrade the software on my phone, I hate it. And it's not necessarily better. And so will the new system be better than what you've experienced going through the PSC system? Maybe, maybe not. It's a complicated system. The question is, do we upgrade it now for that reason? The other concern was those agencies, let's just face it, it's the public service, it's the public utilities that use this software and are working with the PSC. They may want that software updated. It may make their lives better, but it also has a pass-through cost. If they pay that cost for that new software, they're going to pass that through to their customers. And that's what I was talking about when I said rate payers. So all those costs that the utilities take on, they pass that on. And so anytime the PSC increases a rate that goes to the utilities, you can bet it's going to show up on your bill. Thank you.
Further questions on section 23? Seeing no one rush to the mic, without objection, section 23 is closed. Moving on to section 24, State Parks and Cultural Resources, Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So at this time, I bring you section 024, State Parks and Cultural Resources. You will find it on your bill status report, your SR report on page 15 and on page 23 of your budget bill. So the State Parks and Cultural Resource has 21 lines. Really, a majority of all of them are TRP requests. But number one, we accepted the governor's rec, which was a net to zero transfer of position. Then 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all TRP requests. Number 7, we adopted the governor's rec of $1,100,000 for the Wyoming Cultural Trust Fund, an established fund that happened a couple of years back. 8, 9, and 10, again, are all TRP requests. Number 11, we accepted the governor's rec of $133,924, 91 of which is a one-time for digital archive licenses and maintenance. A lot of people aren't aware, but the state parks is in charge of our archives. So if you go to the state museum and take a left instead of a right, you will see our archives. A majority of our archives has been in a physical form, which is problematic. We're talking literally hundreds of thousands of data entries in a physical form. And if you want to go get something from there, they're amazing people, but they're wanting to get that into a digital form. So when you go for data, you're not having to try to dig through file boxes and that type of a system. So this is to help continue to digitalize our archives, which is something we need to do here in the state. 12, this is where we added $120,000 of general funds for the We the People program. We all have witnessed that. We've been a part of that. We've had them in our balcony. An excellent program, and we feel it's something that we should continue to fund. So we put that funding in. 13, we see JAC reduce the Cultural Resources Division standard budget of $10,000 to $5,000 for the Wyoming Centennial Farm and Ranch program. And what this is every year at our state fair, we recognize the Centennial Ranches, and they get a plaque, and there's a meal that's included. And as we were looking at that funding, the conversation really came down to, is $5,000 enough to handle the meal and the plaques that go out? And we felt that was the case as we looked at in the past what this looks like. If you have a plaque that gets damaged, it's on you to replace. That's current standard process. So we felt this was something that would definitely hold true. So then after that, the next thing that we have is number 14, which is a TRP request. And then moving on to 15. This one's a little bit of, so 15 is describing equipment for the Trails program, but not all of it's for the Trails program. So money that comes in for Trails programs has to be used on trail programs from your tags you get on snowmobiles, on four-wheelers, ORVs. If it is not specifically for that, it can't use those funds. And so in here, we okayed everything except for that it would be that $49,000 of general fund, which was for a number of trailers for moving maintenance equipment around. And that is something that we've asked them to absorb in their normal budget just through just absorb that, since they can't use those trail funds for that. 15 or 16 and 17 are TRP requests. 18 governor's rec of $169,850, and again, this is a net to zero transfer. Number 4 or 19, we adopted governor's rec to decrease 4 PTE or part-time equivalent positions and increase 2 FTE positions. And so we converted, it was a position conversion from those PTEs to FTEs. Line 20 is a TRP request again. And then finally, 21, it's adopting the governor's rec of $528,000 one time for heavy equipment replacement. We've got some equipment out there that would make any collector proud, and we are trying to get out of the dark ages and into some modern equipment that's going to quit nickel and diming us on the repair side. So that's that line 21. A really clean budget and just a great job as they brought this forward to us. So with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions on section 24 state parks? Any questions? Not seeing anyone rush to the mic. Without objection, section 24 is closed. Moving on to section 27, State Construction Department. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you Section 27, State Construction Department. You will find this, let me see, page 25 of your budget bill, page 16 of your SR cheat sheet. Looking at page 16 of the SR, the first two notes there are unnumbered, and basically I will remind you that what we're looking at here is basically the administrative section of the construction department. The actual construction and major maintenance has been moved out, both on the capital construction side, House Bill 111, and on the school side, House Bill 105. So that's what those two notes are. And that's why if you look up in that center section above where it says JAC changes, and you see that nearly 400 million, that's the bulk of what came out of there. So going down through the notes, notes number 1 and 4 are related. There's an FTE involved here, and then the computer software and everything associated with that position. This FTE, the request, if you want to read more about it, is on their agency budget request, page 19. But this individual would oversee budget reconnaissance. He does financial reports. He does tracking for 149 capital projects, 89 security projects, and 5,700 maintenance projects. I just wanted to get an idea of the scope. And I would say that this entire system, and the previous JAC also did a lot of work on this. And we had a little bit of chaos. We had issues with Mercer studies and other things. And the current director is basically putting things together. For what it's worth, I have a maintenance background, and I look at what he's doing. I'm very impressed with what he's doing and how he's handled it. But it involves shuffling some people around. It involves learning your way around the new system for the rest of the people that are there. And quite frankly, I think they're doing a terrific job with it. So we wanted to help them out. This person is definitely needed. At the same time, note number 2, we denied the governor's recommendation of another senior policy and planning analyst. And there were a couple of reasons for that. One of them, I had a conversation with the director, and we discussed how over the last several years, we've built a lot of major projects. And he said, most of the projects coming up over the next few years are much smaller, much simpler. It's like we've just done this massive building. We've taken advantage of the good fortune that we've had financially. And now that's beginning to taper off a little bit. And so looking ahead, we agreed that with the anticipated reduction of the projects and the rest of that, that we probably could go without this extra person in this case. Note number 3, we adopted the governor's rec of $750,000 general funds. This is for a consultant, which is required by statute. When we reorganized this, we decided that we needed the consultant, and so we're going to go ahead and do what we need to do there. I already mentioned note 4, which is the TRP for the new person in note 1. Item 5, the JAC denied the governor's rec. This is school monies. This is the software for the person that we denied just above. So we hired one, gave him a computer. We didn't hire another one, so we took that out of the budget request. Item 6 is a TRP. And the last item is a technical correction, just a little cleanup and coding the funds so that we got the money coming out of the right place and it's properly noted. With that, I would stand for any questions.
Are there any questions on section 27? Seeing no questions, absent any objection, section 27 is now, Representative Davis. That you need to go to a microphone. And be recognized at the microphone. Thank you, Representative Davis. Other side, sir. Thank you. Representative Davis, would you like to appropriately address the body? Yes, Mr. Davis.
Madam Chairman, I have a question here. I was looking at the justification and consequences for that position, which was, we were talking about the designer and everything here. And I was trying to find out the conversation because the justification here says, given the expanded and increasingly technical workload, the department's leadership is stretched thin, balancing strategic oversight with growing daily operational demand. Over the past two bienniums, we have seen increase dramatically from 181 million to 560 million. With the rise of funding comes with the increased legislative scrutiny, necessitating stronger and internal capacity for policy alignment, physical planning, and compliance assurance. And you said that the gentleman said what?
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you for the question, Representative. When the agencies write these briefs, they're salespeople. They are writing down the best argument to convince anyone that reads it that this is necessary. And that's how I would do it if I were writing a budget request. However, in conversation, when we began talking about everything that's going on, the work that's coming in, part of it is just, you understand that when you start a new way of doing things, you're not as efficient as you were. They're starting to get a pace in there, getting more comfortable with working together, doing things the way that we're now going to be doing them. And that makes them more efficient. We have given them a new person, and it was discussed that this new person could also help with some of those issues they can work within the agency. Basically, what it amounts to is, imagine somebody comes in and says, I really, really need this. And you begin to question them, a little bit of back and forth, kind of like what you're doing here. And you decide, well, maybe we can just do with one. And that's essentially how I would portray the conversations. We came to an agreement that we could do this. Now, if something changes, if things get more complicated and they're just not keeping up, they're more than welcome to come back with another request. Again, I would repeat, we're looking ahead, being cautious, trying not to go too far too fast and have ourselves in a position where we're having to go frantically cut in any place.
Representative Davis.
One follow-up. You know, if you look at apparently the BS&W here in this request, we've gone from 181 million to currently 560 million. I would say those are hard figures. So to say this request would be grass and water would be kind of oversight, I would think, and from my point, as a boss.
Representative Pendergraft.
I've said my piece.
Okay. All right, Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, listening to the last conversation, I just suggest we exercise caution, suggesting that our agencies are inexperienced and don't have much understanding of the things that they're going on, which is what I heard, and maybe I might be mistaken. But to think that they need a little time to understand what is efficient and that they somehow don't understand their true needs, I think would be a misrepresentation of a lot of the stuff that they're requesting. Now, we have every right, we're the appropriators, and we can deny it if it's the most logical thing on earth. But I think we're really blessed in this state to have great state agencies and great state directors that try and have the best interests of the state in mind. And so if I misunderstood that, please let's make sure that they understand you feel the same way, because I'm glad for what they do.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you for that. And if I came across as disparaging in any way to this agency, that's certainly not true. I think I did mention that I was very impressed with the changes that they're making and the way things are coming together. I think this is going to be, going forward, a much more efficient system. And I'm completely in agreement with the direction they're going. But just like we mentioned earlier, they changed the software on your phone. You got to go learn how to navigate it, and it slows you down for a little while until you catch up. Whenever you change the way that you do things, there's going to be some inefficiencies in there, even if you're the finest operator there is. So I do have great respect for this agency. I think they're doing a terrific job. And I apologize if in any way it indicated that I was disparaging them.
All right, thank you. Any other questions on section 27, State Construction Department? Seeing no one rushed the mic, without objection, section 27 is closed. Moving on to section 37, State Engineer, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you section 37, which is the State Engineer. You can find this on page 26 of your budget bill and page 17 of the SR. Item number 1, the JAC reduced the standard budget of the Administration Division by $60,439 S1, and then they added it back through general funds. And you'll see a couple of notes in here, this one, number 4 and number 6. At some time in the past, in one of those situations where we're scrambling, trying to pay for as many things as we can, we took the administrative part of the state engineer's office, and instead of paying for that out of the general funds, we transferred it and took it out of money that was meant to go to water projects. Understandable under the circumstances. But now we've come back out of that, and we would like to have money that has been set aside for water projects actually go to water projects and allow the general funds to pay for the administration. So that's what we've done on those 3 items, number 1, number 4, and number 6. You'll note that the JAC adopted the governor's recs on both 2 and 3. The first one is 2 full-time FTE positions for work related to the Colorado River Basin. Folks, we've had a lot of discussion about this, and we want to support them as best we can afford. There's a third person in there that works with the Public Service Commission. That is all explained in the budget request on page 39, if you want the details in there. But basically, we're trying to support them so that we can fight and defend ourselves in saving as much of this Colorado River water as we can. You'll see another item down there on the bottom where we're looking for some. No, I'll get to that when I get to it. Item number 5 is a TRP. I'm not seeing the one I was thinking of, and I may have been conflating it with another agency. If there are any questions, I would be glad to answer.
Are there any questions on section 37 for the state engineer's office? Not seeing anyone rush to the mics. Without objection, section 37 is closed. We're now moving on to section 39, Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I bring you section 39, the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund, which is Agency 39. And you can find this on page 18 in your status report, and you can find it on page 27 in your budget bill. So on number 1, JEC adopted the governor's recommendation of a decrease of $86,900 in special funds to remove the spending authority for the Encana escrow account from the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust standard budget. And this is just a budget spending authority reduction. The funds are spent. They've come to say, hey, it's gone. We don't need that spending authority anymore. Number 2 is TRP. Number 3, your JAC decreased the governor's recommendation of $11 million of general fund one time by $3 million, the decrease in general funds. And that leaves us $8 million in general funds for the invasive annual grasses, and added footnote number 1, providing flexibility to use the funds to assist in wildfire prevention. And you can see that on the budget request, page 21. Number 4, JAC decreased the governor's recommendation of $29,404,785 of general funds one time by $10 million. It was a decrease, leaving $19,404,785. $785 of general funds for wildfire recovery, and added a footnote number 2, providing the department flexibility to use the funds to assist in wildfire prevention. And we made this appropriation effective immediately. This will be used for like those fire scars, specifically in the Red Canyon fire. That's what they're looking at using these for. So treat any invasive grasses. Number 5, JAC adopted a technical correction to change the funding source of $3,962,000 to $273,000 in the standard budget from the auto tax general to the special revenue. It was just a clerical error. We caught it. We asked them. It just has to be changed. So just a clerical error. Number 6, JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of a decrease of $4,173,333 in special revenue to reduce spending authority for the Pacific Corp Rocky Mountain Power account. This is the budget authority reduction. Again, these funds have been spent. They do not need the spending authority, so that has been reduced. And I will stand for any questions.
Are there any questions on section 39 Wildlife Natural Resource Trust? Any questions? Not seeing anyone rush to the mic. Without objection, section 39 is closed. Moving on to section 41, Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I bring you section 41, Fire Prevention, Electrical Safety. This is actually a very simple one. The first thing is just a TRP, and the second one is $14,000 for some specialized investigation equipment. They go out on a fire and take samples around through the fire. They need special bags and test equipment, and then the supplies to keep that stuff going after they've used it to try to detect what happened. It was kind of interesting in the discussion. We got to talk about their dog, and I probably don't remember the details, but they can go. This dog can go out onto a 60-acre fire thing and detect as much as 1 drop of gasoline or something to accelerate the fire. And I thought that was pretty amazing to be able to do that. We didn't get to meet the dog, but maybe next time. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Any questions on section 41? Not seeing anyone rush to the mic. Section 41 is closed without objection. Now we're moving on to section 42, Geological Survey, Representative Alamand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you section 42, Geological Survey. It can be found on page 19 of your summary sheet and page 29 on your budget bill. On number 1, JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of 186,183 general fund and decreases of one full-time equivalent position to transfer the position to the Department of Administration and Information. Number 2 is just a TRP. Number 3, JAC added $2 million general fund one time for aerial geophysical surveys to analyze Wyoming's mineral resources and added footnote number 1 to specify matching requirements. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Does anyone have any questions on section 42 geological survey? Seeing no one will rush the mic. Without objection, section 42 is closed. Moving on to section 45, Department of Transportation. Representative Haroldson, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I move section 045, Department of Transportation. And you're going to find this on page 20 of your status report and page 31 of your budget bill. So the Department of Transportation is a larger one, has 51 subsections or 51 notes on the status report. And so a majority of them, though, are TRP requests or accepted governor's rec. So I will try to roll through them as quickly as possible. So line number 1, 14,780,000 for building occupancy expenses. We accept or adopted governor's rec for that. Line 2, we adopted governor's rec of 3,825 S7 for IT allocation increases. Number 3, we decreased governor's rec of, number 3 is a TRP. Number 6 is a TRP and 9 is a TRP, so I'll skip those. But number 4, JAC adopts governor's rec of 24,859 for building occupancy expenses. Then 5, JAC adopts governor's rec of 11,476 for IT allocated increases. Number 7, JAC adopted governor's rec of 12,163 for building occupancy expenses. And then again, 8, JAC adopts governor's rec of 11,476 for IT allocated increases. Flip the page over to page 21 in our status report, and we see that increase on number 10. That's the increase that we were talking about. And this would have been for primary winter duty personnel, including snow removal drivers and patrol personnel currently classified as Trooper 1, Trooper 2, and Trooper 3. And once again, the conversation surrounding that had to do with retention and areas that we're struggling in retention and trying to bolster those numbers. Number 11, JAC adopted governor's rec of 1,912 for IT allocation increases. Number 12 is a TRP. Number 13 is JAC adopted governor's rec of 536,691 for building occupancy expenses. 14 is TRP. 15, JAC adopted governor's rec of 19,957 for IT allocated increases. 16, again, TRP. 17 adopted the governor's rec. We're going to see this a lot. These are allocations, IT allocations. So TRP again, 19 is the same allocation. 20 is going to be a TRP request. 21 is again occupancy expenses. We are accepting governor's rec for that. 22, another IT allocation governor's rec. Number 23 would be a TRP. 24 would be building occupancy expense again. 25, IT allocation increases. 26, JAC decrease for TRP. JAC adopts governor's rec, again, building occupancy, IT allocations. These are for all the different buildings, you guys, that we have within Department of Transportation. And that gets us all the way down to 32. 32, we adopted the governor's increase. This is for a new kind of a shift. This is for vehicle usage increases. And then we're going to go to 33. So here, this is where kind of that shift comes in. We actually can kind of start talking again about some stuff that came directly into our state highway patrol. And that would be the adoption of governor's rec of 300,000 for tasers, and added a footnote to make 267,214 a one-time. And the reason we did this is because the conversation came forward, do we need 300,000 every single year for tasers? And the answer is absolutely not. We need that lump sum to get tasers, new tasers bought for our officers. And then we need just a little bit to update as we see tasers being used for training purposes, hopefully not, but in the field purposes, and to replace anything that may be lost or damaged or broken. So we made that shift and put in that footnote. 34, we did the governor's rec, and this is one time for an in-car and body-worn camera videos and digital evidence platforms. A lot of this is just updating old and antiquated equipment. So 35, we're going to see once again this accept of the governor's rec, but again, one times, and then 36, 444 to be bianalyzed in a footnote 3, and this is for GPS mapping in our cars. One of the things that we're finding is we're trying to get everyone on the same page in their GPS mapping for our officers. 36 is going to be one-time funds. We accepted governor's rec for in-car modems and antennas. 37 is going to be accepting of the governor's rec for core operations and mandated reoccurring software licenses and maintenance costs. Again, this is for our patrol cars. Number 38, we see accepting of governor's rec for increased field supervision efficiency by reclassifying 16 existing positions. So this is a reclassification. 39, we see one time for ballistic helmets and face shields. We did not have ballistic helmets and face shields in cars, and this is bringing us back to a place where we do have that. And then we have 40, we have accepted of the governor's rec for increased trooper equipment costs. 41, again, adopting of the governor's rec for leadership training costs. 42, again, adopting governor's rec one time for vehicle radar systems. 43, TRP. 44, adopting governor's rec of for building occupancy expenses. The next one is IAT allocation increases. Again, governor's rec accepted. And then TRP on 46, 47. We added a footnote to provide authorization for the agency to expend $523,277 for capital security personal contractors. That is evening and weekends, and that is the individuals that are taking care of security. They're the ones monitoring video feeds and taking care of the capital weekends and evenings. 47 is a TRP. Nope, sorry. 48 would be adopted governor's rec for IT allocation increases. 49 would be TRP. And then finally, 50 is a large expense. It's $18,409,342. And this is 5.4 of general funds, 12 million of tourism funds, and $1 million of transportation enterprise funds. And this goes to cover air services in Cheyenne, Gillette, Sheridan, Rock Springs, and Riverton. It's what keeps our commercial air service in the state. And with that, I'd answer any questions.
Are there any questions on section 45, Department of Transportation? Representative Jarvis.
Thank you. I guess I have just a quick question because I know there's been a lot of conversation over the Trooper 1, Trooper 2, Trooper 3 funding and it exceeding their administrators. It will put them making more than their administrators, and I was wondering how you like how those calculations came about and if that was a consideration, because there's a lot of talk that The administrative staff would make more money if they just moved back to going on the roads.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as we looked at it, we took those numbers from the 2024 pay rate scales and applied them. The conversation, and actually, if you guys have followed the association that oversees this has gone out and actually spoken on this, which is an interesting conversation that's another conversation for another time. But it is a situation where the troopers that are in the field, the actual threat to life that they see is making it a situation where we keep losing these troopers. And so is there potential shift in what that pays? Yes, there absolutely is. But I'll also say this, in the world of the private sector, there were people that I worked under that I made more than they did every year by a long shot whenever I was working in the trades. And that's because the work that I was doing was a lot more dangerous. And so I think that is a part of the conversation that needs to be had. And at the end of the day, if we could give every person raises, that would be amazing. But I think that there's an opportunity for us to sit there and go, we are trying to truly bolster these areas where we have seen retention issues, and we're trying to take care of those areas that we just can't seem to keep filled. So that was the logic, or the reason and logic behind it.
Any further questions on Department of Transportation? Not seeing anyone rush to the mic. Without objection, Section 45, Department of Transportation is closed. Moving on to our next section, Section 48, Department of Health. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Bear and I will be bringing you Section 48, the Department of Health. I wanted to start off by kind of giving you a little bit of feedback on the interim. I was fortunate to chair a subcommittee to take a look at the budget of the Department of Health. The budget, by the way, which now stands at right at $3 billion, when just a couple of years ago it was only $2 billion. There are a lot of factors that go into that, and we'll be discussing some of those. But what I wanted to say is that the bulk of that time we spent, and Representative Sherwood was with me on that, and she was great help. Also Senator Dan Larson. We spent the bulk of that time just trying to wrap our heads around the scope of that agency. It's massive, and they do many, many things. What we found was that they do a really good job. Now, there are some areas that we think they can improve in. We found some things that kind of flashed some maybe warning lights, but it takes quite a bit of research to actually make sure, are we really seeing something that would or could be an issue, or are we just not fully understanding what's going on? And so those things, I hope that this body will find the need to allow us to continue that work. The director of the Department of Health also would like that. He's very much appreciated our insight and being able to have that exchange. So that was a very healthy thing as far as I'm concerned. We did find a little bit to help, but part of our goal, and we'll talk about that as we go through these notes, part of our goal was to find some extra money, if we could find it, to improve the DD waiver situation. We have the very neediest among us who are on wait lists sometimes for several years, and we found that rather discouraging and wanted to do anything we could do to fix it. We also found that the healthcare providers or the care providers for these people were vastly underpaid, and so we're trying to do what we can to do that. Cut down the wait list, make sure that we have enough providers to actually do the work, and we were able to do some of those good things. We'll get to those as we get through the notes. But I just wanted to pass that along, and to give my thanks to the director and his staff for the help that they were, and it was a fascinating learning experience. What we'll be doing is I will be going through the notes that are in black, and Chairman Bear will come along and do the ones that are in brown. Item number 2, the JAC adopted the governor's rec of 82,000 various funds for 2 full-time FTE positions and decreased 2 at-will AWACS. Basically, we just brought them on as full-time regular FTEs. And these are positions related to the Medicaid Technology Project, Management Staffing Office, basically processing. Item 6, we adopted the governor's rec to utilize carryover appropriations for specific persons, and we added to section 309. That's on page 118 of your budget bill. Essentially what it says is that we can keep a limited amount of these carryover funds as long as they're used to help with Medicaid expenses. Title 25, which Title 25 deals with the state hospital, the Pioneer Home, the Girls and Boys School, state penitentiary, those sorts of things, and the staffing needs for the same. So we have extra money, we can use it there before any reverts. Let's see, item number 8, JAC adopted the governor's rec at 315,000 and change to increase 3 full-time FTP positions and 3 at-will contracts. Again, similar to what we talked about, more information is available for that in your budget, in this agency's budget request on page 82. JAC adopted the governor's rec of $500,000, which is basically split general and federal funds for a reduction of consulting, temporary, and other contracts due to the addition of permanent staff. JAC, this is item 10, adopted the governor's rec of $7,362,000, and this is split between general funds and federal funds. It's mostly federal funds. For Wyoming eligibility system, technical enhancements, regulatory compliance, again, basically processing claims. Let's see, 11. We adopted the governor's rec of 13 million plus for the CHIP program. Details on that are on the page 90 of the budget request. JAC adopted the governor's rec of 11.9 million for Medicare Part D clawback. What the clawbacks are, it's basically a bill. We get a bill for a discrepancy with federal government, and that's what has to be paid. Forgive me if I'm getting a little ringy, but I believe I got that correct. The good chairman will correct that if I stepped on it. Number 12, we adopted the governor's, no, that was number 12. Number 13, JAC adopted the governor's rec of $196 million for Medicaid provider supplemental payment programs. More details in their request book, page 107. Item 23, 24, and 25, again, we adopted governor's recommendations. We're moving personnel around to try to make it more efficient and to try to get the job done more effectively. Items 28 and 31 are like a debit and a credit. We adopted the governor's rec to take a negative 400 from the general funds, move to operational funding. This is on the 988 system. Basically, we're just changing the funding source. JAC adopted the governor's rec of 140,000 general funds for guardianship services. Budget request is on page 232, and you can see the details on that. Item 33, JAC adopted the governor's rec, 173,000 federal funds and 1 AWAC position to continue the position for the state opioid response grant. Item 35, JAC adopted the governor's rec of 52,000 general funds for increased preschool enrollment. JAC adopted the governor's rec of 144,000 federal funds for senior care to reduce the number of B11s needed. Just a brief explanation in that. It was run in the past, and we've talked about trying to decrease the numbers of B11s. And what happens with a B11 is if we run out of funds, the governor has the authority to go in and dip in and move money into that position so that we can take care of an issue. And it becomes a kind of an after the fact, and it really doesn't make the budget reflect as accurately as it should. So we're trying to better predict what's coming down the pike, put those into the budget, and then we are a little bit more transparent, and anybody that looks at the budget has a better idea of what we're actually spending rather than money moving behind the scenes. It's not really behind the scenes. And the other two items are essentially the same sort of thing. We adopted the governor's rec in an effort to be more transparent and to stop using B11s. With that, I would take any questions on those. Seeing none, Mr. Chairman, I would.
Representative Posey, and then we'll go to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question regarding the federal funding pass-through that went to the Indian Health Service contracts. It's not mentioned in there, and I know that it was denied first time, but it was kind of listed as an accounting issue. So could you explain that, please? Thank you.
I can.
Representative
can.
Pendergraft.
Thank you. And thank you for the question. I know there was a lot of talk about that. To be honest with you, the first several times I looked at the budget, I saw that one, I thought it was all federal funds. You know, look where it's going. Not a big deal, but when you start looking at the request, they were saying we've got a 10% inflation rate over 2 years, and yet they were moving from $94 million, adding another, was it 54 million?
58.
Chairman Bear.
58 million, yeah, adding, so it's about a 60% increase. And so when we called it into question, wanted to look at it, and it was interesting because Department of Health said, you know, nobody's ever challenged us on this before, and I can kind of see why. And they got to looking at it and said, you know, we got another report coming in here from the feds, and when it did come in, they actually said, well, instead of 10%, we should be going 3%. So that made a reduction. And then the other side of it, the other reason that it was 60% was we were kind of moving away from the B11 process and projecting it and putting that in the budget. So all of that came to something that to me just didn't add up. And when we got that all straight, they came back with a revised estimate, which would be 41 million. We immediately approved that and took care of it. And I should say that the way this system works, it's going to be fully funded regardless. If something happens, the governor has that B11 authority and he can cover it.
I'm going to call on Representative Bear to explain the other half of the notes here, and then we can go into other questions. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I suspect many of the questions, like the last one, would be on the red notes, which I'm going to go over next. And I would point out that the last question was on red note number 18 on page 23 of your status report at the very top. And the description that the good vice chair just gave you is listed out there, that we decreased the governor's recommendation of 58 million down to 41 million. And that was the updated and correct number with the AIR. That's the all-inclusive rate. So I would just add one more note on that for the good representative from the reservation, that we have we have always passed that funding through, directly through. So the reason that happens is because the federal government has said we will always reimburse whatever your bills are. And so when those bills come into the state, we send them to the feds, they pay them, no questions asked. The last time, our budget was updated, it was updated to 94 million. It's probably been 4 years that that hasn't been quite sufficient. So we've been delayed in getting it. That's why it was a 60% ask this time. And the way they've been dealing with that is through B11s. I think you heard the prior appropriator mention that we're always trying to reduce those B11s. It's a transparency measure. And let me just give you all an idea how this works. When it comes to federal funds, what we're doing is authorizing the executive branch to spend those funds. And when it's a pass-through like this, they were going to spend those funds whether the legislature told them to or not. And if we had not told them and they needed to spend it, they would go ahead and do that. But then they need to B11 it so that we got notified within 10 days. So we had left it the way it was, and that was the situation on that particular line item. So with that, I'm going to get going on these red notes. So first of all, note number 1, JAC added footnote number 1 to specify that the department shall not expend any funds for abortions or gender transition procedures. And we did get a report back from the department that that is not taking place at this point with any of these Medicaid, Medicare funds. They have had there was a request at one point, but it did not take place. Number 3 is a TRP. Number 4, JAC added $1.895 million for a nursing compensation pilot program at one of the 5 facilities. We mentioned that earlier and had a pretty robust discussion about that. Number 5, JAC added footnote number 3 for the state supplemental income SSI program, allowing recipient payments to be the lowest amount permissible without reducing federal funds. Number 7, JAC denied governor's rec of $252,490 and 2 full-time positions to address Medicaid individual case ratios. Now, this is one I will tell you that we kind of struggled with this, folks, and it's something we maybe should talk about. As the rural health transformation funds come in, the error rate is going to become much more important that we keep it low. We have had it low, and that's great. That allowed us to get the maximum award on the Rural Health Transformation Fund from the One Big Beautiful Bill. But a lot of that has to do with the fact that we really haven't, since COVID, we haven't been having to test nearly as much or report as much or check as many of the applicants as we probably will be in the near future. And I will say that many of these denials we anticipate in this department to be picked up through the Rural Health Transformation Fund. And then the bulk of them that are not in that category are rate rebasing. So just a general description of rate rebasing. This is where we determine we're going to up the amount we're going to pay for a particular procedure, and we'll get more federal funds as well. So the provider gets more money when we do a rate rebase. It is, if you will, a form of Medicaid expansion. It doesn't create more patients, if you will, but it certainly creates more funding, which can lead to more patients. So with that, when we looked at a 50% increase, remember the budget for this department in 2024 was $2 billion. The governor's request this year was $3 billion. So much of that was the Rural Health Transformation Fund, which we've moved off. We have a bill now that is moving through this body, but also a lot of it was this rate rebasing. And so many of these denials would be these rate rebasings for different parts of Medicaid. All right, with that, down to 14, JAC denied governor's rec. This is a rate rebasing. That was $3.5 million. 15, $17 million. Again, this is for one time to increase patient rates to 100% of cost for critical access hospitals. This is one of those items that the Rural Health Transformation Fund is addressing directly. And this was a very low priority for the agency because they knew that was a potential. JAC denied the governor's rec of $1.3 million to increase Medicaid home health rates to 70% of Medicare. Again, a rate rebasing, which I described a moment ago. JAC denied the governor's rec of $5 million one time to increase funding levels for maternity and delivery physician services and maintain a 90% of Medicare floor for other physician services. Now, that right there is another rate rebase, so we denied it. But at the same time, I want to make it clear that that area of healthcare is going to be well supplemented by the Rural Health Transformation Fund. Number 18 on page 23 was the one we discussed a moment ago, having to do with the all-inclusive rate. Number 19, JAC denied governor's rec of $27 million for additional Medicaid community choices waiver. And this waiver, just for those of you who are not that familiar with Medicaid, it's kind of a catch-all. So everything that has got a particular Medicaid expenditure will have its own name, but everything else that is covered by Medicaid will fall into this part here. And again, that's an increase that was denied. JAC increased the governor's rec of $14 million by $10,900,000 to $24.9 for extraordinary care community emergency waiver payments, continuation of ARPA-funded rates, and additional provider rate increases, and added footnote number 4. So it's been mentioned a couple of times now that we've increased the DD waiver. Well, if you take people off the waiting list, you have to have people able to take care of them. And if you're not paying enough, you'll have fewer people to take care of them. And we've had that discussion all day long today. So this is a matter of getting the pipeline ready for those people we're going to take off the waiting list. Number 21, JAC increased governor's rec of $3 million by $9 million and to $12 million total to increase funding for the Medicaid supports waiver, with the goal to reduce the number of individuals on the wait list, and added footnote number 5 to specify that the wait list reduction target should be at least 50%. So we're trying to cut that waiting list in half. JAC moved the governor's rec of $344 million of Rural Health Transformation Program funds onto that House bill that we've been working. Number 26, JAC denied governor's rec and added $203,497 general funds to for county public health nursing compensation. Again, we anticipate even more help there with Rural Health Transformation Fund. 27, JAC denied governor's rec of $2.968 million, of which $607,000 general fund one time to support current laboratory services operations. And number 29, JAC adopted the governor's rec to make $952,000 effective immediately. And this note goes along with number 32, very similar. These are two different funds coming out of the Tobacco Trust. And we want these effective immediately so that we don't run into a situation where we revert and it has to go back into the corpus. So this is keeping the expenditure alive for the department. Number 34, JAC decreased the governor's rec by $21 million, from $21 million by $10 million general funds to $11 million total for this preschool external cost adjustment. So folks, this is something that we talked about last year, something that hasn't been taken care of for some time, and we wanted to start addressing it. We're going to have to close that gap. So in this here expenditure, we are closing half the gap in this biennium. Still room to go, but we're not doing it all at once. And it's been some time since this has been addressed. And last, note number 36, JAC adopted Joint Judiciary Committee letter number 1 and added $5 million general fund and footnote number 7 to reimburse counties for the detention and treatment of pretrial detainees awaiting mental health evaluation, fitness determinations, or competency restoration. And you probably all heard about that in your communities. Your county detention centers are carrying a very heavy burden because of the inability to get patients down, evaluated down at our state hospital. And so this is to relieve some of that pressure, at least financially, for your county detention centers. And that was brought to us again by the Joint Judiciary Committee. And it was granted by us, JAC. And I'll stand for questions.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and might just clarify, just to add a little addition there when we talked about the Part D clawback, and there's a little confusion on what that was, is that's when you have a dual eligible person. You've got an individual in the state that is enrolled in Medicaid, and then he qualifies for Medicare and receives the Part D prescription. The feds require the state to pay for that Part D. They claw that back to help cover some of the costs that, because Medicare pays, it's a richer, far richer policy than what you have on Medicaid. Mr. Chairman, if I could ask you on page 23 on 19 on the community choice waiver, I was curious, and this just goes back because I remember when the previous Department of Health director, when I first came in, was very concerned about the cost of long-term care expenditures for people who are on Medicaid. And he was looking for ways to reduce those costs to the state. And so he applied for a waiver that allows you to change the program as long as it doesn't cost it's equal to or less and provides equal services to the person. And so the community choice waiver was created to try and keep those people who would have gone into a nursing home into their own homes. And over the years, that's diverted a lot of people away from long-term care into their own homes. And the cost for, on monthly cost average, is $2,000 to keep them in their home. Whereas if they're in long-term care, it's $6,000. And so I'm trying to understand why, every couple of years we have to get an estimate on what we think the number will be going in that would be eligible for this. And I'm not sure why we would want to deny that. You could say, well, we could create a waiting list. I heard that conversation. We could create a waiting list, but while you're waiting on the waiting list, people could go into long-term care because they'd be qualified as being enrolled in Medicaid. If we're worried that the $11 million, they won't need all of that, that reverts back anyway. And so I'm trying to understand the rationale of denying that 11 million, or the conversation behind that, please.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the good appropriator, I'm looking at note 19. It's not 11 million, it's actually 27.6 by my look here. So, and to answer your question, it's similar to a question we answered earlier, that these are increases. They are estimates, and we don't believe the estimates are warranted to go ahead and fund it at this time. So we have funded the base, what we've been spending, plus the inflation, and that's where we're at right now with this particular request. We do agree this is an important program to keep people out of nursing homes. It also does a lot of other things, but that's probably the most commonly known service that this particular program covers. And so,
and then if I may, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Chairman, is I understand your conversation on the rebasing and understanding that that is an increased payment to the provider, because the provider, and so I think it's every 4 years, every 6 years, we rebase and see if the payments we're paying to providers who are providing mental health and medical help to people who are on Medicaid is an adequate reimbursement rate for their business model. And so periodically we rebase it, and then we have to adjust that, just like anybody does in business that has to increase and change that. And so what you're saying, though, is we don't want to do that. The providers are just going to have to continue providing at the current rate. And so then is there not a risk that these providers would stop providing these services or not take as many people because they can't afford to?
Chairman Bear.
yes, and thank you for the question. And yes, there's always a risk. But I will say this, that, we're looking at what are the things that we can afford to do. And so that's why we opted to spend money on this DD waiver instead of some of these other increases in some of these other programs. And we did apply those increases to the DD waiver program. So really comes down to setting priorities.
Thank you.
Representative Larson.
And in my final one, there's a few other questions, but it's called basically around the same conversation we had. I do have a question though on page 22 on note 1, where you added footnote 1 that specifies the department shall not expend any funds for abortion or gender transition procedures. And so I looked at the footnote and I find that on page 37 of the budget bill. Make sure, yep, that's the one. And there's no real definition of abortion. And so you could have a mother who has an abortion to save her life, or the doctor performs abortion. This would prevent that. Or they couldn't expend funds for that. You could also have a mother that's on a single mother that's on Medicaid that has a pregnancy terminated and had to do a DNC, which is considered an abortion. They would be prohibited from funding that. Am I understanding that correctly?
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you bring up an excellent point. We probably need to add a footnote to refer to state law where we give a definition. So certainly a good suggestion.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions on Department of Health? Any further questions on Department of Health? Not seeing anyone rushing to the mic. And without objection, I will close section 48, Department of Health, and we will be moving on to section 49, Department of Family Services. Representative Sherwood.
Yeah. Hello, good evening. If you need to stretch, please do that. If you need to take a deep breath, please do that as well. You will find Mr. Chairman for an explanation of Agency 49. Please refer to page 24 on your summary sheet. I hope it's full of notes and color and markups, and page 40 and 41 of your budget bill. Again, I'm going to give you time to get there. So the Wyoming Department of Family Services serves children, youth, vulnerable adults, and families in need of time-limited economic and concrete support, like food assistance or childcare. They support community-based prevention and protective services to keep individuals safe and families together. If necessary, they also care for children and youth who are court-ordered into the state's custody. The department runs 2 youth facilities, one for boys, one for girls. What I found really interesting is that nearly half of their budget goes directly into our communities to providers for client services. All right, I'm going to group all of the things that I'm going to do this differently. Big picture here, guys. JAC adopted funding for SNAP. This is probably something that you've, heard from your constituents, seen in the news. Again, this is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. So the federal rules around this program changed. Historically, we had a 50-50 match, 50% general funds, 50% federal funds. The rules changed, which required the agency to submit an exception request to meet the federal requirement for 75% state funds and 25% federal funds. So this reflects that change in federal statute. The governor and the JAC agreed with that. And so on footnote number 2, page 41 of your budget bill, you will see the language around SNAP utilization, making sure that the state has that additional match in here. For your information, 28,000 of our constituents use this program. It's for low-income residents. This number includes families with children, people with disabilities, and seniors, on, again, low-income seniors so that they can purchase fresh foods. Excuse me for a second. I have to sneeze. It didn't come. Thanks. Thanks. All right, so that's the big one. Grace, I'm asking you for grace. Here we go. All right, so your JAC declined to fund 3 major things in the Department of Family Services. 3.7 million for IT system modernization efficiencies. And I'm like, what is that? So you go back into the agency's book, you look at the request, the justification, you will see that this modernization is to improve service delivery, including online payments to community providers for services rendered, to enhance security for sensitive data, and a one-stop shop platform for customers, which replaces old paper forms that used to have to be faxed into the agency. This request was the department's number 2 priority. If the feds had not changed the rule, it would have been their number 1 priority. Second thing, in regards to SNAP education. So the committee passed on this SNAP education program. It's something that we may know as Sensible Nutrition. It is administered through the university's extension offices. So this is outreach into our communities in regards to nutrition, obesity prevention for low-income individuals. The program was eliminated by, can I say Congress? Okay, in October of 2025. And if it's going to continue, each state will have to find an alternative source of funding for SNAP education. The next big one that you may have heard from constituents or in the news is 3.5 million for the Summer Electronic Benefits Transfer, better known as SunBucks program. This provides grocery benefits to address food insecurity in Wyoming, serves around 32,000 low-income children during the summer months when they're not in school to get school lunch meals. The administration of this program is split 50-50 between the state and the feds. However, 100% of the grocery benefit, approximately $120 per child per summer, is federally funded. Let's see here. All right, and then the big footnote that we added, so if you see page 41 of your budget bill, footnote number 1, the footnote requires the department to comply with federal policies to ensure that federal benefits, like Social Security survivor benefits, intended for foster care youth are used exclusively for the youth's unmet needs. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for questions.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the presentation. I had a question about the footnote 1. And first of all, just wanted some information on the conversations you had with the agency about this cut and what their response was to that.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yes.
So page 41 of the budget book, footnote number 1.
24, page 24 of the, what do we call this again? The cheat sheet. Some people, we used to call it last budget session, the cheat sheet, but
Oh,
24.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we are on the status report and you're asking, the good representative is asking about the JAC's denial for the IT system modernization licenses and support. So this was a mix of general funds and federal funds. And I'm going to have to phone a friend because I'm not remembering the conversation in regards to why we passed on this one.
Representative Haroldson. Oh, nope. Hold, please. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the conversation and clarity. I am now recalling that we felt like it wasn't appropriate to fund at this time.
Representative Lally.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So was there a back and forth about this, or was the decision to cut after the agencies had come? I guess I'm trying to understand, was there any dialogue with them, with the agency on this issue?
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you so much for the question. Good representative. Most of the time that the agency was in front of us, we spent discussing the SNAP program. So this one did not get as much dialogue.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Larson.
Did it get any dialogue is the question we're asking.
Representative Sherwood.
Good representative. Not that I recall.
Are there any further questions or discussion on Department of Family Services? Seeing no one rushing to the mic, without objection, section 49 is closed. Moving on to section 51, Livestock Board, Representative Alamand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring to you section 51, Livestock Board. You can find it on page 25 of your summary sheet and page 42 on your budget bill. The JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of 3,600 general fund for a website, Americans with Disabilities Act. Number 3, JAC added 300,000 general fund one time and added footnote number 1 for procedure and distribution of metal ear tags for livestock identification option. And number 2 was a TRP. Number 4, JAC adopted the government's rec of 14,893 general funds one time for Core 1 operating system license renewal. And then 5 and 6 are TRPs. Number 7, JRC adopted the governor's letter number 2 and added 500,000 general funds, of which 131 general fund is one time and 1 full-time equivalent position of an additional field veterinarian and funds for mitigation efforts against threats such as New World screwworm. And that is footnote number 2. The other 2 are TRP requests. I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions on section 51? No one rushing to the mic. Without objection, I will close section 51. Moving on to section 53, Department of Workforce Services, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For an explanation of Agency 53, Department of Workforce Services, please turn to page 26 in your status report and 43 on your budget bill. And I will try to get there myself. So pretty simple in here. Most of this is TRP. Notes 1 through 5 are all TRP. Note 6, JAC adopted the agency's request to reduce $900,000 federal funds and decrease 2 full-time equivalent positions due to federal grant reductions. Number 7 is another TRP. 8 and 9 are TRP. Number 10, JAC adopted technical correction to make 21,000 EF ongoing instead of one time and added footnote number 1. So just a technical correction there. And number 11 is TRP. And with that, I'll stand for questions. on this agency 53.
Any questions on Agency 53? Seeing no one rush to the mic, without objection, I will close section 53. Moving on to section 55, Oil and Gas Commission, Representative Allemand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring to you Section 51, Oil and Gas Commission. You can find it on page 27 of your summary sheet and page 44 of your budget bill. Again, that is 27 on your summary sheet and 44 on your budget bill. The JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of $316,935 for major maintenance reserve account and added footnote number 1 to make these funds one time. Number 2 is a TRP. With that, I'll take questions.
Any questions on section 55? Seeing no one rushing to the mic, without objection, I will close section 55. Moving on to section 57, Community College Commission, Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if anybody's asleep yet, so should I start like yelling or something? Okay. Woo! Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, for the explanation of section 57, the Community College Commission, you can find that on page 27 of your status report or your cheat sheet. You can find it on page 45 in the bill. You guys are getting in trouble. Sorry. Mr. Chairman, I'll continue. Number 1, JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of $312,868, and you can see the breakdown between the general fund and the special revenue. The special revenue part, that $44,000, is actually the Gillette College portion of that for the college administrative computing system maintenance. And you can find that on the budget request page 24. Number 2, the JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of $285,551 in general funds, of which $54,560 general funds is one time. It is for IT subscriptions, maintenance, and related contractual services. Your number 3, JAC adopted the governor's rec of $191,828 in general funds, one time for IT server software upgrades. You can find this on the budget request in the book on page 27. Number 4 is TRP. Number 5, JAC denied the governor's rec of decreasing the community colleges by $1,500,368 in general funds to adjust the state aid based on enrollment. They take a 5-year rolling average and had some decreases in 2020, 2021, 2022, but over the last 3 years, they've had an increase. That's normally forgiven, and so we chose to forgive that because there is an increase specifically within our dual enrollment program. Number 6, JAC added $750,450 general funds one time and added a footnote number 1 for a competitive grant program to support dual enrollment education. Number 7, JAC denied the governor's recommendation and added $7.5 million general fund for career and technical education. And this is CTE, you'll find it in footnote number 2. The JAC added, so we're on number 8, JAC added $600,000 in general funds, and this is actually a typo. So we told you this is not a legal document, but it is correct in the budget, and you can see that on page 47, line 8. It is correct. It's actually $800,000 in general funds, and you'll see it in footnote number 3. Page 47, line 8, for the rodeo teams at Wyoming community colleges. This will be spread throughout 7 of the community colleges. Number 9, JAC adopted the governor's rec for $5 million in general funds one time for the Wyoming Works programmatic grants and added footnote number 4 in the budget request, page 53. You'll find that on page 47, line 20. JAC adopted, we're on number 10. JAC adopted the Gov's rec of $584,486 in general funds one time for the Wyoming Works student grants and added footnote number 5. The JAC denied the Gov's rec of $3 million general fund for the Wyoming Public Television operations. This is an operations increase. They still have their standard base budget. This is the amount that the feds cut, and we are choosing not to supplement what the feds cut. Number 12, JAC denied the Gov's rec of $3.6 million in general funds one time for Wyoming Public Television equipment modernization. Again, their base budget is funded. We denied the increase. This is also something that our state budget department is working on finding them federal grants. They feel like they can do that. And that director is working with the director of this agency to look at that. And on number 13, JAC added $290,000 in special revenue to increase the Wyoming Public Television's endowment interest spending authority. So that's just giving them authority to spend more as they're making more interest off that account. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the explanation. I do have a question on page 28 of the cheat sheet on item number 6 on the pilot program, or not pilot program, for a competitive grant program to support dual enrollment education. And as I read that, it sounds like that this is a grant that can go out to a requesting college, but it really doesn't give any stipulations or criteria that they have to comply with in providing those grants to those people who don't, those students that don't qualify under the K-12 model, which the K-12 model has to have an MOU, and they're generally limited to like 10 quarters in 3 years, something to that effect. Is that not going, did you intentionally leave that broad to allow them to have much more access, or is it intended to be somewhat similar to what the K-12 model is?
Representative Angelos.
Thank you for that question. Thank you, Chairman. That is for those communities that have access to a community college, but they don't have the funding. So their students aren't able to attend the dual enrollment. That is the grant process for the grant program for those students, it's particular in a couple of our community colleges.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to add a little color to that. It'll hopefully get to the root of the question bringer, what he's after there. So these programs are very diverse. Some have BOCHIs, some don't. Some have there's all kinds of different models in our 8 community colleges. So we purposely left it broad so that more colleges could access that. How they use it, I agree with the bringer of the question. There's probably some language that could be tightened up to ensure that it's used in the way we intend. So I would welcome any assistance from the previous appropriator in that.
Thank you.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. Then appreciated the comment and the clarification on not funding Wyoming Public Television. But doesn't it seem somewhat logical that if you've got an agency that's lost 50% of its funding, similar to what we talked on our communities and backfilling them today on direct distribution, that then if an agency lost 50% of its operational funding that was reliant on the feds, that we would want to cover that? Or is that just a position that the committee has taken in to this point?
Representative Angelos.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is definitely a policy choice. We are looking at federal funds being cut, And are we as a state willing to step in where those federal funds have cut? We're seeing that all over the state. We're seeing that all over from this administration. It's policy choice.
Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question kind of is going just a little bit deeper in on page 28, number 6. Is this tied at all to the Senate file that it's with the BOCES funding, or it's not Senate, sorry, not that specific, I think it is it's ours. Is it tied to or conditional on that, the BOCES funding, or is this in addition to BOCES funding and something completely separate? BOCES, sorry, let me correct.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is completely separate. This is not a part of that. This was funding that was put in before that bill was even known.
And just.
Representative Jarvis.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm tired. Struggle buzz. But is it outlined what the specific schools that it's going to for remote, or is it just open?
Representative Angelos.
It is not, but there's only a couple of the community colleges that this actually applies to. So omission, I guess, is what you could say.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Hey, on number 7, could you give me some information on that? Because I looked up the request on 44 and the conversations I've had with the junior colleges in my area, I guess their concern is the funding was cut by half. The funding was cut by half in the junior colleges in my area, and visiting with administrators over there, now they don't have the money to meet the demand of the students. Since we're training the next workforce, I guess I was looking for the conversation why we cut it in half if we're getting such a great outcome from this program.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was a decision by your JAC to offer half in looking at budget. It is an important program. And I think we're looking at budgets and where we can give money and where we can't, and half is where we settled.
Representative Davis.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we're looking at a $750 million surplus, wouldn't it seem efficient for the state to invest in its youth through these programs? Would be my question.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that is a policy choice. I think we're looking at things down the road. We're looking at a potential 50% property tax break that's going to the people. We're looking at education, funding cliff in our education. And so we have that on our mind. It's not just this huge surplus that we're looking at. We're trying to plan for the future. And I think we've tried to really look at that through all of our agencies. And there are things we're not going to get, and there are things, that we would love to fund. I would love to fund everything. Just as an appropriator and looking at it, it's not feasible. Just like it isn't with our people at home with their budgets, and they have to look where they can spend or where they can't, just like a business owner would. That's the way we looked at it. Thank you.
Final question, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Davis.
Thank you. It just seems to me that we have issues facing Wyoming with our youth leaving. And if we're cutting the programs that are educating our youth, creating the jobs that they need to, I don't see the efficiency in this policy program.
Representative Barrett.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to clarify some things. I don't know how we got off a little bit, but if we're talking about footnote number 7, there's no cut. This is an add. The governor's recommendation was 0. Governor's recommendation was 0. And we denied the 0 and added 7.5 million. So we do believe in this CTE being the wave of the future. Now, we had a discussion just yesterday on this very issue as to how we should distribute it, whether it should just go out to all the schools based on ADM, or whether it should go to the schools that are already heavily involved in these programs. So we're still debating that, and I recommend you reach out to your community college and ask them their thoughts on this. There's several different ways, but the way it's set up right now, it just goes out through the college commission as part of their state aid, and it's distributed the same way that the rest of the state aid is. But we do not have I would not say that we have a $700 million surplus either. I mean, I think I shared earlier that right now, because of the way the money's flowing, this bill puts $44 million into LISRA and no additional money into permanent savings. So 44 million, not 700. Okay.
Representative Larson.
So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the presenter. I just want to make sure that that I wasn't hearing incorrectly. Let's go back to the dual enrollment program. Did I hear you say that it was focused on certain colleges?
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not on certain colleges, but there are certain colleges that are certain high schools that are not offering this. So any college can apply. But, you know, you're going to have certain ones that already have this funding, whether it's through their BOCES, if that makes sense.
Any further questions on Section 57 Community College Commission? Seeing no one rush to the mic, without objection, Section 57 is closed. Moving on to Section 60, State Lands and Investments. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hope everybody's hanging with us. We're getting really close now, so we're almost there for tonight. Then we can go back at it tomorrow. All right, Mr. Chairman, for an explanation of Section 60, please refer to page 29 on your status report and 48 on your budget. So this is state lands and investments, and I'm going to ask the good Speaker Pro Tem to join me as I give you this explanation. I'll go through most of these notes, and then he'll jump in and cover some that have to do with firefighting and give you an explanation of those. So footnote number 1 is a TRP. Footnote number 2, JAC adopted governor's rec for $468,419 general funds for Environmental Systems Research Institute. That's ESRI. Contract increase. JAC adopted governor's rec for $340,907, one-time state trust land preservation and enhancement. JAC adopted governor's rec for $29,500, one-time for Environmental Systems Research Institute, Farsal Fabric update. Number 5, JAC adopted governor's rec of $11,702, one-time for a plotter printer replacement. And number 6 is a TRP request. Number 7, I'm going to skip, I'll come back to 7 and 8. 9, JAC adopted governor's rec $20 million one time for emergency fire suppression account. And this is refunding those accounts that we use for fighting fires throughout the season. Number 10, JAC adopted governor's rec to authorize $30 million in borrowing authority from the LSRA for emergency fire suppression. And that is a $10 million increase from the old number. We did that. We tried to do that in the supplemental last year, and now we're going to get it done. Turning the page, page number 30 now, number 17, JAC adopted governor's rec of $359,350 general funds, of which $130,000 is one time for Hella-based building maintenance and furniture. So we're getting done with the construction, and now we're going to be doing maintenance and furnishing the place. 18, JAC adopted governor's rec of $240 general fund for Canva software. And number 19 is a TRP request. Number 20, JAC adopted governor's rec to increase the mineral royalty grant program standard budget by $4 million S4 funds. And then 23, JAC adopted governor's rec $12 million SR for fire protection revolving account. Again, this is refilling the accounts that we use for firefighting. And 24 JAC adopted governor's record $1 million one time for capacity purchase agreement funding. And then going back to page 29, looking at the red notes now, number 1 is a TRP, number 6 is a TRP, number 7 adopted a technical correction to eliminate the $1 general fund for 100 series personnel services. So just a technical correction. Number 8, JAC adopted the footnote number 1 to authorize the agency to add up to 1 at-will employee contract, an AWAC position, when federal funds are received to reimburse the state for 100% of the position. And then we're going to skip those ones that Speaker Pro Tem is going to take care of for me. Back to page 30. And we're on footnote 19 is a TRP request. Number 21, JAC added footnote number 5 to specify that $11,200,000 shall only be available if there is sufficient federal coal lease auction in Wyoming. And last, number 22, JAC adopted the governor's rec to request an adjustment to the federally approved de minimis rate and added footnote number 6 to specify that the difference between the previous and new rate would go to the fire protection revolving account. This is in your budget request, page 135, for a clearer explanation of that one. And with that, I will turn it over to the Speaker Pro Tem to talk about the firefighting module.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, we are on section 060, State Lands and Investments, OSLI, page 48 in your budget and 29 in your status report. So I'm going to be covering on page 29, note 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. And so, ladies and gentlemen, what we're seeing here, there's a number of things going on. Number 1, the requests that were brought forward in the original conversation we had as we did our interim work on fire was a request for a 4-module setup as well as some other positions in and around it. So if we look at number 11, this is for a fire business assistant. This was a position that we did not bring in. And as we've talked more with the chief forester and her position, this was something that we did not offer and did not put in. And that's something we've worked through and walked through, and we're fine with that. Line number 12. So this right here is going to be the module that we did not move forward. So you're going to see the modules in the bills. Here you're seeing that funding for that module, those positions for that module, and this also has to do with, it has a footnote in here that states if the bill that we are moving through the system were to pass, it would eliminate this funding in the footnote associated. So then we go on to 13, and we see another one of those. This is the one that we adopted. So 12 was the one we denied. This is the one we adopted. And so now we're seeing the actual module we have adopted in here. We go on to 14, and this is added 4 part-time equivalent PTE positions and reduced 4 at-will employee AWAC positions for the single engine air tanker seats program, and add footnote number 3. The need for this actually has to do with the, it would be the paid leave, hazard pay, and the retirement. The AWAC positions, anything that is in that AWAC position would not have the opportunity to be in that retirement, but anyone that is in a full-time, part-time position design setup would, as long as it's over 6 months per year. And so that's that shift that we're looking at there. And then if you look at line 15, we get to see the $390,000 for the firefighter paid leave, hazard pay, and then that added footnote number 4 that once again is just saying if the bill we are currently walking through the system were to pass, this footnote disappears, as well as this funding, and we move forward with what we are placing into statute. And then we go to number 16. We denied the governor's rec of 195 of general fund in that 1 FTE position, and this is for a public information officer. Again, this was in that original conversation that we had with the departments. the local county departments and not part of the plan that we had moving forward, which included our single module and those two positions for the smoke busters, and then also our paid time off hazard pay and retirement. So this is basically aligning with what we have in the bills moving forward out of JAC, with the footnotes that correlate, where if we were to pass those bills, all of this eliminates. And with that, we would both stand for questions.
Any questions on Section 60 state lands? Seeing no one rush to the mics, without objection, I will close Section 60 and we'll move on to Section 66, Wyoming Tourism Board. Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to explain Section 66, the Wyoming Tourism Board. You can find this on page 30 in your cheat sheet, on page 51 in your bill. And this is real fast. This is a TRP request. I don't know why it got left in, but that is the only change to this agency. I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions on Section 66? Seeing no one rushing to the mic, without objection, I will close Section 66. Moving on to our final section, 6-7. Representative Bear.
Final one, as long as you're awake. If you fall asleep on this one, then we're going to keep going. Hang with me. Last one. Mr. Chairman, thank you for an explanation of Agency 67, University of Wyoming. Please go to, oh, you know what? I'm going to need your help on the page on the budget bill, but it is page, all right, 31 on your status report and page 52 in your budget bill. And so starting at the top, note number 1, JAC added footnote number 1 to specify that the university shall not expend any funds for elective abortions on health insurance coverage that provides for elective abortions. And maybe that word elective is what we should have used in the other instance on Department of Health. So just a suggestion if we're going to clean that one up. Number 2, JAC reduced $1.7 million in general funds and added footnote number 2 to specify that no funds shall be expended on Wyoming public media. This is the radio station there. Number 3, JAC reduced $40 million in general fund and added footnote number 3 to specify that no reduction shall be made to the College of Agriculture, the College of Education, the Wyoming Outdoor Recreation, Tourism, and Hospitality Institute, the Center for Innovation for Flow-Through Porous Media, and High Bay Research Facility. Number 4, JAC added $100,000 general fund one time and footnote number 4 for an external financial and administrative audit and operational overview of the Center for Innovation for Flow-Through Porous Media and the High Bay Research Facility. Footnote number 5, JAC added footnote number 5 to specify that the faculty and staff are encouraged and students attending orientation are required to learn about the history, purpose, and mission of the federal land-grant university system. That's the Morrill Act. Footnote number 6, JAC adopted Governor's Rec of $6 million general fund one time for career technical education, and this is the training of the teachers for CTE, educators, and added footnote number 6 to specify that the university should examine the costs and benefits of a new facility versus a remodel of the existing space. So this is to take the shop where they're training those teachers. Currently it's on campus, and we asked them to look at the cost, do a cost analysis on having a shop off campus where building costs are much, much lower. Note number 7, JAC added $200,000 general fund and footnote number 7 for the university rodeo team. So an increase of $200,000 for the rodeo team. JAC added in number 8, footnote number 8, to specify that $10 million of general fund is appropriated of this appropriation shall only be used in the event the university receives donations from athletic booster organizations or individuals for purposes of athletic facilities at the university. Footnote number 9, JAC denied governor's recommendation of $6 million to support athletic operations. Footnote number 10, JAC decreased the governor's rec of $4.5 million one time by $450,000 to $4,050,000 for a critical minerals initiative. JAC adopted the governor's rec of $2.3 million general funds for an internship program. That's the WHIP program. Note number 12, JAC denied the governor's rec of $285,783 for an additional clinician assistant professor at Casper Family Medicine. Number 13, JAC adopted governor's rec of $2.09 million one time for coal paralysis demonstration, inflation, and added footnote number 9 to make this appropriation effective immediately. So that's our paralysis unit. Number 15, JAC adopted governor's rec of $10 million one time for School of Energy Resources matching and added footnote number 10 to specify matching and legislative notice requirements. Those notice requirements specify that this $10 million is to go to a coal initiative. JAC denied governor's recommendation of $12.5 million in additional one-time matching funds. And number 16, JAC added $2.5 million general fund one time and footnote number 11 to provide state matching funds solely to support excellence in research, education, and extension in ranch and rangeland management, agronomy, and soil science, conditioned upon a match of $1 million of appropriated general funds to $1 from any non-state source. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Representative Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on footnote 12 on status sheet, page 31, you talk about denying an additional clinical assistant professor at Casper Family Medical at a time when we're trying to build our medical resources. Can you explain that for me?
Representative Clouston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question comes in on number 15, the $12,500,000 for the matching fund. So I know that over the last 20 years, this has raised over $200 million in monies from private. So it's a partnership between the university, the state, and private donors. So just wondering why we would not continue with that program.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the questions. I'll start with the last one first. So we're looking at the endowment right now and where, the wealth that the university has, and feels like it's time for them to step up. I think the chief executive made a similar comment in the media that it's time for the university to start standing on its own. We think that they should use those endowment funds to make those matching donations. And so that's our indication. Our implication is that we're going to start backing out of matching these funds. We still have a lot of matching funds in there. You see the footnote that we made on the 10 million for the athletic department. So still have matching funds in there, just not adding any at this time, and really hoping that the university begins to stand on its own in that regard. As in regards to the physician's assistant there in Casper, that's just a policy decision that we determined we didn't want to grow that at this time. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative.
Thank you,
ahead.
Mr.
Thanks.
Chairman. I just wanted to point out on the item 15, the university had actually asked for 20 million. The governor reduced it to 12.5. And I think that shows a similar understanding, similar concept.
Representative Lally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to return back to the issue of the comments about the endowments that they have at University of Wyoming. Did you talk to them about the endowments and the constraints put on each endowment that they have?
Representative Bear.
We did not.
Okay.
We're just looking at that balance and thinking that this is time. We're looking universities across the nation with their endowments and what they're doing, what other states are doing with their land grant universities. And this is the type of activity we think that the university can do on its own.
Well, the reason I asked is endowment.
Representative Lally.
Huh? Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Endowments are a very specific type of fund that are donor given. They're not taxpayer funds. They're donor given for specific purposes. And the university's choice is to use them for those purposes or send them back to the donor. And that's a matter of law. I mean, so I would really love to have some discussion about that. And do we really understand fully the way these endowments are structured and what the legal requirements are under the endowments? Because there could be a misunderstanding about that.
Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is on footnote 3, just trying to understand the discussion surrounding the $40 million reduction.
Representative Bear.
Thank you for the question. It's been all over the media. We didn't discuss it with the university. We determined based on things that this body has done over the last 4 years and kind of reaction we're getting from the university. And frankly, looking at spending money elsewhere like DD waiver, those types of things. So this was a cut that we felt the university could handle.
Follow up?
Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the 40 million was, I guess I'm trying to understand how you arrived at that $40 million number just to get to that point.
Representative Bear.
That was just because we hadn't gotten their attention with some of the other things that we've done in the past. So trying to get their attention.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to weigh in on that a little bit. We send a lot of kids to the University of Wyoming, and a great deal of them, I've heard numbers. I haven't substantiated them exactly. I do have data. About 80% of those kids leave the state. Whereas in community colleges, about 80% of those kids stay in the state. And so some of the money that we pulled out of the University of Wyoming or proposed to pull out is then being redirected toward community colleges, toward CTE programs. At least that's our mentality and that's our thinking. There is also, if you look at the university over the last several years, they have enjoyed, frankly, phenomenal wealth. You walk around that place and it's just absolutely gorgeous. They want for nothing. They've got brand new buildings. There is no other community of 600,000 people in America that can support a university like that. We're very fortunate to have the mineral wealth that we've had. As I said, they have done very, very well for a long time. In the process, they've expanded into a whole lot of areas, and I think have kind of lost their focus on the land grant concept, which is why we said, okay, we're going to pull this money back, and we want you to focus on ag, we want you to focus on engineering, we want you to focus on education. These other things that benefit Wyoming specifically, rather than training people in majors, minors, ideas and concepts where they're not going to be, frankly, at home in Wyoming.
Representative Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm part of that 20% that stayed. How lucky am I? It's late, folks, and I have a lot of thoughts on that last comment, but I think I'll take it up with him individually, the good representative. But I can't figure out why this changed. It evolved. Certain colleges, institutions were added later. And if you guys could help any of the representatives or later tomorrow or later today, maybe not later today, could help explain to me why that $40 million picked a few and not a few others. I guess I heard some of it just now where we have 3 areas that we want to concentrate in, but others that we want to leave behind. Other parts of that college that have been there since the beginning. So if anyone wants to help me out and help me understand that, that's footnote 3. I'd certainly appreciate it.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the question. So the add-ons that you ask about really has to do with oversight on our part. What we're trying to do is look at where has the school itself focused. There's been a lot of investment into the engineering school. We didn't protect that because they can make the decision where they can best do something there. But we wanted to make sure that these areas that have been struggling in the past didn't get set back because they do support that land grant university mission. That's our purpose in those.
Representative Larson.
I think I'm like the good representative that fishes a lot. I have some opinions and they're a little bit sour, and I better not get into them tonight. But I do. Could you explain to me from a comment you said earlier, based on things we've done in this body, and that we can't get the university's attention? Can you explain that a little bit? Because it would almost suggest that this action's retaliatory that we're going to show you.
Chairman Bear.
So I think there is an element of trying to get the university to reflect the state of Wyoming more. I think that comment was made earlier. And we're living in an age where the universities across the nation are going further and further away from what a land grant university is really designed to do. That land grant university, if you look at the Morrill Act, talks about a practical education. So we'd like to see the university head back towards a more practical education. To be specific, in the past couple of sessions, this body has taken action to eliminate a lot of what we call DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion type of education. And what we're finding is that elimination that was directed by this body really didn't happen. So we're trying to make sure that those types of things get rectified.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I read the Constitution, Article 7, of course, the University of Wyoming is in our Constitution. It is Wyoming, just like this legislature is in the Constitution. And so Article 7, Section 15, Mr. Chairman, members, establishment of the university confirmed. University of Wyoming is and is said institution with its several departments is hereby declared to be the University of the State of Wyoming. All lands herewith granted hereafter by Congress and the university such instruction to be given in any of its departments with all other grants, donations, and devises. And then it goes on some more about grants and loans. And then Section 16, tuition free. You know, when you think about 1889, when this is being written, just think about what's going on in our country. You know, we're just 20 years out from the Civil War. A lot of war veterans here in the United States now, or in the Wyoming, I should say, building our territory. But Section 16, tuition free. This is really important. And as I look at that little graph on my big screen of my computer of general funds to the university over the last 20 years, it's been pretty flat. And then all of a sudden, we're going to cut this 40 million out. But tuition free, the university shall be equally open to students of both sexes, irrespective of race or color, and in order that the instruction furnished may be as nearly free as possible. Any amount in addition to the income from its grants, the land sources above mentioned necessary to raise the support and maintenance in a condition of full efficiency shall be raised by taxation or otherwise under provision of the legislature. See, our founders who put the gold dome on here and imported the wood and the tile from all over the country went into debt to build this building and to build the university, Old Main. They weren't cheapskates. They were thinking about a great future for our young people. We're going to be the next ones to build this state. That's what it's about. It ain't about us talking about something that doesn't even matter. The university is the state of Wyoming. And we want to value that, and we've moved it to a tier 1. It's incredible The only four-year school in our state. So incredible. In the smallest populated state in the United States. And you know, there was a big debate to put that thing in the middle of the state, Lander. And we know the power of the railroad, put all of our institutions along the railroad track. And but it's in Laramie. And boy, our state is sure just, it's just been the tip of the spear to build our state. And so like all of our institutions, I want to leave them better than what we found them. It's what we've been doing here for decades, all those before us. And when our picture's up there hanging, hopefully it's not. Look at, these are the guys who tore it down. There's no need to. So as nearly free as possible. And it's always kind of wondered why there hasn't been maybe a court challenge on that. Man, this Constitution is amazing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Wiley.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I can't do it as eloquently as the coach from the middle of the state, but you know, we're sitting here listening to retaliatory budgeting, and I would like to see or know if you guys have the numbers. You know, the graduation rates of the different colleges. How many engineers are we graduating? How many, lawyers are we graduating? What are we putting through law school there compared to, these things that we say we don't like, the free thinking that young people go and do, and then find their way in life and get on the right path. I think a few years ago we had a new saying come out of Laramie: the world needs more cowboys, and I agree with that. I say go Pokes, leave our university alone and let her buck.
Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around this a little bit. So I understand the comment about trying to get the attention of the university based on some of the legislation that we as a body have passed, and maybe there's not been as much attention paid to what the will of this body has indicated in, say, DEI programs, to use your terminology, Mr. JEC Chairman. But then but I'm trying to understand what the cost of those kinds of programs are versus the $40 million. I'm trying to make the connection here between those kinds of programs that we're trying to get the attention about and $40 million, because that impacts not just what we've been discussing here, but also nursing program. It was mentioned earlier, the engineering program, and I understand maybe the engineering program has some other means, but it can still be cut. Business programs, we're talking about entrepreneurs, new entrepreneurs that can bring economic diversity to this state. We want to cut those kinds of programs. We're leaving it out there so that we can cut any kind of program, not just the ones that maybe need some attention. And so $40 million sure is an attention getter, but it's getting the attention of all sorts of programs that may be cut. And I, for one, I'm trying to understand how we want to take a huge sledgehammer to a problem like this.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to simplify the thought process of this. I think we only need one college, the College of Agriculture, that teaches gender studies. I think we've lost our way. We are teaching a lot of stuff that is not necessary and does not provide for benefit for the state of Wyoming, and doesn't represent the state of Wyoming as a whole. Thank you.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Again, I get it. There are some topics that you guys think that the university shouldn't teach. So we're punishing every single student in the university for it? Because that's the result, right? They're going to increase tuitions. They're going to have to make up the money somehow. Is that the right way to quote unquote punish the university for teaching something that you don't like, is to punish the students? let's figure out how we do this a little better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Filer.
Mr. Chairman, thanks. I think, folks, when we look at this, our state has the largest group of young folks leaving than any other state in the nation. Here we are telling them, hey, we're just going to cut that wonderful university that they all strive for to get Hathaway scholarships and different things like that, or want to go into nursing, one of the best nursing programs I think there is in the nation, sitting right over there 50 miles west of here. I got 6 kids. They got a lot of friends. And when I talk to them, I always ask them, I'm like, where do you guys want to go to school? And they say the University of Wyoming. And it wasn't just to study ag. It was to study multiple different things. They all have different ideas. They all have different likes. They all have different career paths that they might want to pursue. And here we are telling them, we're going to cut the university funding for a bunch of different programs. And then somewhere in a footnote, we're going to tell you which programs we don't want you to mess with at the university, because we in this body know better than the people we're going to lead this state to. I hate to tell you all, but they're smarter than we are. Those kids that are coming behind us are light years ahead of us. I bet you 70% of us in this room hardly could use our phone. But I bet you one thing we could cut out of the university, well, let's cut technology. But those kids know how to do it. And that's their career path. This is the places they want to go. We're sending a pretty bad message. This is a bad message to every single kid in our state. And if we want to just open the border and let them go to that state south of us, because they actually offer these programs, because we refuse to compete, we're going to lose our kids. I, for one, folks, don't want to lose my kids anymore. As a matter of fact, I'd like to see them get more involved in stuff like this so they actually could steer us in the right direction.
Any further discussion? Seeing no one rushing to the mic. Oh, Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in closing, I think one of the most important things for this body to understand, the good coach from the center of the state brought up an excellent point about as free as possible. That's what it actually says, if I recall correctly, as free as possible. So you need to know that in the footnotes, the 300 section that we will get to tomorrow, that for the first time in 15 years, we are increasing the Hathaway Scholarship. So we're taking care of those students. We're trying to get them into the university. Now, what the university does with them, that's our concern, because they're already losing student count. The student count is going down. So hopefully they'll make good decisions with the money that we give them and the money that the students give them. But we're going to make sure that we're getting as close as possible to free. And we're doing that with that great system that was put together before we got here called the Hathaway Scholarship. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's late, but a few years ago, we had an issue that good representative from Park County and I talked about. It dealt with a program at the university that was not firearms friendly. And we disagreed with that. We wanted to fix that. And so we put it in, here's your money, but you only get it if you do X, Y, and Z. And then the university was able to fix that problem and obtain their full funding. And I think that is a better approach than to just take the funding away. Tell the university you need to do these things and then your money's available. But to simply cut the money on day one means that there's no incentive to change, really, because you don't acquire anything by changing. So I think a little carrot mixed in with the stick would make a lot more sense.
Further discussion? Oh,
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, and Mr. Chairman, and on the good representative from Natrona County, the former police chief in the oil city. What he brought up is exactly right. You know, we've done that before. When I was on this committee, and you saw it, all of our neighbors. You think about that, the Eagles in that state just east of us, Cornhuskers, but they're right next to the border, Sand Hills, so that's, and then the other one up there by Crook County. All those schools where a lot of Wyoming kids go to, they're close to, they drop their CTE education programs. And those are like teacher schools. They're the old normal schools that educated teachers. They all dropped their CTE education because no kids were taking it up. 10, 15-year-olds gone. And 5, 6, well, it's been longer than that now. 8, 9 years ago, the University of Wyoming is going to drop theirs. Didn't have any kids taking it. And I put in a budget amendment. If you drop that CTE education program, you're going to lose $5 million from your annual block grant. Didn't drop it. Now the whole thing is times change and boom. Think about when we had no oil production going on in this state. The petroleum engineering degree went away. We brought that back. Now it's tier 1. So we're not going to take it to the next level by chopping the legs out. We're going to use that carrot, as the good representative said, and move this thing forward. So that's what leaders do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion? Seeing no one going to the mic, without objection, section 67 is closed.
There. You don't want to mac me. I'm trying to read. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, members, committee of the whole report. You have to.
First.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 1, en bloc number 1, containing sections 12, 17, 22, 28, 30, 31, 34, 35, 36, 43, 46, 56, 58, 61, 62, 64, 65, 68, 78, 79, 83, 251, 252 do pass. En bloc number 2, containing sections 16, 18, 19, 33, 38, 52, 54, 59, 75, 84 do pass. En bloc number 3, containing sections 14, 29, 44, 63, 69, 90 do pass. En bloc number 4, containing sections 120 through 146 do pass. Section 1 do pass. Section 2 do pass. Section 3 do pass. Section 4 do pass. Section 6 do pass. Section 7 do pass. Section 8 do pass. Section 10 do pass. Section 11 do pass. Section 15 do pass. Section 20 do pass. Section 21 do pass. Section 23 do pass. Section 24 do pass. Section 27 do pass. Section 37 do pass. Section 39 do pass. Section 41 do pass. Section 42, do pass. Section 45, do pass. Section 48, do pass. Section 49, do pass. Section 51, do pass. Section 53, do pass. Section 55, do pass. Section 57, do pass. Section 60, do pass. Section 66, do pass. Section 67, do pass. Representative Larson, JT, Chairman.
Representative Larson,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
you have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The motion has passed. Congratulations, Representative Larson. Job well done. Next. That is fantastic. You people have just got no bottom, do you? They made you, they forgot to add the quit. All right, hey, next thing.
Mr. Speaker.
Not quite yet. Unless you got a privilege of the floor. Hold still on that
Okay.
thought. Okay, hang on.
I just
Next,
don't want everybody running.
no, you're fine. Next on the agenda is we need our reports from standing committees. Reading clerk.
House Bill 17, sponsored by Blockchain. Select Committee on Blockchain and Emerging Technologies and Act relating to the Legislature. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom's referred House Bill 17. Select Committee on Blockchain and Emerging Technologies. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Byron, Campbell, Connolly, Harshman, Jarvis, Provenza, Thayer, Wharf. Excused, Representative Storer. Representative Byron, Chairman. House Bill 19, sponsored by Travel, Corner Crossing Clarification, an act relating to crimes and offenses. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom's referred House Bill 19, Corner Crossing Clarification. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Byron, Campbell, Harshman, Jarvis, Provenza, Thayer, Wharf. Noes, Representative Connolly. Representative Story, excused. Representative Byron, Chairman. House Bill 26, sponsored by Representative Posey. Vehicle registration fees, tribal governments, an act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom's referred House Bill 26. Vehicle registration fees, tribal governments. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Excused, Representative Nicholas. Representative Brown, Chairman. House Bill 67, sponsored by Representative Connolly. Eligibility for Veterans Property Tax Exemption Amendments, an act relating to taxation and revenue. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom referred House Bill 67, Eligibility for Veterans Property Tax Exemption Amendments. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Excused, Representative Nicholas. Representative Brown, Chairman. House Bill 69, sponsored by Representative Larson. Department of Health, Land Transfers, an act relating to state lands. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom's referred House Bill 69, Department of Health, Land Transfers. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Excused, Representative Nicholas. Representative Brown, Chairman. House Bill 111, sponsored by Appropriations. State-funded capital construction, an act relating to state-funded capital construction. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom referred House Bill 111, state-funded capital construction. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Pendergraft, Vice Chairman.
We have one re-referral. Representative Brown, Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to re-refer House Bill 67 to your committee number 2 appropriations.
Thank you, Chairman Brown. Okay. Messages from the, let's see. Yeah, messages from the Senate.
Message 100. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 2, Legislative Budget. Ayes 31. Message 101. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 11, Burials of Indigent Veterans Amendments. Ayes 30, noes 1. Message 102. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 16, Subleasing of State Lands Exemptions. Ayes 29, noes 1, conflict 1. Message 103. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 24, Lottery Tickets, Acceptance of Debit Card Payments. Ayes 22, noes 9. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Okay, next I need my committee announcements. Representative Locke, Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your corporation,
reports.
committee number 7 is meeting tomorrow at, let's see here, tomorrow upon noon recess in meeting room number 5. And we're going to hear 3 bills, HB 92, HB 140, and HB 144.
Thank you, Chairman. Corporations. Yeah, corporations. Yep, you did. It's all good. Chairman Washit, number 1, Judiciary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your committee number 1 will meet at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning to hear 3 bills, House Bill 66, House Joint Resolution 5, House Bill 10. At 8 a.m. I'm sorry.
Wow. I got to tell you, Chairman, that was impressive because like nobody said anything. They were just so dumbfounded by that. Didn't have even a thought of challenging it. And everybody like, really? 6 a.m. So anyway, all right. Chairman Andrew, number 4, Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 4, Education, will meet tomorrow upon noon recess in Capitol Extension Room 3 to hear 3 bills. House Bill 76, Exception for Annexation with Landowner Objections Repeal. House Bill 102, Protecting Kids from Deepfakes and Exploitive Images. House Bill 115, Cardiac Events in Schools, Planning and Training. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Rodriguez Williams, number 10, Labor Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 10, Labor and Health and Social Services, will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. We will hear House Bill 28, Sexual Exploitation of Children Amendments, and House Bill 80, Identification Cards Renewal for Care Facility Residents.
Thank you, Chairman. Number 9, Minerals.
Thank you,
Chairman Heyer.
Mr. Chairman. Your number 9 committee, Minerals, will meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the Belfouche Room. We'll hear 3 bills, HB 43, Anti-Money Laundering, 121, Hydrogen Severance Taxation, and number 2, Fast Track Permit Act.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Sherwood. She'll be back. It's okay. She's fine. It's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gaining all the time.
Your committee number 2, Appropriations, is going to meet at noon tomorrow. We are going to hear House Bill 130, Second Amendment Protection Act, House Bill 95, concealed carry, college and universities. House Bill 96, carrying of concealed weapons, age requirement. House Bill 97, Second Amendment, Financial Privacy Act, and re-referrals as assigned.
I just think it's awesome that the appropriations people get that choked up over something like this at this late hour. So that's called dedication and enthusiasm. Representative Wharf, you had something for us, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having voted on the prevailing side of the motion to introduce House Bill 110, K through 12 Public School Finance, I am providing notice that pursuant to House Rule 12-11C, I will move to reconsider the vote on Friday, February the 13th, during that order of business of introduction, reading, and reference of bills.
Thank you, Representative Wharf. Any discussion? None? Representative Erickson, please, you have something? Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, having voted on prevailing side of the motion to introduce House Bill 116, destruction of water is not beneficial use, I am providing notice that pursuant to House Rule 12-11C, I will move to reconsider that vote tomorrow, that order of business of introduction, reading, and reference of bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any discussion? Seeing none? Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Oh, that's right. Representative Sherwood can't get enough of this, so she's going to give us some more information here. Representative
Thank you, Mr.
Sherwood.
Chairman. Your committee number 2 appropriations will meet upon adjournments as well tomorrow.
Mr. Chair, oh, sorry. Matt, I'm back to these motions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I think we got to call Rules Committee on this because there's a time that this has to be done as I read the rules. So, Mr. Speaker, we got to get this right. And I don't think it's within the rules, but
Okay.
I think we want clarification. So thank you.
One second here. Let me double check something here. Just hang on. Representative Wharf and Representative Erickson, if you could come up to the dais, please. Chief Clerk has made us aware of some information here that you've got them on your papers, I believe. As the objection of them, Mr. Speaker, it is my understanding that will be a motion to suspend the rules to allow the consideration of House Bill, whatever you call. Representative Sherwood, you want to go ahead and finish yours while I explain this up here to these folks, then we'll address Representative Harshman's issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, your committee number 2 appropriations is going to meet upon adjournment tomorrow night. We're going to hear House Bill 141, Fifth Amendment Protection Act, House Bill 16, Secretary of State expedited filings, and re-referrals as assigned. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Harshman.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw.
Body.
that-
So that we can hear the
Mr.
representative.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw that call for a Rules Committee. I think the motion is within the rules. It needs to be completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, Representative Wharf, or where are we at? Where you want to go ahead and do your piece? Yep, you'll need to do that. We have to make those announcements. Representative Erickson will have to make his as well. Representative Wharf.
Mr. Speaker, it is my understanding that the appropriate motion to suspend the rules to allow reconsideration of House Bill 110, K through 12, public school finance will be made prior to the vote on reconsideration tomorrow.
Very good. Thank you, Representative. That is correct. Thank you. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my understanding that the appropriate motion to suspend the rules to allow reconsideration of House Bill 116 will be made prior to the vote on reconsideration.
That's correct. Thank you, Representative Erickson. Okay, unless somebody has something else that should be properly brought before this body, I will ask for the majority floor leader. Please, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. on Friday, the 13th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Really, diehards, we love you. Motion passes. See you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Thank you, everyone. It could be earlier. It's up to you guys. Thank you all for a very long day, but you've done a wonderful job. Thank you all for your effort.